So this dude was just like staring at his little sister deep in thought. Then Yang Shi totally dropped a bombshell on her. Turns out the one in their family who got powers wasn't just fake. Yang Shi's power was insane. He could literally rip other people's abilities right out of their cores, just like he was doing to her right then, pulling this glowing orb straight from Fee's body. Her crazy mental shock power was just gone. Yang Shi muttered to himself, I seriously gotta level up. If my powers were just a bit stronger, Fee wouldn't have been so helpless, unable to even take one screw up from Lee Shanyang. All of a sudden, there was a ton of shouting outside the hospital room. He's a straight-up murderer, but he saved a bunch of people, right? Everyone please try to stay calm. I mean, who could have controlled a mess like that? It was just seriously bad luck that Miss Yang was in that convenience store. Outside, Lee Shanyang's lawyer was trying to talk to Yang Shi's parents. Yang Shi's dad was so mad he just chucked the papers the lawyer brought right back at him. I'm not signing this garbage, no way, take your blood money and get lost. And right then, Yang Shi walked over and picked up the contract, totally stunning his parents. He put a hand on his dad's shoulder. Their Fifi was basically non-responsive now. They were gonna need a crazy amount of cash to keep her on life support. Hearing that, his dad started shaking like he couldn't believe what was coming out of his son's mouth. Yang Shi then turned to the lawyer with a counteroffer. He demanded that the guy who caused this whole mess had to come and apologize to their family face-to-face. Yeah, the guy the whole country worships, Hero Bingi. The lawyer was like he and the Kun Loon agency would apologize on Hero Bingi's behalf, but Yang Shi wasn't having it. He wanted the man himself. Look, we're really sorry, but you get it right. An A-rank hero's schedule is like not his own to make. Hero Bingi totally wanted to come for real, but he got called away to a fight. We'll even throw in an extra 100,000 blue crystal coins as compensation. Hearing the lawyer's lame excuse, Yang Shi just gave this tiny knowing smile. He signed the contract and just handed it back. On the way out, the lawyer got on the phone with someone telling them it was all handled except for having to cough up an extra 100,000 blue crystal coins. The person on the other end sounded way too happy, like, whatever, it's only 100,000, you killed it this time, Lawyer Wang. I'll have my assistant wire it over. After hanging up, Lawyer Wang just scoffed. He was thinking that Hero was something else, man. The guy could literally get away with anything. He wished he could get some kind of useful power for himself. Back in Fee's room, Yang Shi was sitting there talking to her again. Fee, I hope you don't hate me for signing that messed up contract, but I swear I'm gonna find out what really happened. Some of these so-called heroes don't deserve the title. Yang Shi was going to make all of this right and get justice for his sis. Right now, though, Yang Shi was just an intern at a news place, but to make his next moves easier, he'd moved out on his own. His new apartment was in the Mingguan community. The second he got there, his two roommates gave him a super warm welcome. Hey, I'm Ding Lan and this is Xiaoyi. We've got one more roomie, but she's not home yet. Yang Shi introduced himself back, trying to be polite. He totally looked like he hadn't slept in forever. Seeing the new guy, Ding Lan was like, we should totally have a mini welcome party. But Xiaoyi was a junior and had a huge exam, so she was out. Yang Shi pretty much shot the idea down immediately, too. He'd just moved in, and all he wanted to do was crash. So he just laid in his new room scrolling on his phone. Clips of heroes battling mutated beasts were like even more viral than those dancing videos. As for how people with powers even showed up, it all started a long time ago. Nobody knows exactly when, but these black rifts just started popping up everywhere, and out of them, mutated monsters started pouring onto the planet. The only ones who could stop the invasion were the pro-ability users, and everyone started calling them heroes. But to stop powers from being used for bad stuff, they made the ability law, which basically says only people with a pro-hero license can actually use their powers. Yang Shi was just staring at the video of Hero Bingi's fight, the one where Fei got hurt. He watched it on repeat until his eyes were burning, but he still couldn't find anything that looked off. He glanced at the clock. It was already 2 in the morning. Yang Shi dragged himself up to brush his teeth and finally get some sleep since he had work tomorrow. But the second he stepped into the hall, he saw this black-haired girl who was completely wasted. Looked like this was the last roommate Ding Lan mentioned. Since he was right there, Yang Shi figured he should at least say hi. The girl just bolted past him into the bathroom and immediately started losing her lunch. After she was done hugging the toilet, the girl literally passed out right there. Yang Shi gave her a little shake, trying to get her to wake up. He was like, ugh, should I even get involved? Instead, Yang Shi went and knocked on Ding Lan's door to get some backup. A super sleepy Ding Lan opened the door, yawning like crazy. Yang Shi was immediately like, hey, can you help me out? The other roommate is passed out in the bathroom, he said, figuring it'd be less weird since they were both girls. But Ding Lan just told him to leave her there, saying it wasn't the first time this has happened. Plus, she had work in the morning. So she just shut the door and went back to her amazing comfy bed. Yang Shi sighed and went back to the drunk girl. He tried calling her name a couple of times but got nothing, so he figured he had no choice but to carry her. His power totally pinged her as another ability user, and her power was Superb Brain and F-rank ability. It basically lets her overclock her brain for a bit, making her a total math whiz. It had some serious potential, but she had no clue she even had powers. It seemed like this girl just thought she had these random flashes of genius, If she actually hit the books, she could probably become some kind of super scholar. Anyway, since he found it, there was no way he was letting it go to waste. Yang Shi borrowed the girl's ability. And yeah, he wasn't so sure he'd give it back after he was done with it. He was dying to see what would happen if he combined the superb brain ability with Faye's mental shock. So Yang Shi immediately mashed the two abilities together. The one he just jacked became a D+ rank ability superb brain. It could now actively blast out shocks and seriously improved his calculation and reasoning skills. If he used it to break down the video of Faye's injury, he might actually be able to find some clues. The next morning, Yang Shi was so dead to the world that he slept right through his alarm. He yawned as he went to open the door, but the scene in front of him snapped him wide awake. The girl from last night was there to return the jacket to Yang Shi. "Thank you so much for last night. My name is Lin Nauer." When Lin Nauer woke up today, she looked totally innocent and sweet, just like the first time he saw her. Since he'd just yoinked Lin Nauer's ability last night, Yang Shi asked if she felt off or anything. Lin Nauer said she was fine. She was used to coming home completely wasted, so he really didn't need to worry. A tall blonde guy then walked in through the door. "Old Yang, so you're living here now?" Seeing Lin Nauer in her pajamas standing with Yang Shi, the guy looked totally shocked, thinking his friend was hiding a secret girlfriend from him. Yang Shi quickly explained that Lin Nauer was just his roommate. With him saying stuff like that, how was Yang Shi supposed to face her in the future? The guy stammered for a second. "If this house wasn't all booked, I would have moved in too." Then he fixed his hair, smoothed it out, and stuck out a hand to introduce himself. "Hey, Miss Lin. My name is Fan Pang. I'm old Yang's best friend and coworker." Lin Nauer shyly shook his hand, because Fan Pang's whole vibe was like some guy who was super thirsty for attention. And he wasn't wrong. Fan Pang took the chance to flex that he was an ability user who could take photos and videos with his bare hands. Seeing his friend about to pull his same old tricks, Yang Shi quickly dragged him away before Lin Nauer got totally freaked out. Over at the newspaper office where Yang Shi worked, he sat there rewatching the video of Hero Bing Ji fighting the mutated beast over and over. After getting the superb brain ability, he activated its deduction mode. It felt like the blurry road ahead of him suddenly snapped into high def. Yang Shi noticed that the hero repeated one move 2 times. This move was super weird, like he was getting ready to unleash some kind of ultimate attack. Just as things were getting good, Fan Pang tapped his shoulder. "Dude, old Yang, let me tell you. You can't win a girl over without being proactive, especially a total knockout like Lin Nauer. If you don't shoot your shot, then I will." Yang Shi's face went blank, but he wasn't actually mad. He said they were just roommates. Fan Pang even started coaching him on how to turn a roommate into something more like ASAP. Suddenly someone screamed outside. "Mutated beast! A mutated beast is here!" Outside, thunder and lightning were crashing down. A giant one-eyed hunter was just floating in the sky. It looked like a massive jellyfish using its tentacles to tear up the roads and snatch people for food. "A monster has invaded. This is a B-class disaster. All city residents, please evacuate to the shelters immediately. Heroes are being sent in now." Just as things got super intense, a pair of golden boots slammed onto the ground. A hero wearing a cape with Spicy Sour written on it made a totally awesome entrance. "Everyone chill out, Spicy Sour Superman is here. There's no way Lukang City is getting destroyed." The crowd went nuts as the B-class hero Spicy Sour Superman arrived to help. He faced the giant one-eyed Cyclops hunter all by himself. This monster didn't just have an insane defense, but it also had top-tier crazy adaptive close combat skills. Even if you threw 18 armored spiders at it, it wasn't a sure thing that Spicy Sour Superman was good enough to handle them. After saying that, Fan Pang turned around to find that Yang Shi had completely vanished at some point. He scoffed and framed a shot with his fingers. Normal people are so weak. Time for my powers to make me some money again." An A-class hero, Flame Butterfly, flew in riding a fire butterfly to back up Spicy Sour Superman. He immediately signaled for her to attack while he kept the Cyclops hunter tied up. The VDC was so used to these fights that they now even had a dedicated livestream channel for heroes hosted by MC Mao Huang and Director Cat. Director Cat started dishing on Spicy Sour Superman, saying he was a close combat hero who got his butt kicked a lot when he was a rookie. MC Mao Huang asked why he'd say that, and Director Cat acted like he had all the inside info. His power only activates after he eats a bowl of super spicy sour noodles, so he usually just jumps in to steal the credit. Only after other heroes have worn the monster down. Mao Huang gave a thumbs up, praising Director Cat for knowing stuff that not everyone was in on. He cleared his throat a few times and changed the topic, saying they should focus on watching the fight. At that moment, Spicy Sour Superman was using all his strength to slam the Cyclops hunter's head straight into the ground. Once that thing was totally pancaked on the pavement, Flame Butterfly was up. She shot into the air and dropped her insane heavenly butterfly blitz, letting loose like thousands of fire butterflies to totally torch that giant jelly thing. Everyone watching was like, "Yep, game over for this Cyclops hunter." But Director Cat wasn't buying it. Like, hello, monsters can be smart too. But this Cyclops hunter was acting super chill, like it wasn't about to get wrecked. On the ground, Flame Butterfly's fire started to fade, and boom, the Cyclops hunter was standing there without a single scratch. Spicy Sour Superman was totally losing it. He totally didn't expect the monster to have some kind of fire-resistant shell. Flame Butterfly told him to just stall for a bit till backup arrived, but Spicy Sour Superman just went radio silent. His director had basically told him this was a must-win fight, cause his career was kinda on the rocks. If he choked, his rep would be toast, and the company would just hand all the good resources to the younger heroes. Spicy Sour Superman was the company's OG hero. You know, he couldn't stand looking like a has-been. Meanwhile, Duong Hai was hiding behind a wall, totally spying on the whole thing. He spotted Spicy Sour Superman pop something in his mouth, and that little blue pill looked super familiar. Duong Hai was sure he'd seen it somewhere. Right then, Flame Butterfly got distracted for like 1 second, and got snatched up by a tentacle which started squeezing the air right out of her. She had to scream for Spicy Sour Superman to help. On the livestream, the chat was going absolutely wild with fans, spamming for the hero to save her. Just then, more tentacles shot out ready to turn Flame Butterfly into a snack. But then one of the tentacles got chopped right off, which totally shocked the Cyclops hunter. Spicy Sour Superman zipped in, scooped up Flame Butterfly, and got her out of there. Mao Huang freaking slammed the table all hyped up. Yes, let's go! Spicy Sour Superman's powered-up combat mode usually only lasts for 15 minutes, but this time he's on a whole other level. See, he still got it. Even Director Cat looked kinda shook. He was about to say something, but Mao Huang totally cut him off. Oh snap, the hunter's going after Spicy Sour Superman. Back at the fight, the Cyclops hunter was hitting way harder than before. All its tentacles were just lashing out at Spicy Sour Superman. He just put up his fist like, is that all you got? If you think that's so great, then get a taste of a Spicy Sour Super Punch. Spicy Sour Superman blasted up from the ground and punched a hole right through the Cyclops hunter. Its tentacles just flopped everywhere. The fight was totally over. But Spicy Sour Superman was looking pretty rough himself. He suddenly dropped to his knees and started coughing up blood. Flame Butterfly rushed over to help, but he whipped his head around to face her. His lips were all purple and his eyes had this crazy, scary vibe. Flame Butterfly was totally freaked out and started shaking him. Spicy Sour Superman shook his head, trying to get a grip and just chill. Once that sus blue glow around him faded, Spicy Sour Superman was back to his normal goofy self, saying he just pushed himself a little too hard. The coast was clear. All the people started pouring out, cheering and thanking Spicy Sour Superman and Flame Butterfly. Seeing the show was over, Duong Hai figured it was time to bounce and go level up. He walked past the Cyclops hunter and noticed it was still kinda breathing. A tiny beat-up version of it crawled out and made a beeline right for Duong Hai. Its physical and elemental defenses were seriously off the charts. He figured a mind blast was its weak spot. The Cyclops hunter was looking for a new body to crash in and suck energy from, just waiting for the day it could get payback on Spicy Sour Superman. It must have sensed Duong Hai had good vibes or something, cause it picked him for its new host. But Duong Hai was like, wait, it's just gonna serve itself up on a platter. Even better. Now he wouldn't have to waste time hunting it down for its power. Duong Hai immediately hit it with a mental blast. The little Cyclops hunter's face just went totally blank before it dropped its body all twitchy. Flame Butterfly instantly felt someone using a power nearby and started scanning the area to find them. Duong Hai snatched the mini Cyclops hunter. Good thing it was just a weak little copy. Otherwise, his D+ rank mental shock would have been totally useless. Now for the good part. Duong Hai yoinked the ability from the Cyclops hunter, a B rank ability fire resistance shell, which makes you immune to B rank and lower fire attacks and boosts your physical defense. After he got the fire resistance shell, Duong Hai could feel this invisible shield covering his whole body. They say every power has a weakness, no matter how strong it is. But that saying didn't really apply to a main character like him, lol. Flame Butterfly headed straight for Duong Hai's spot. He ducked into a corner fast. This was so not the time to get discovered. Flame Butterfly landed looking super suspicious. She had definitely felt some major mental energy coming from here, and she swore she saw a shadow move real quick. You looking for me? A voice called out. Flame Butterfly immediately shot back, asking if he was the one who just used that power. A figure stepped out of the alley rocking a black cloak that covered him from head to toe and a mask that hid his face. Yeah, that was me. Flame Butterfly was curious and asked if he was a hero since she'd never seen him before. The cloaked guy just flicked the mini Cyclops hunter over to her. Nah, I was just helping you guys clean up the mess. Flame Butterfly recognized the Cyclops hunter's clone. She was totally shook that he took out this monster that was such a pain so easily. But using your powers when you're not a hero is totally against the rules. The masked guy was about to dip, but Flame Butterfly worked up the nerve and got in his way. You just used an ability illegally. So you're coming with me to the Hero Association for a little chat. The dude just scoffed, which made Flame Butterfly's skin crawl. You seriously think you can stop me? Flame Butterfly went right for him all like, I'm serving justice in the name of the law. The guy just said sarcastically, is this how heroes treat regular people? He totally crushed Flame Butterfly's Firefly with one hand, making her break out in a cold sweat. Then the guy dropped another heavy question. So is it my turn to attack now? Flame Butterfly noped right out of there with a quick apology. The guy didn't even chase her. He was just thinking about that blue pill Spicy Sour Superman used, which was the same one the old ice hero took that day. At this point, everyone knew this mystery man was totally Duong Hai. He was dead set on getting to the bottom of this. That night on his way home, Duang Hai decided to take a break from collecting new powers and just focus on maxing out his super brain. Especially with the clue about that weird blue pill, he knew he had to be extra careful. A sketchy-looking dude walked right past Duang Hai. A second later, when he reached for his bag to get up, the spot next to him was totally empty. Duang Hai freaked out and looked all over. That bag had the turkey costume he wore as a disguise when he met Flame Butterfly. It had to be that guy in the green shirt who just walked by. But when he looked around, he was nowhere to be seen. The train hadn't even gotten to the station, so he couldn't have just vanished. Thinking it was an invisibility power, Duang Hai used his super brain to crank up his senses, and he picked up the scent of his bag on a purple-haired guy nearby. But the two guys had different builds and clothes, which meant it wasn't invisibility, but a shape-shifting power. As soon as he realized that, a little smirk crept onto his face. He had literally just told himself he was done hunting for new powers, and now a 5-star meal just served itself up to him. After getting off the train, Duang Hai tailed the thief who was just strolling along humming a song, probably thinking about what a great score he'd made. But for some reason, he suddenly got a major chill down his spine. When he turned around, he saw Duang Hai standing right there waving at him with that signature smile. The thief took a huge gulp and just bolted. It was a sweet haul, but he had the worst luck running into a super persistent tail. Duang Hai! After the thief hid out in a public restroom, Duang Hai kicked the door in and stormed inside. So you want to play games hiding in the bathroom like this is weaker than a kindergartner, dude. But nobody was in there. Duang Hai searched for a second before heading out. Could that creep have slipped into the women's restroom? Duang Hai went right over to the women's room and started banging on the door. Come on out, I know you're in there! A girl's voice yelled from inside. You weirdo! What do you want? Duang Hai kicked the door open and charged in, only to get a face full of makeup followed by a roll of toilet paper. Duang Hai had to admit this guy's power was pretty special. He could even change his voice. Inside, the purple-haired dude was rocking a sexy woman's outfit with black fishnets, but his buff bod and face were still the same. The guy held up the purse, and with a poof it changed back into Duang Hai's backpack, which he handed over. Duang Hai opened the bag and saw his costume was still there, but he still turned to threaten the thief. Did you look inside, my guy? I swear I absolutely did not open it. Duang Hai nodded, telling the guy to get a real job from now on. The thief was so relieved, thanking him for letting him go, but Duang Hai just asked coldly, When did I say I was letting you go? The thief froze, totally petrified, as his power was instantly snatched away. His ability was only F rank, but it let him easily change how he looked with just a thought, and it also worked like a pocket dimension for storage. Duang Hai immediately gave it a try. In a flash, he was wearing a suit sharper than a CEO's, and his dorky glasses were gone. Just then, the cops showed up answering a call about a creep in the women's restroom. Duang Hai just pointed inside, saying there was a weirdo in there secretly wearing women's clothes. A moment later, 2 police officers were dragging the thief to the station. He was just a small-time power abuser, but Duang Hai was planning to set things straight. 1 week later, Duang Hai had a meet-up with Pham Bang. It wasn't clear what he was planning, but he insisted they had to meet in person to talk about it. Pham Bang threw an arm over Duang Hai's shoulder as they walked, saying, Guess who I ran into while I was partying at the bar earlier? Turns out he'd seen Lam Nituet and she was working there as a hostess. When Pham Bang called her his girlfriend, Duang Hai immediately shot that down, saying that whatever she did was none of his business. Pham Bang pulled him inside. Come on, old Duang, don't play tough with me. Seeing is believing. Go check it out for yourself. Inside the bar, Lam Nituet was dancing like crazy inside a cage, and it was a pretty steamy scene. Suddenly, she locked eyes with Duang Hai and her whole vibe got super awkward. Why is he here? She wondered. Seeing Duang Hai just sitting there looking all moody with his chin in his hand, Pham Bang tried to cheer him up. Hey, don't be so bummed out. There are plenty of other cute girls out there. He promised to show Duang Hai an awesome time tonight. Pham Bang gave a signal, and like 3 girls in some seriously eye-catching outfits shyly came over. Tay DM babao. These are my little sisters and this guy right here. This is my best bro, Duang Hai. Total stud, right? And just like that, the 3 girls were all over Duang Hai, totally ghosting Pham Bang. I mean, let's be real, he just couldn't compete with Duang Hai's looks. Meanwhile, over in the karaoke room next door, some ticked-off dude slammed a wine bottle on the table. Freaking A, what a... Some other dude in a suit Lich DM told him to just take the L instead of whining about the driver or the ride. The whiner's name Lu Nguyen. He just busted out laughing, with a girl on each arm. Is that lame mouth of yours why you're stuck being my bodyguard instead of a real detective? Lich DM just smirked back like, you got it. It's gotta be tough for a normie like you to be babysat by a C-rank hero like me all day. That other guy Lee Yuen was ticked he couldn't get back at Li Yan, so he took it all out on Lam Nituet, who was just leaning over. Seriously, are you totally useless? You call this garbage wine? You really expect me to drink this? He then snatched the bottle and just dumped it all over Lam Nituet's head. Duang Hai saw the whole thing and was about to jump in, but Pham Bang stopped him. Dude, that's Lu Nguyen, the second son of that A-rank hero from the Kun Loon Corporation. And that Lich DM guy is a C-rank hero while you're just a regular person. Duang Hai just gave a cold nod and walked off. I know, just gotta use the restroom. Meanwhile, Lam Nituet was totally gritting her teeth, trying to deal with the humiliation. Lu Nguyen slid back into his seat, draping his arms around the two girls again. He told her to chug all the wine on the table if she wanted him to let her off the hook. Lam Natuye refused. But his goon grabbed her head and started forcing the wine down her throat. Suddenly, someone showed up and sent the bodyguard flying a few meters with one kick. It was Duang Hai, rocking that ridiculous turkey costume. I heard the son of the mechanical war hero was hanging out here. Lich DM's face got super tense and he shot up while Lu Nguyen, feeling safe with his muscle, just kept sipping his drink totally unbothered. Duang Hai said he just wanted to talk business with Lu Nguyen. Lu Nguyen glanced over like, what kind of business? Lich DM told him it was getting late and they should bounce. His ego totally bruised. Lu Nguyen chucked a wine bottle straight at Lich DM. Get out of my way, you mutt! Can't you see I've got a deal to make? Lich DM gritted his teeth, totally fuming, but he had to chill since he was just the bodyguard. But when Lu Nguyen insisted on talking to Duang Hai, Lich DM tried to step in again. You're wasted. Go sleep it off, Lich DM said. I'll handle this weirdo in the costume. Duang Hai just calmly picked up his wineglass. Look, if you want to throw down, go for it, but that's not really my style. And if you get in the way of my business with Lu Nguyen over there, I'm gonna have to shut you up for good. Totally triggered, Lich DM's aura exploded as he wrapped his arms in bandages and got into a fighting stance. Bring it if you've got the guts. Let's see who learns their lesson. Lich DM literally breathed fire onto his fists, totally sure he was about to serve up some crispy fried human today. Duang Hai knew it right away, a C-rank fire element attack. But his Nihua Chiet skill could block any fire stuff below B rank. So yeah, he pretty much had this in the bag. One of the hostesses took Lam Natuye to go clean up while everyone else stuck around totally hyped for the fight. Lich DM rushed in hard, but when he saw Duang Hai just standing there not moving a muscle, his brain started screaming that it was a trap. The punch stopped like an inch from Duang Hai's face, which even surprised him. Is that seriously all you got? Lich DM called him a total rookie, bragging that ever since he became a hero, not a single monster or enemy had ever survived his flame attack. A second later, a massive stream of fire blasted out of Lich DM's fist. The blaze was so intense that everyone watching had to back up. Duang Hai was completely engulfed in the fire tornado, but then his arms shot out and just like that the flames were gone. Seeing him totally fine, without even a single hair singed, Lich DM knew he'd messed with a total monster. Duang Hai hit him with a psychic attack, freezing him in place, then just strolled over and karate chopped the back of his neck. Lich DM dropped to the floor completely out cold. The second Lu Nguyen saw his bodyguard, a C-rank hero, get taken down by Duang Hai, he sobered up real quick and didn't dare say a word. Duang Hai took his chance to absorb the guy's C-rank ability, Blazing Fist, which lets you light your fists on fire to attack people. Super useful for a chef, right? Duang Hai walked up to Lu Nguyen, who suddenly noticed his cool-looking bodyguards in black suits had all vanished. Lu Nguyen's whole vibe, from the look on his face to the way he talked, instantly switched to full-on bootlicker mode. Bro, what was that deal you were talking about? How much cash you need, I'll wire it to you right now. Without a word, Duang Hai grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him off the ground. Lu Nguyen's face got all messed up as he started to choke, but he still tried to sound tough. Do you even know who my dad is? Of course he did, his dad was the mechanical war hero. Like everyone knew that. But who cares, Lu Nguyen choked out, that if he got taken out his dad would never let it go. But Duang Hai had zero plans to get his hands dirty over some spoiled rich kid. Instead, he hit him with a weird question. Lu Nguyen, you want to have a power of your own? Lu Nguyen's face just went totally blank when he heard that, but he couldn't believe it was for real. 'Cause like superpowers aren't something you can just wish for, and they're definitely not something someone can just give you, like Duang Hai was saying. Duang Hai didn't bother explaining. He just tossed him a piece of paper. If you want it, go to this address in 7 days. Alone. But Duang Hai knew 100% that the guy would show. As he walked out of the bar, Pham Bang immediately gave Duang Hai a call. Pham Bang was legit about to report a kidnapping if Duang Hai didn't pick up. Duang Hai just played it cool, saying he was getting some air and asked what was up. Pham Bang was still reeling from what he'd just seen, which was Duang Hai totally handling Lin Dian and Lin Nguyen's crew, and he was dying to spill all the tea over some barbecue. Heading back, Duang Hai was super chill. Phase 1 of his master plan nailed it. Now all he had to do was wait for Lin Nguyen to walk right into his trap. After that, it was time to go full-on detective and dig up the truth about Fee's case from inside the Kun Loon company. Meanwhile, someone actually got a video of Duang Hai taking out Lin Dian. The mechanical war hero just finished watching it and asked the others for their take. The piercing warrior saw Duang Hai use a hand blade to waste Liandian in like a split second and figured he had to be at least B rank, maybe even higher. But the wandering swordsman saw that Duang Hai didn't use a hand blade. The second he lifted his hand, Liandian was already toast. Mong pulled up Liandian's injury report for the whole squad to see, but when they read it, everyone completely freaked out to learn his ability was just gone. The mechanical war hero's face got super serious. It looked like they were in some deep trouble this time. The wandering swordsman was totally intrigued by the guy who dealt with Liandian, especially since he could just straight up erase someone's powers. According to Mayong, the only person known to have that kind of juice was the S-rank hero, the ferryman, so everyone's suspicion immediately jumped to the ferryman. But the piercing warrior was not buying it. He slammed the table and shot up like, no freaking way, the ferryman is basically a fossil with one foot in the grave. How could that dude possibly be here? Mong was stressing that their Kun Loon company couldn't handle this, and that they should just punt it to the Hero Association. But anyone with a crazy power like this, no matter who they work for, is going to be hunted like some kind of weapon of mass destruction. We gotta tell the big bosses first. The mechanical war hero, looking seriously worried, decided to put a lid on this for now, classifying it as a top-level company secret. The next day, Lee Nguyen was in bed, totally agonizing over Duong Hai's offer. He could not wrap his head around the fact that he might actually get powers. He just kept staring at the note Duong Hai left, trying to figure out the catch, like what he'd want in return for the ability. But honestly, Lee Nguyen didn't even care. In a few days, he'd have powers anyway, so why the heck should he worry about anything else? Meanwhile, Duong Hai dragged Pham Bang to a museum for a crash course on mutated beasts. So they'd know how to bail if they ever ran into one. But his real mission was to see if he could swipe the ability from the level 9 mutated beast they had there. On the way, Pham Bang spotted some cute girls and was like, "Oh, I see you came here to pick up chicks, cause the museum is a total hotspot for girls trying to get their gram on. I came for that." Duong Hai pointed at the plasma tyrant dragon, an S-rank mutated beast from way back in the first invasion. The plasma it spit from its mouth caused a total catastrophe, completely wiping out the eastern district of Lugong City, taking out 5 A-rank heroes, 13 B-rank heroes, and tons of other people. Pham Bang was just staring, completely blown away. Compared to the lame mutated beasts they'd seen lately, the plasma tyrant dragon was on a whole other level of terrifying. Duong Hai reached out about to try and yoink its ability, but a security guard came running over to shut him down. "Hey buddy, what do you think you're doing?" Duong Hai flashed a press pass, claiming he was a reporter researching a story on mutated beasts. The guard gave it a look, but was still like, "Look with your eyes, not your hands." Duong Hai shot a look at Pham Bang, who totally got the message and started distracting the guard. All right, no touching, got it. Hey man, quick question, where do you guys keep the girl mutated beasts in this place? Once the guard was gone, Duong Hai fired up his ability. He could feel the beast's power, but trying to grab it was tough. Ability successfully snagged. A swirl of purple energy wrapped around Duong Hai. His eyes went wide, cause this time the ability was a total blank, no info attached. After a second of it loading, the deets finally popped up. Plasma ability E rank. With this power, Duong Hai could charge his phone. Duong Hai's jaw basically hit the floor. He'd only managed to pull an E rank ability from the remains of a freaking S rank beast. Was it because it had been dead for so long that the power inside it just fizzled out? It was also possible that the only reason Duong Hai was able to jack the ability from that jellyfish was because it was basically fresh. He moped around the museum for a bit, totally bummed by the results. But hey, since he was already there, he figured he might as well touch all the other exhibits. A whole day went by, and all Duong Hai got were 3 lame low-rank ability orbs. One was Frank cloning, which could make a clone for like 1 minute. So he's got this Frank human control power, which basically makes people like him lame. And then there's this E-rank plasma thingy. Seriously, not only were they weak, but these trash tier abilities were totally making him rage. Then like a light bulb went off in Duong Hai's head. If you can fuse these ability orbs, can you also like break them apart? No time to waste. He whipped out that C-rank orb he got from Liandian to test it out. Breakdown. The orb just sat there doing absolutely nothing. Major letdown for Duong Hai. But he wasn't about to quit. He kept spamming the breakdown command like 100 times until finally a tiny crack showed up on it. The second that thing shattered, a bunch of info popped up. Apparently this dark energy stuff is the basic building block, and it forms these perfect indestructible little cubes. After checking out the dark energy cubes, Duong Hai figured it out. The core of any ability must be made of these little particles, which is totally why he could smash them apart in the first place. So when you break an ability down to its most basic level, you get dark energy. He started wondering what if he used this stuff to level up his own powers. So Duong Hai fed one of the cubes to his Frank human control ability. The orb totally sucked it up and morphed into an E-rank ability. Duong Hai was shook by what happened and just stared at the pile of dark energy in his hand. If this works, who even cares about ability ranks anymore? Forget ranks, I'll just build my own S-rank power from scratch. Just then, he heard Lam Ni Tuyet screaming outside. Get away from me, don't you dare touch me. Duong Hai looked over, totally annoyed. How did that creep Lee Nguyen track Lam Ni Tuyet all the way out here? Outside, Lam Ni Tuyet was a mess, totally crying. Some old guy was just sitting there smoking a cigarette. Looked like it was her parents. We didn't want to lie to you, sweetie, but would you have sent the money otherwise? Lam Ni Tuyet's mom explained that her little brother needed cash for a car and to get married, and it was going to cost over $1 million. How were 2 old people supposed to come up with that kind of cash? So they did something messed up and lied to Lam Ni Tuyet, telling her that her dad was dying and they needed money like right now. She was so hurt, tears were just pouring down her face. Mom, Dad, do you even get how freaked out I was when I thought Dad was dying? I did everything I could to make money fast to send home. Lam Ni Tuyet was working like crazy from morning till night, juggling like 4 different jobs. And her dad just casually says it wasn't a big deal. We were just gonna take whatever you could send, honestly. And I'd figure out the rest. We can't let the Lam family name die out. Lam Ni Tuyet was furious when he said he'd figure it out, because what he really meant by figuring it out was selling her off to some guy she'd never even met. The nerve. Then her mom tried to sweet-talk her, saying the guy wasn't like a genius or anything, but he was a good, honest dude who'd treat her right. Lam Nituyet just smacked her hand away. Treat me right, Mom. Where do you think I got that 50,000 I sent home in just 1 week? I had to get that money entertaining creepy guys. Did you even think about that? Hearing that, her parents looked totally thunderstruck. They took her money, and now they had the guts to call her shameless for embarrassing the family. You shameless girl. I'll beat you senseless. Duong Hai was inside and heard it all, rushing out to block the old man's hand. Man, even a wild animal wouldn't treat its own kid like that. But this guy was actually about to hit his own daughter. The old man just glared at him. Who the hell are you? This is family business, you little punk. Stay out of it. Duong Hai could tell the dad was a total lost cause, but the mom actually looked sorry. So he used his frank human control power on her, hoping she'd side with Lam Nituyet. The second the power hit, the mom wheeled around and slapped her husband right across the face. Our daughter was so worried sick about you, she had to take that kind of job. Are you made of stone? Then she turned and hugged Lam Nituyet, admitting she was wrong. No matter what, she's still our little girl. The slap seemed to knock some sense into the dad, who just sighed. All right, that's enough. Let your brother learn to be a man and handle his own business. Duong Hai figured it was good they finally came around. I mean, at the end of the day, who doesn't love their family? The next morning, Duong Hai went with Lam Nituyet to the train station to see her parents off. Her mom told her to take care of herself and to not do anything crazy anymore. After the train left, Lam Nituyet turned to thank him. Duong Hai bought her a boba tea, saying maybe this would get through to her brother better than sending cash ever could. Lam Nituyet just winked at him and motioned for Duong Hai to lean in like she had a secret to tell him. Duong Hai totally blushed, but did it anyway, completely surprised when Lam Nituyet leaned in and kissed his cheek. Thanks for everything, both times. Later on, Duong Hai showed up at the Mutant Beast Corpse processing center, and dude, the security was way tighter than he expected. All the mutant beast bodies here were basically a gold mine for an ability thief like him. He waited for what felt like forever until he finally saw his chance to slip in. He dove under a truck and managed to hang on to the bottom. But out of nowhere, there was this blonde girl with glasses right in front of him, totally freaking out and telling him to be quiet. Duong Hai had no clue what was happening. Was this girl trying to sneak in too? Since it was super cramped under there, the girl's huge assets kept bumping into Duong Hai. Trying to cut the super awkward silence, he decided to just say something. Hey there. Are you kidding me? A coincidence? Yeah, right. This is the actual worst luck. Anyway, this girl introduces herself as Qian Duo Duo from the Fanhei Merchant Guild. Yang Hai just pulls a name out of thin air, calling himself Yoke, which literally means turkey. As they get closer to the drop-off spot, Qian Duo Duo realizes from where they are, there's like no way for her to get down. Hold on to me. Yang Hai, let go. They jump from the truck and just roll and tumble across the ground. When they finally stop, Qian Duo Duo is still clinging to him for dear life, making things super awkward. You gonna let go anytime soon? The hot-headed girl shoots up, walking away all stiff like a robot. If I had any other choice, like I'd want to be hugging you. The two of them head into the mutant beast processing area. Qian Duo Duo sees Yang Hai just cluelessly following her and totally pegs him as a noob. Yang Hai immediately grabs the chance to ask her to show him the ropes. Seeing he's for real, Qian Duo Duo lets him tag along behind her. They open the door to a room with a dead werewolf inside. Qian Duo Duo's boss wants her to get the white fur from its chest, and it's a super delicate cutting job. The girl summons a bag, bragging that her special power is a storage pouch that can hold a ton of stuff. Hearing that, Yang Hai is just kicking himself. If she wasn't so sketchy, he would have totally swiped it by now. After Qian Duo Duo heads to the next room, Yang Hai snags the opportunity to drain the werewolf's power. He ends up with a D-rank metal bending ability, which lets him totally reshape the outside of any metal. With a power like this, he could probably open his own custom auto shop. All of a sudden, a crazy alarm starts blaring, making both of them jump out of their skin. A young guy in a white tank top runs over looking totally freaked. He screams, "It's over! We're so dead! The mutant beast came back to life! Help me!" And just like that, he gets snatched and dragged away by some pitch-black thing outside the door. Seeing that go down, Qian Duo Duo's legs turn to complete jello. Even though she has powers, she's never actually fought a mutant beast before. Suddenly, something sticky and black touches her shoulder. In a flash, Qian Duo Duo is yanked away right in front of Yang Hai. He immediately unleashes his firepower to light the way and goes after her, but that tentacle is way too fast. Even with his 10-foot strides, he can't catch it. Plus, all the shelves in here are metal, so he can't just smash through them. Then it hits him, he just got that metal bending power. He instantly morphs the shelves into razor-sharp blades that slice the tentacle, grabbing Qian Duo Duo. She totally faceplants and her clothes are ripped to shreds because the tentacle was covered in nasty thorns. So now she's out money for a new outfit and medical supplies. But the real question is, how did this mutant beast just pop back to life as the fire gets closer? Its light reveals what the creature looks like: a giant skull with creepy pitch-black tentacles. A few people are wrapped up tight in them, screaming for help. Qian Duo Duo is completely horrified by the whole scene. She is seriously regretting her decision to sneak in here today. The mutant beast attacks, and Yang Hai pulls a bunch of metal stuff together into a dome shield, blocking its tentacles. But the metal is barely holding on. The dome shield is getting smaller. Seeing this, Duo just grabs her head and cries, "This is it, I'm about to be monster food." Young Hai is so over it. But he's gotta admit the situation is bad. He remembers seeing a few oil cans nearby a minute ago. A plan clicks in Young Hai's head. From inside the metal dome, he shoots out an iron tentacle, flinging the oil cans right at the mutant beast. Once they get close to his fire, he makes them blow up. The tentacles get blown off and everyone scrambles to get away. One last tentacle lunges for Duo. Out of nowhere, a slash that looks like water cuts the tentacle in half. Just when they think they're safe, the old guy in front of them with a water saw is giving them a major death glare. It was you two thieves who revived the monster to attack this place, wasn't it? And even though Duo is a thief, she's not about to be falsely accused, so she fires right back. "Who is this old geezer? You can't just show up and start spouting nonsense." The old man snaps back. "Little girl, when I Duanshuilyu was conquering the world." "You weren't even a thought yet." With her hands on her hips, Duo says he's just an old man bullying a kid and asks how he can even call himself a grown-up. Yang Hai steps up, calling him senior. If he's remembering right, Duanshuilyu was the hero from 10 years ago who had that epic fight with the A-rank mutant beast, the tyrant ape. Duanshuilyu just scoffs, turns his back to deal with the monster, and says he'll get to them when he's done. Yang Hai watches him walk away, completely confused. Why would a legit A-rank hero be hanging out at a mutant beast processing center? Duanshu draws his blade and moves, showing off the first form of the Big Dipper, the Greed Wolf slash, the Insane slash. Looking like a giant wolf's claw, easily shreds the tentacles. Yang Hai is in total awe. That's the legendary Big Dipper blade art for you. Every single move is so smooth, something even an S-rank ability couldn't compete with. The mutant beast roars like it's making a promise, attacking with 4 tentacles at once. Now Duanshu uses the second form, Tanji. You don't even see him draw his blade. It was wild. With every single step he took, the beast's tentacles just dropped to the ground. Duanshuilyu then vaulted right on top of the mutant's head and unleashed his third form, Tianuin. His blade crashed down like a legit waterfall, and a waterfall of beast blood just gushed out. Duanshuilyu landed by the peach tree, making the whole ground shake. He pointed his sword right at Young Hai and the girl, and his eyes were so intense, like total killer mode, that even Young Hai knew not to make a wrong move. "Senior Dwayne, for real, we didn't bring the mutant beast back?" But yeah, of course the guy didn't believe them. After all, they were basically thieves. If they got handed over to the cops, they'd be suspect number 1 for sure. Duo asked Young Hai if he seriously thought he could beat Duanshu, but obviously the answer was, heck no. So the girl tossed him this insane weapon to give him a fighting chance. This is vortex armor made from a B-rank mutant beast. Duo chucked it at Young Hai and then bolted. "Good luck, I believe in you." The trusting look she gave him totally reminded Young Hai of his little sister. But while he was spacing out, Duanshuilyu came at him again. Young Hai threw his hand up on instinct to block, thinking he was totally a goner this time, but he wasn't. The vortex armor Duo left him actually held up against the attack. It was seriously incredible. Duanshu didn't even look surprised and just kept up his crazy assault. Yang Hai was dodging like mad while kicking his super brain into high gear to boost his senses. Just as he figured his sharp eyes could totally read Dwayne Shui's moves, but it still wasn't enough to actually deal with the guy. Seeing Young Hai just standing there thinking Duanshu took his shot. This time, Young Hai couldn't dodge and had to use his mental control on Duanshu. Duanshu leaped up to attack Young Hai, but then just froze in this super weird way. He was completely stunned, asking, You can actually control my actions for a second." Realizing he wasn't getting the upper hand, he backed off fast. Meanwhile, Young Hai just coolly replied, "If I didn't, you'd be wiping the floor with me." But the guy was so arrogant. He still charged forward to attack, yelling all cocky, cheap tricks, "Is that all you've got, you little brat?" Without even a hint of fear, he instantly activated his skill, Metal Transformation. In a flash, Duanshui's sword and Young Hai's clashed, creating a shockwave that was no joke. He might have looked calm, but inside his brain was running a million calculations. Every single one of his opponent's moves was on another level. I can only use my control ability to throw him off for a sec. Otherwise, I would have been sliced in half by now. Some kid watching the fight from a corner recognized him, totally shocked. He can go toe-to-toe with Duanshuilyu. Could he be the A-rank hero, the Divine Spear of Lugu? Hearing this, he immediately thought to himself, who the heck is the Divine Spear? Hearing that name, even Duanshuilyu lowered his sword and said, "Judging by your skills, you're probably not just some petty thief." He sheathed his sword and told everyone, "All of you get out of the central area. I need to talk to him." Hearing this, some guy actually had the nerve to ask, "Like all of us, we all have to leave." Those words got him a death glare and a sharp question. "What, are you really not going to listen to me, the director of this center?" The guy was so freaked out by his stare that he took off running. But not before yelling out a quick, "Yes, sir, right away!" Duo ran after him but shouted back to Young Hai, "Big bro, I'll wait for you outside." Seeing the two of them had left, Young Hai spoke up and asked, "Senior, is there something you wanted to tell me?" Duanshuilyu answered right away, "I know you're not the Divine Spear. Your sword skills don't even come close to his, but your metal ability is kinda similar to his." He looked him up and down, checking him out. "But you have multiple abilities, so you're definitely a heavy hitter. A person like you would never come all this way just to steal some beast fur." Cutting right to the chase, he asked him straight up, "Let me ask you, did you come here seeking the truth of this world?" The question totally threw him, and he was thinking to himself, the truth of the world. What is this guy even talking about? I'll just play along and see where this goes. So that's what he did. Yang Hai just went with Duan Shuyu's question and replied, "That's right. I came here to find the truth." That bold-faced lie made the guy laugh out loud, totally amused, saying, "Such a promising kid. There's no harm in telling a talented person like you." His voice boomed as he spelled out exactly what the so-called truth of this world was. That's right. The real reason for these beast corpse disposal centers is to open a path to the beast world, the barren lands. His words were a total shock, and he just blurted back, "What?" Without even pausing, he started telling him about something that happened. 15 years ago, the barren lands of Urkin were successfully opened, and the Hero Association sent in a small team of top-tier heroes. He revealed that he was on that mission carrying the huge responsibility of entering the beast world. I was one of them. But according to his story, something went seriously wrong inside that world. During that operation, all the S-rank heroes were killed in action. It's only because they fought like hell to protect us that me and 2 others managed to get back to the Azure Star. Next, Duan Shulu pointed to the furnace burning the beast corpses and said, "In reality, every single beast corpse disposal center is built on a weak point in the Azure Star's space-time." He revealed so the whole point of torching these beast corpses, if you keep doing it at this one weak spot, you can literally rip open a path to the beast world. Hearing that, Yang Shi was like, "So what's the deal with this whole resurrected beast thing?" The guy basically answered for him, "Honestly, that's just a story we feed everyone. The real tea is it's just a freak mutation from coming into contact with the barren lands." Then out of nowhere, he drops this major truth bomb. The people on Azure Star were basically like cattle in a pen being raised by these beasts. Only the super powerful have a shot at beating them. After laying that on him, he turned to bounce, but not before hitting him with a reminder. "You should get going. And hey, I don't care what crew you run with, don't forget we're all human here." Meanwhile, in some seriously bougie room, these 2 people were just staring out the window. One of them was super annoyed, like, that old dude Duan Shrilu is so reckless. How could he just spill all that to some random guy? The other one just shot back, "So what if he didn't say it?" Other groups have already pieced it together. It's not like we can take over that whole world on our own. Hearing that, she dropped it and was just like, "The HQ. Video call is starting." A sec later, they're both parked in front of a screen. Some face on the monitor announced the meeting was on. "With over 25 people here, we've got enough to make a call to vote on an S-class issue." The guy officially kicked things off. "All right, based on the report from the Lujing City branch of the Hero Association, let's get this resolution started." His face was super stressed, and everyone else's vibe got just as tense when they heard the rep ask, "So, should we spill the tea about the barren lands to every organization with A rank or higher soups?" Then the scene flips to a hospital, and you hear this soft voice. "Faye, you'll never guess." Yang Shi was sitting by Faye's bed, just pouring his heart out. "Last night I found out something really messed up." He flashed back to yesterday, leaving that place with everyone whispering on the down low. They were all staring at him, totally shocked, asking each other all sus, "Yo, what even went down in there? Did he actually take it down Duan Shuilu? Why is he walking out by himself?" Then Qian Duo just pops up, does this awkward little cough and calls out, "Boss, are you good?" The second he saw her, he was thinking, "Okay, I can't let anyone know what I can do." So right away he's like, "I'm cool, Duo. Hey, look at me." And she totally did, trusting him completely. She walked over to him and was like, "What's up?" But before she could even finish, he hit her with his hypnosis power. Yang Shi locked his eyes on Qian Duo with 100% focus. It was like his stare had her on puppet strings. Her mind just went totally blank, like zero thoughts. He used that moment to plant an idea in her head. "Forget you ever saw me use fire and metal powers." And while he was at it, he threw in a random comment about the armor she let him borrow. "Just so you know, I already bought this armor off you. I owe you 10,000. Once he'd planted all the info he needed in her brain, he did a quick finger snap to break the spell, and Shandu Duo was instantly back to normal. Then she just took off in a major rush, but she yelled back at him, "Glad you're okay, kiddo. I've got a curfew, gotta dip. Catch you later." Back in the present, Yang Shi thought about her and kinda smiled, telling Faye, "You know, Chandu Duo is a lot like you. All about the money, but still kinda cute." After that, he gently touched Faye's face and said, "Faye, maybe before I get my revenge, I can figure out how to wake you up." A little later that night, back at Yang Shi's place, he was holding something in his hand, just staring at it super intensely. Then bam, he used his metal transformation power, telling the thing to turn into a ring. And just like that, a ring with an infinity symbol on it was sitting on his finger. Without even thinking, he pulled out a vial of blue liquid he called an ability potion. He looked down at the 2 things in his hand and mumbled, "There's no way I can let people find out what I can really do. I've got to use these 2 things to fool Liu Yuan." And then just like that, another mask appeared created by him. He decided to call it Tixie, and without a second thought, he slapped it on his face. The system voice immediately went, "Transform." And now he was decked out in a brand new set of armor. He decided to give it a name. This suit was going to be the Tixie Guard. Yang Shi checked out the chest plate and said, "The power's different from Dao K's. It's plasma CFC. I can use this to throw people off when I need to. So he decided this new identity was officially joining his team's lineup, part of the same secret crew as Dao K. Since I'm the one who made it all up, I'll just call the group verdict. I mean, the whole point was to pass judgment on the so-called heroes who fell from grace. Of course, for a group to be a thing, it needs cash. So he decided right then and there, for the group's funding, I'll just get young Master Lu to sponsor the whole thing. The next morning, over at some factory, a figure was walking up to some dude passed out in the middle of a path. A foot shoved Lu Yuan pretty hard to wake him up. "You get up." The poke made him let out this super annoyed groan. He cracked his eyes open, all ticked off, and yelled, "Do you have a death wish or something? Who do you think you are, waking up young Master Lu?" But when he saw it was Yang Shi, his face went ghost white, and his whole tune changed. "Boss Dao, K, my bad. I'm so sorry." I was still half asleep just now. Yang Shi wasn't buying his act and just said, "Glad you actually showed. Guess you decided to believe me after all." Then out of nowhere, the guy grabs his leg and starts crying, trying to suck up. "Boss Da, just give me a power and we can talk about anything Cash Girls influence, you name it." But Yang Shi had zero interest in any of that, so he shut him down. I couldn't care less about that stuff. After he said his piece, he just kinda kicked him aside, making the dude yelp. Then Yang Shi hit Lu Yuan with an order. "Want to get a power? It's super simple. Look into my eyes." The second he said that, boom, he used his hypnosis skill. Liu Yuan was instantly under his spell, his eyes totally glazed over and empty. Right away, he asked him, "Spill everything you know about the blue pill." In response, he got total silence. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "What's the deal, did it not work or something?" To double check, he ordered again, "Liu Yuan, smack yourself." The guy didn't move an inch, just sat there quietly. This whole scene was seriously weirding him out. Could it be that Liu Yuan already has a power and it's like C rank or higher? And that's why my control thing has zero effect on him. So Yang Shi immediately leveled up and used a stronger skill, mental assault. A second later, the skill hit and Liu Yuan was out cold, leaving him alone to figure things out. The last time I messed with him at the bar, he didn't even fight back. He really doesn't seem like a soup, but I'll check just in case. Just like that, he put his hand on the guy and activated his skill, Ability Analysis. All of a sudden, a blue gem popped up, making him yell, "Holy crap, it's for real!" At the same time, a system notification flashed an A-rank ability called Rebirth. It only works once after you die. Rebirth sends the user back one whole day. This power is kinda considered useless, because you know you have to die to even use it. Staring at the blue gem in his hand, he could barely believe it and was like, "This guy is actually an A-rank soup." Realizing that freaking out was pointless, he quickly absorbed it, not forgetting to shoot a silent "my bad" to Liu Yuan. This ability is a total game changer. "Liu Yuan, after I snag your ability, I'll totally treat you right." But instead, Yang Shi gave him a bright red ability gem back, putting the gem he got from the Beast Processing Center into his body. Then he commanded, "Wake up!" Instantly, the guy jolted awake and yelled, all dazed, "You jerk, give me a power weight. How did I fall asleep?" Wasting no time, he pulled out the ring he'd just made yesterday and asked, "You were wiped, so you passed out." "It's cool. Now see this ring." The guy just stared at him blankly and mumbled, "Uh-huh." He laid it all out for him. "This is an essence-absorbing ring made by the organization. You can use it to straight up steal the ability factor from a soup." His words made the guy's jaw hit the floor, and he was like, "You can do that? What happens after?" Just then, he pulled out a blue potion and continued, "The organization has these special methods to turn ability factors into potions, which means even normal people can get powers." After he finished, he tossed the potion to Liu Yuan. He caught it with both hands, but still asked, all worried, "Dude, this is insane. Bro, you're not messing with me, are you?" Keeping his cool, he just said softly, "Drink the potion and you'll find out if it's real or not." Kinda believing him, but also kinda not. He hesitated for a sec before deciding, "This isn't poison, is it? But if he wanted to hurt me, he would have done it by now. Whatever, I'll risk it." And just like that, he chugged the whole potion in one gulp. A moment later, the empty bottle fell and shattered. His eyes suddenly flashed red, and he started letting out these terrifying beast-like screams. Through it all, Yang Shi was just chilling, watching him writhe in pain. He let out a creepy little laugh and whispered, "You're about to find out how amazing having a power is." In agony, Liu Yuan started turning into a wolf. He screamed, "My whole body, it's burning up." Watching him, Yang Shi thought, "Actually, this has nothing to do with the potion. It's me controlling the ability bead inside him." A second later, his hair vanished, replaced by wolf ears and fur, and his hands morphed into sharp claws. In between these loud roars, he looked at himself all confused and was like, "Huh, what am I?" After watching the whole transformation finish, Yang Shi asked, "The bloodline transformation ability werewolf. How does it feel?" He looked over his new body wondering, is this a power? "My brother can turn into a demon dragon too. Between us, who's stronger, who's weaker?" He replied, not holding anything back. "Your brother is an A-rank soup? Your brother is an..." "You're only an E-rank." His blunt words made the guy cry out, "E-rank, there's like a 3-rank gap between A and E." Liu Yuan's totally crushed face just made him laugh and say, Hey, hold on. You just joined the organization. By the rules, we can only give you an F-rank potion." Hearing that, the guy looked like he was about to burst into tears. Seeing him like this, he sighed to himself, This Liu Yuan guy turned into a werewolf, so why is he acting like such a goofy husky? But to give him a little boost, he added, but it looks like fate brought us together. I switched it to an E-rank ability potion for you. After hearing Yang Shi, he started thinking, from the sounds of it, their group has abilities of every single rank. Even B rank. Does that mean one day I could be even stronger than my dad? At that thought, he suddenly dropped to his knees, hugged his leg, and shamelessly begged, Bro, Daddy, can you swap it for an A-rank potion for me? Hearing him say that, he was totally alarmed. Hey, don't just call me whatever. But even though he got told off, the guy shamelessly kept going. Fine, I'm calling you Godfather then. For real, no one's ever treated me this good. But obviously he was not vibing with that name and shot back. Yeah, Godfather is a no-go too. The org has its rules. You gotta grind and stack up some serious cred before you can cash it in for a potion. Hearing that, Liu Yuan finally chilled out and started asking about the organization. Aight, fine, Godfather. So what's the deal with our crew exactly? Yang Shi answered, flexing a little. Okay, listen up. We're called the Adjudicators, founded by some crazy powerful big boss. It's a total mystery where he even came up with this ranking system. But he said with his whole chest, under the boss, there are 12 Zodiac managers, and I'm one of them, the Rooster. After he said that, he got curious about something else like, yo, if a powerhouse like you, Godfather, is just a manager, then how OP is the actual boss? But he totally dodged the question and just said, don't even try to guess. The boss isn't someone who just shows up. He's super mysterious. At that point, Liu Yuan got serious about what really mattered. Godfather, how can I rack up cred fast? Yang Shi saw his opening and laid it all out. The org will hook you up with missions. And actually, there's one for you right now. Without skipping a beat, he dropped the mission details on Liu Yuan. Use your status as the rich kid of the Colon Economic Corporation to dig up intel on the blue pill. The name sounded kinda sus, so he asked the blue pill. What the heck is that? Yang Shi didn't hold back and told him straight up. It's basically a power-up drug. Our mission this time is to find the crew that's behind it. Just hearing that made his eyes totally light up with excitement as he yelled, Dude, something that boosts your powers. That's a legendary item. Seeing him getting ideas about it? Yang Shi smacked him and warned, don't even think about it. Some hero used it once and ended up accidentally wrecking a bunch of innocent people. That smack totally snapped him back to reality. At the same time, he asked curiously, which hero used this stuff? Who was it that went off the rails? Of course, Yang Shi had no reason to keep it a secret and just said, it was that A-rank hero from your own company. Hearing that, Liu Yuan went ballistic when he realized who it was and screamed, Lei Yang, that dude always pretends he's got it so rough, but he's secretly a washed-up junkie. Not wasting another second, he dangled a reward for the mission. Once you dig up some solid intel, we'll meet back here. When that happens, I'll hook you up with a legit ability potion. Hearing that, he was totally stoked and said with confidence, Bet. After that, he turned to leave, but then remembered something. Oh right, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. He hit him with one last instruction. The potion's boost only lasts for 1 week. The clock's ticking. You gotta wrap this mission up within 1 week. His words absolutely freaked him out. And he just screamed, a what? Meanwhile, Yang Shi was just strolling down Samet Street when he suddenly saw a sign on Men Street. It was a wanted poster from Qian Duo. And of course, the person she was looking for was him, but as his alias Doogie, rocking a black robe and a platinum mask. Below there was even a phone number to hit her up. He was so shocked reading it, he did a full-on spit take with his coffee all over the wall, which made the owner see it and totally lose it, yelling, Hey, you kid! He was fuming like, what do you think you're doing? Realizing he messed up, he got all awkward and said, My bad, boss. A second later, while reading the newspaper, he sighed and complained, I seriously can't believe Qiandu Duo would pull a stunt like this. While walking, he randomly spotted a familiar figure and mumbled, Huh, isn't that Qiandu Duo? What's going on with her? She looks like she's in deep. And that totally got him curious. So he decided to duck into a corner and check out the situation. In a dead-end alley, Qiandu Duo was cornered by a bunch of people, but she was still bold, asking them, All right, what do you guys want? One of them, who seemed to be in charge, got all arrogant and ordered, Hey kid, hand over the young master's blade set right now. Hearing that, she shot back defiantly, I have no clue what you're talking about. I don't have any blade on me. And not even a piece. These guys obviously weren't buying it and kept demanding the item. Stop playing dumb. You scammed our young master because you thought he was some naive kid. You traded a fake pearl for the demon blade Muramasa. Hand it over if you don't want to get messed up. Yang Shi, still hiding, heard all this and whispered to himself, the demon blade Muramasa. He was kinda confused, wondering, isn't that the legendary S-rank beast weapon? How in the world did Qianduo Duo get it? Meanwhile, after hearing what they said, she low-key realized the thing she'd scammed was a huge deal. Turns out that busted sword was actually the real thing. Since that was the case, she quickly pulled something out, hid it behind her back, and played totally innocent, saying, Young master, what young master, never heard of him. You've got the wrong person. Her shameless act left him speechless. This girl was a master manipulator. Just from her words, he knew this greedy kid had the sword, and she was never going to admit it. Just then, the only girl in the crew blocking the way gave the order, Enough talk, get her. As soon as she said it, the leader charged forward, unleashing his skill, army-style three-blade dance, and the others followed, jumping in with their own move, shadow-style shadow clone. Seeing this, Yang Shi was shocked to realize that both of them were all legacy users like C rank or higher. But Chanda? She wasn't even sweating. She whipped out her weapon and was like, "You really think you can mess with me?" She totally flexed her gear. Check it, B rank beast weapon, the Scythe of Temptation. Then without skipping a beat, she charged the other crew yelling, "Get these clowns out of my face!" One flick of her fan sent the whole squad flying. Their leader tried to stand his ground but got launched too, just sputtering, "What the?" After she totally owned them. Chianda saw her opening and bolted, laughing all smug. Finders keepers, losers weepers. The girl with the dark hair was so not happy with how this was going down. She instantly popped her A-rank ability Snow Maiden and went full-on Ice Queen. As Chiandata was dipping, she was like, why is it snowing all of a sudden? Meanwhile, Yang Shi, who was hiding in a corner, saw things getting wild and thought, okay, this is getting messy. Sensing major trouble, he suited up as Rooster Mask like right away. Back to the action. The Snow Maiden blasted an ice attack at Chiandata. But she wasn't done. She followed up with her Snowflake Dragon Fist skill. A crazy gust of ice shot right at Chianda. Seeing his friend was in deep, Yang Shi screamed, "Dada!" A crowd was already starting to form to watch the throwdown. This reporter with sick purple hair just popped up, mic in hand, looking totally freaked out and yelling, "Getting ready for a live shot. We've got a major power user brawl happening on Chongqing Street. Any heroes in the area, we need backup ASAP." Some little kid standing there was just staring at this super intense reporter, totally fascinated. Back in the fight, Chiandata got rocked by that last hit. She went spinning and screaming before hitting the deck, crying out, "Ow, that seriously hurts." Seeing her rival down for the count, Ling Nai strolled over and stared down at Chiandata on the pavement. With a totally frosty look, she said, "So, you gonna give back what's not yours or what?" Not scared at all. Chianda flashed two shiny little daggers and shot back. "All right, let me ask you something, Miss Perfect. Was the sword you lost made of gold or silver?" she asked, totally trolling her. Ling Nai's eyes narrowed, completely ticked off. She flash froze Chiandata's legs, making her scream, "Ah!" Ling Nai threatened her, "You better start talking straight or I'm shattering both your legs." But Chiandata struggled back up, holding her giant fan, and shot back defiantly. "Yeah, threats don't really work on me. I'd rather chuck what I won fair and square than hand it over to you." And just like that, she yeeted the sword right past Ling Nai, yelling to whoever was back there, "Yo, Rooster Mask, this busted sword is all yours. On the house." Yang Shi snagged it out of the air and was like, "Figured you knew I was here. Thanks, Dada." Then he pulled the sword from its sheath. And dude, it was totally wrecked. The blade was chipped all over. He yelled, "Holy cow, you couldn't even pay someone to take this thing." Chiandata just put her hands on her hips and told him, "Exactly. That's why I didn't think they'd hunt me down for this piece of trash." Super annoyed that Yang Shi showed up, Ling Nai screamed, "She's got backup. Get them both." On her command, a bunch of ninjas in all black gear swarmed Yang Shi, each one holding a massive shuriken. One of them rushed him all hyped up, yelling, "You're going down, punk, eat this." Yang Shi felt this weird vibe surging through him and thought, "Whoa, this sword, it's sucking up my spirit energy." He said, totally shocked, "My body's moving by itself." White smoke started puffing up all around him. Then bam, a ninja got sliced clean in two, totally shocked before he even hit the ground. One of his freaked out buddies screamed, "We're so dead!" taking turns. They rushed him. Another ninja with a crazy sharp sword came at Yang Shi, screaming, "Die!" Yang Shi jumped into the air, that busted sword in his hand, ready to throw down. He was just floating there. And when he swung the sword, this insane purple beam shot out, turning the whole snowy sky violet. Ling Nai looked up, her eyes wide with shock as she totally recognized that purple glow. The demon blade Muramasa. The ninja who got hit just screamed in total despair, "Master, help me." Then this little glowing yellow orb just appeared in Yang Shi's hand. And a system voice went, "Skill acquired." The notification popped up. Ability rank X rank. Name Sun Moon Three-Blade Dance. Description: a three-blade dance that can unleash the sword's true power when you hit an enemy. Rated X rank. It's one of those moves where you hold a sword in your mouth, but honestly it doesn't look all that cool. Yang Shi's body was giving out. He choked out, "This is so bad. The sword sucked up way too much of my spirit energy. I can't keep this up." As he yelled, Ling Nai was just standing there behind him, watching his every move. Yang Shi's mind was racing and he mumbled, "I'm toast. Guess I've got to use my rebirth skill today." All of a sudden, this weird bright green light showed up. Everyone who saw it was just frozen. "Like, what is that?" someone screamed. "Is that—" Then tiny ice crystals started floating everywhere. Yang Shi figured the green light had to be the Wailing Wall. Chiandata looked like she knew what was up and shrieked, "Oh no, the Wandering Swordsman!" Across the way, Ling Nai was just as shocked and whipped her head around, whispering, "What?" It was Mong, decked out in a full set of black battle armor. Was like, "You Sakura guys can run things in District 6, but you got a lot of nerve showing up in District 1 to start stuff." Behind him, this wandering swordsman was just chilling against a wall, arms crossed with his sword, not saying a word. Ling Nai shot back, all serious, "We're just here to get our stuff back. You're the ones blowing this way out of proportion." Chiandata totally lost it when she heard that lie. She pointed right at Ling Nai, ready to set things straight. "That is a total lie. Your master traded me that sword. It belongs to me now." Ling Nai's mind was racing. "Two more A-rank users, crap, there's no way I can win this. And I still have to protect the treasure. She just stood there staring blankly, which totally weirded Tianda out, who was like, Then bam, razor-sharp ice shards shot at Tianda from everywhere. Ling Nai just turned and calmly tried to cut a deal with Maong. You took out my crew, but if you give back what's mine, I'll let this girl walk and get out of Liu Kang City for good. Maong thought that was hilarious. He just busted out laughing and shot back. Whoever said you were leaving Liu Kang City? He smirked, adding, You think you can just waltz into District 1 and leave whenever you feel like it? The threat in his voice was crystal clear. Hearing that, Ling Nai went dead silent, totally speechless. Then Maong glanced over at the wandering swordsman and said, You handle the girl. I'm gonna go see what this rooster mask dude is all about. The swordsman gave him a subtle warning. Hey, the company wants to recruit him, so maybe don't break him. Maong just charged straight for Yang Shi, yelling back, Don't worry about it. This is just a little payback for my little bro. Maong balled up his fist and slammed it right into that busted-up old sword in Yang's hand. The impact sent Yang Shi flying backward with just a pained grunt. From behind, Tianda saw him get wrecked and screamed out, totally panicked, Rooster mask! Meanwhile, Ma Long just scoffed like, For real, is that the best you can do? That's when Ling Nai made her move. She pointed 2 fingers to the sky and said, Fine, then you can just disappear too. She let out a piercing shriek, Absolute zero! And in a flash, a storm of ice shards flew straight at Maong. Even Tiandata was completely shook watching it happen. Her jaw just dropped. The wandering swordsman instantly jumped in to stop it. Sword intent gale! He lifted his sword and it started glowing green as he sliced right through the crazy storm of ice Ling Nai unleashed. She just stared stunned as the blade whipped right by her face. Like a hair closer, and it would have totally wrecked her face, but plot twist, the sword just phased right through the ice shards. The wandering swordsman looked kinda let down. He frowned, muttering, Damn, I missed. Tianda yelled out, totally shocked, No way, didn't she just shatter? Everyone seriously thought that last hit from the swordsman had finished her. The swordsman checked the area and explained, Nah, she bolted, but she's still close. Then it hit someone and they asked, all confused, Wait a sec, where'd the chicken guy go? While they were all talking about the ice girl, Duong Hai was tucked away in a corner, totally lost in thought. This stupid blade just sucked all my energy. How am I supposed to get out of this mess? Then it hit him. Hold up. If this is a beast weapon, doesn't that mean I can analyze its power? The system panel lit up with the words analyze ability. This weird smoke started swirling around the blade Duong Hai was holding. Then the system pinged. Acquired 2,500 units of dark energy. These cube-shaped blocks just popped into existence under the sword. The black cubes went flying everywhere. Duong Hai slumped against the wall, hand on his knee, and mumbled, Whoa, I didn't even scan an ability core and I still got this many dark energy cubes. I guess this blade must have been made from some S-rank beast. The cubes were all over the floor around him. He thought for a second, then said his problem out loud. So which ability should I level up to actually stand a chance against Ma Long? Just as he said it, a blue gem appeared in his hand. The system panel flashed rankless ability named Metal Transformation. Duong Hai used the gem to suck up all the dark energy cubes. With no better ideas, he was like, All right, guess we're giving this a shot. Once it absorbed all the cubes, the gem glowed a deep azure blue. The system immediately registered the change and announced, A-rank ability named Metal Control. Summary: control all metal within a 1,000-meter radius. The max controllable weight is 1,000 tons. Evaluation: You're basically Iron Man now. The gem in Duong Hai's hand started pulsing with these crazy azure blue light rays. At the same time, the ice girl felt a weird power spike and whipped her head around to look, thinking, what's that over there? A plane flew overhead. Duong Hai looked up and said, I can feel it. All of it. The metal in the concrete in the cars, the planes, the buildings. Still wearing his rooster mask, he clenched his fist and said with total confidence, Finally. Now I can actually fight back. And just like that, a blast of ice shards shot at him from behind. Duong Hai didn't even bother to turn around. He just lifted a hand and it started glowing orange. The light pulled together, forming a 4-pointed shuriken that just obliterated the ice blast. The ice girl got blasted off her feet, letting out a sharp scream of pain. Ah! She looked absolutely furious and screamed, You bastard! The giant shuriken Duong Hai made started to spin like crazy, totally wrecking everything in its path. The spirit wraith was just frozen, freaking out like, No way, how is this even happening? The dart started morphing in totally wild ways. It zipped toward the spirit wraith, and bam, turned into these chains that wrapped her up super tight. She shrieked, You jerk, let me go! Deng Hai just watched and said calmly, Yo, chill out. I'll try to go easy on you since you're a girl and all. Then Duong Hai just held out his hand. The spirit wraith was all confused, thinking, what's he trying to pull? An ability core just appeared, shooting out this weird energy that made her cry out. The ability core was glowing with this bright light surrounded by blue rays. The system pinged, identifying it as an A-rank ability called Snow Maiden. The lowdown: you can summon the Snow Maiden Shikigami to help you fight, or you can choose to fuse with her. The verdict: a personal air conditioner for the summer. Seeing this, Duong Hai was like, I thought it was an elemental type, but it's a summoning one, dude. This is literally every guy's dream. Once she was taken down, the spirit wraith turned back to her normal form with long black hair and a white uniform, and she just collapsed against Duong Hai. Just then, Ma Long and the wandering swordsman roll up swords out and see the whole scene. Ma Long was like, "Yo, did you just pick up a random girl?" The swordsman next to him just thought, his whole vibe is different from before. Duan Hai gently put the unconscious spirit wraith on the ground and said casually, "She's not just some random person. She's the snow maiden, but I already took care of her." Mong was totally shocked, thinking, is he for real? How could a total non-fighter like you beat the snow maiden? While the wandering swordsman stood there frowning and thinking, Duan Hai shot back all cocky, "If you don't believe me, let's go. So which one of you is first?" Then he added, "Or why don't you both come at me at once?" He was totally calling out both Ma Long and the wandering swordsman. Seeing this intense challenge about to go down between Duan Hai and the duo reporters, started blasting the breaking news on the big screens. Did we just hear that right? His opponents are two A-rank heroes. Online the chat was blowing up. My boy Ma Long could take him with one hand. IDK, he doesn't look like he's just bluffing? Someone commented, "Okay, I'm officially a fan of the guy in black." While another posted, "He's so epic." The reporter on the scene was yelling into her mic, "Are we about to see a legendary 1 versus 2 battle?" In the middle of all the hype, Maong said, "Even if the crowd is trying to start something, I'm not teaming up with the swordsman to fight you. Doing that would just ruin the image of an A-rank hero." Duan Hai replied, sounding a little bummed. "Well, that's kind of a letdown. A 1 versus 2 fight would have been awesome." Mong turned to the wandering swordsman. "To beat an opponent, you gotta figure him out first." The wandering swordsman replied, "We're on the same page there." He watched Duan Hai like a hawk, his eyes finally locking onto his hand. He analyzed, "That ring on his hand is sus. The secret to his power might be tied to it. I gotta be careful." The wandering swordsman lifted his blade and gave it a spin, whipping up the air. Then told Maong calmly, "Don't sweat it. I need to see for myself how he handled the snow maiden." He then faced Duan Hai and declared totally fearless, "Maong will only step in if you can beat me." Duan Hai just waved his hand, not saying a word. The wandering swordsman rushed at Duan Hai, who casually lifted a hand to block. The two of them clashed like fire and ice, Duan Hai bringing the heat, the wandering swordsman bringing the chill. Duan Hai kept waving his hand with force, a move that made the wandering swordsman literally gasp. He jumped way up in the air, his hands reaching out like he was about to touch the swordsman's blade. The wandering swordsman was watching, still completely clueless about what was happening to his sword. All of a sudden, Duan Hai's power morphed into a solid rope that wrapped around the blade. The wandering swordsman gripped his sword and yelled, "Trying to control my sword, dream on, buddy." Duan Hai made a huge gesture which made his opponent scream in pain. He then suddenly dropped to one knee and slammed his hand on the ground. Duan Hai threw up a see-through orange wall between them. In his head he was running the numbers. "That sword is made of beast stuff, so it doesn't count as metal I can control. He's got no other metal on him either. In a straight-up fight, I'm toast. What do I do?" He was still trying to figure it out. "I have to level up another A-rank ability, otherwise it'll be tough to beat the swordsman quickly, especially with Maong watching my every move." Right now he had 2 ability cores. One was the A-rank Azure Blue core from the Snow Maiden, and the other was a purple E-rank core for puppet control. Duan Hai clenched the Azure Blue core in his fist. His other hand opened, and the purple core started sucking in this crazy energy. The system announced, A-rank ability puppet control. Basically, you can use illusion tricks to mess with A-rank targets, and you can totally brainwash B-rank and lower targets, making them loyal to you for 10 years. Also, your soul can pilot a puppet's body for 2 hours, a day with a max of 3 puppets. The review, an extremely sketchy skill. Duan Hai tossed the core in his hand, making a promise to himself, "I'm not going to use this for any shady business." Duan Hai was just standing there, totally zoned out, so the wandering swordsman got annoyed and yelled, "Yo, what's the holdup? Are we doing this or what?" He stepped out from behind the wall super calm and was like, "Easy there." Suddenly, the glasses Duan Hai was wearing shot out this weird energy wave. The wandering swordsman felt his head spin and everything got blurry. This gorgeous woman just appeared in front of him and said softly, "A king, are you really gonna hurt your big sister?" The wandering swordsman's eyes totally welled up as he whispered, "Sis?" Her delicate hands reached for his face, but then the wandering swordsman totally snapped out of it, realizing it was just a mind trick. He got so mad he just raised his sword and brought it crashing down. The blade in Duan Hai's hand exploded into 3 pieces. The wandering swordsman was sweating buckets trying to catch his breath. A psychic type, a psychic. So you really do have 2 different powers. Not backing down, Duan Hai whipped out his own sword and shot back. "A little late to the party. I really didn't want to have to push the great wandering swordsman. And give me an opening like that." The wandering swordsman blocked the attack in a flash, snapping back, "What the heck do you know?" That move from Yang Shi seriously messed with the guy's head. He dropped to his knees, his face all twisted in pain, and said, "That was my older sister. She passed away. I can't fight anymore." The crowd was totally not cool with the wandering swordsman just giving up. They started going wild, yelling, "Get up, swordsman, it's over, he lost." "I don't even know if Mong can beat this guy," someone said, totally bummed. "Dude, he actually beat the wandering swordsman. If that was me, I'd be toast." A reporter saw the whole thing and started giving his play-by-play. "The wandering swordsman is actually down for the count. Did the masked man just use a psychic attack?" He kept on analyzing the situation. "The swordsman was being so careful the whole time. But look, his hands are shaking like crazy now. I think this fight is pretty much decided. Duo was watching from the sidelines, totally glued to the fight. When she saw her brother's opponent go down, she screamed, "That was an awesome move, Yangshi. I was so scared you were gonna lose to that swordsman guy. If you died, who'd pay me back my 10,000? Yangshi was like, "What the heck?" and thought, "Who is out there jinxing me right now?" And right on cue, Mong finally showed up. He walked up to the wandering swordsman and said, "You did good. You really pushed him. I'll take it from here." The swordsman gave him a serious warning. "Whatever you do, don't look him in the eyes. If his power hits you, you'll see the person who means the most to you." Mong, decked out in this insane black battle armor, stepped up to face Yangshi. Yangshi just grinned at him. Well, look who finally decided to show up, Mong. Mong's stare was super intense, his eyes practically glowing. He said, "I have a feeling this is going to be an interesting fight. Let's make a bet on it." Yangshi was totally casual, like, "Oh, what are we betting?" Mong pointed right at Yangshi and said, "You lose, you tell me the secret of that ring." "Deal." Yangshi flashed the hand with the ring and grinned. "Sure, if you think you can take it from me." He already had a plan cooking in his head. He thought, "Good, Mong's not an idiot. The whole point of all this was to get everyone looking at my essence-absorbing ring. This is all going according to plan." As soon as he thought that, Mong bent his knee and just launched himself at Yangshi. "Whoa, he's fast," Yangshi thought. "Even faster than the swordsman." But Maong's knee missed completely. Yangshi had already jumped out of the way. Maong didn't even pause. He just kept switching up his attacks, aiming an elbow right at Yangshi's back. Yangshi felt it coming and launched himself high into the air to dodge. The fight was getting seriously intense. The reporter was going nuts, yelling into his mic. "What is this? The masked man, the one who controls metal, is actually keeping up with Maong's speed." Over on the side, Duo was totally shocked, biting her nails as she watched everything unfold. Back in the fight, Maong just stood there watching the explosion right in front of him. He smirked, totally unfazed, and said, "2 powers, is that seriously all you got?" Then, after taking a direct hit from Maong, Yangshi went flying backward into a huge cloud of smoke. That one brutal hit from Maong sent him crashing to his knees, coughing like crazy. His whole body was shaking in pain, and every cough felt like it was tearing him apart from the inside. Right then, Yangshi stared hard at Maong, totally sizing him up. "Okay, so this guy is crazy fast. His hits are powerful. He's got full body armor, so he's tough to hurt, and he can breathe fire. This is just ridiculous," he thought, like it made no sense at all. Meanwhile, Maong saw that Yangshi was still standing after all that and was actually kind of impressed. "Not bad," Maong said. "You're tougher than you look." But Yangshi didn't give him a second to recover. He threw his hand out and started using his illusion power. The attack totally caught Maong off guard. It made him yell out, "What?" In that split second, an image flashed in Maong's head, his little brother being choked with one hand, his eyes begging Maong to save him. "Bro, it hurts so bad. Help me." Then Maong grabbed his head and screamed, "You creep! How dare you look like my cute little bro? That's so messed up." He was not having it. A huge wave of demonic energy just exploded from his body. Then Maong got low to the ground and scrambled right for Yangshi, ready to morph again. Seeing Maong totally lose it like that, Yangshi was surprised and muttered, "Oh crud!" Even with the illusion gone, it still seriously ticked him off. Outside the ring, the announcers were freaking out into their mics. "I can't believe we're seeing Maong transform 2 times today. You gotta give props to the masked guy for pushing his buttons this time." Back in the arena, Maong launched himself into the air like a rocket, heading straight for Yangshi. Seeing this, Yangshi slammed his hand on the ground, making a wall of sharp metal spikes pop up to defend himself. Maong instantly turned into a giant drill in midair, aimed right at Yangshi. At the same time, he sneered, "You really think you can stop me with a few pointy metal things?" Hearing that trash talk, Yangshi wasn't about to back down and shot back, "A drill, huh? If you've got the nerve, then bring it on." After his taunt, he jumped on a flying carpet to get higher, dodging Maong's attack. He reacted in a flash, steering the drill to chase right after Yangshi and said, "You think you can get away just by flying up?" Seeing Maong catching up, Yangshi unleashed a storm of metal chains, yelling, "Get lost!" In an instant, Maong's whole body was wrapped up tight in Yangshi's metal chains. But even tied up, he didn't look scared at all. Instead, he got this dangerous look and smirked at Yangshi. "Did you totally forget about my black flames?" As soon as he said that, Maong's entire body erupted in a massive purple flame in midair, melting the chains that held him. Outside, the crowd watching was totally on edge. The host kept the commentary going. "Whoa, Maong's black flames just torched that metal. It looks like the metal won't hold up for much longer." The host barely finished his sentence when the girl next to him whacked him on the head and yelled, "My boy Yang isn't just strong, his tactics are genius. He would never pull such a lame move." The host, after getting hit, cried out, "Ow!" Back to the fight. Maong had totally thought his black flames would destroy the metal, no problem. But plot twist, after a moment, nothing happened. Seeing this, he was shook. What, it's not burning through, right then. Seeing he had Maong unlock, Yangshi started cooking up a plan. "Okay, this hard shell is fire resistant, but it can probably only take 1 hit like that. But for right now," Yangshi was doing some quick math in his head. Then a car parked down below suddenly started to float up into the air, like something was pulling it. After that, all kinds of stuff big and small got yanked up into the sky one by one. Mong, watching the whole scene, couldn't help but stammer, totally freaked. What is this? A second later, a giant boulder was just hovering right over his head. At the same time, Mong's shocked voice yelled out, "A master of metal control!" Then Yang-shi lifted his hand and gave the order, "Fall! Fist of Mount Tai!" As soon as he said it, the giant boulder plummeted down toward where Mong was trapped. At that point, the people watching were freaking out too, and started scattering, "Run, get out of here!" Only Maong was frozen in place, just watching helplessly as the boulder came down on him, thinking, "Crap, is this it? Am I gonna die?" Then the boulder slammed down with a huge boom, sending dirt, rocks, and dust flying everywhere. The impact was so intense, everyone nearby had to cover their faces from the thick dust, coughing their lungs out. The announcer updated the situation. "The dust is starting to settle. Let's see if Maong, who was right at ground zero, is even still alive." Seeing this, the crowd started guessing. "He's gotta be toast, right? There's no way he survived that." "Hey, isn't that the super cute Yande?" Yande had just flown over, and seeing the disaster zone, her eyes filled with tears. Asterisk, sniffle, asterisk. "Brother Maong, where are you?" Just as she was about to fly into the mess to check on Maong, a voice from behind stopped her. "Yande, stay back." Hearing that, Yande whipped her head around and shouted, "Senior Mecha War God." At that moment, way up high, the Mecha War God didn't answer Yande. He just stood there looking all intimidating on a tall building. A second later, his eyes shot out two beams of blue light at the boulder. Under his attack, the giant rock immediately started to move. Seeing this, everyone finally noticed him and started cheering, "Look, it's the Mecha War God, the A-class hero we're saved." The boulder was now split in two. Inside, you could see the wandering swordsman kneeling with one hand on his sword while an unconscious Maong lay beside him. He looked up at the Mecha War God and said, sounding super guilty, "I had to use the Wailing Wall to protect us. I'm sorry. I've brought shame to the company." Hearing this, the Mecha War God just looked at him calmly and said, "It's a good thing you're not dead." At this point, Yande was standing nearby, staring at Maong, and finally spoke up all hesitant. You good, need a hand?" Hearing her, the wandering swordsman glanced at Maong's knocked-out, busted-up body and said, "Looked like he was giving you trouble." A couple of hours later, after that whole mess, Deng Hai finally dragged himself back to his place. In his hand, he was clutching a can of medical spray for his wounds. Deng Hai slumped onto the couch, holding the pain relief spray in one hand, while lifting his shirt with the other, hissing in pain. "Ow, crap, that stings! That Maong dude really packs a punch!" A second later, Deng Hai set the can down and started thinking out loud on the sofa. "My run-ins with the Snow Woman and Maong were totally unexpected. My main goal is still to stay focused on this drug case. There are two major players right now. One is the hero Bang Shuyan, and he's been assigned to Liu Yuan's case." Right then, an image of the hero Bang Su Yen popped into Deng Hai's head. Next, the S-class hero Sour and Spicy Powder came to mind. Or maybe I should go after the S-class hero Sour and Spicy Powder. By total coincidence, he has a fan meet and greet nearby pretty soon. I should probably go check that out. Then Deng Hai looked at the couple of pain relief cans on the table with a serious face and muttered, "Things are only going to get more dangerous. I can't keep living with other people and risk dragging them into my mess." Just as Deng Hai was deep in thought about what to do, Lin Na's voice came from behind him. "Ugh, finally home," which made him jump out of his skin. "Geez, right after..." Lin Na looked at him and asked, "Deng Hai, it reeks of medicine in here. What are you even doing out in the living room?" Hearing her, Deng Hai tried to play it cool, forcing a smile and replying, "It's nothing. I just slammed into the corner of the table, just spraying a little something on it." Hearing his super lame excuse, Lin Na gave Deng Hai a totally skeptical look, seeing that she clearly wasn't buying it. Deng Hai quickly changed the subject. "Oh hey, it's good you're all back. I actually wanted to tell you guys something. I'm gonna be moving out soon." Hearing Deng Hai's announcement, all three of them were completely stunned. Lin Na immediately shot back, "What, you're moving out?" Deng Hai put his hands on his knees and calmly explained, "It's just not really working out for a guy like me to live with you all. I couldn't afford it before, but I just got a promotion and a raise, so I decided to get my own place." Hearing his explanation, Zhao I quickly pointed at Lin Na and asked, "Wait, but what about Nana?" Deng Hai ran a hand through his hair, hiding his face as he shot back at Zhao 1. "What do you mean, what about Nana? There's nothing going on between us." After he said that, Lin Na just stayed quiet and walked to her room without a word. When Zhao I heard that, she stopped trying to argue and just said, "If that's how it is, then we won't stop you. We all have each other's numbers anyway. We can still hang out when we're free." To that, Deng Hai just agreed. He threw a guilty look toward Lin Na's room and said, "Right, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight like a farewell thing." Suddenly, a loud thud from Lin Na's room made the other three jump. Seeing this, Deng Hai broke out in a cold sweat, thinking with his eyes squeezed shut, "Oh crap, did I say something wrong?" Sensing how tense things got, Deng Hai spoke up, If we're gonna do dinner, it's probably better to wait till everyone's around." Hearing him act like nothing just happened, an angry Xiao I pointed right in his face and yelled, "Nana is so awesome and she's so good to you. How is she not good enough for you? And you treat her like this. You're such a scumbag." Hearing her go off on him, he was totally speechless, feeling like a complete jerk. After sticking up for Lin Na Xiao, I and Ding Len shot him one last glare and went to their room. We're just gonna go to bed. We'll do dinner tonight. After you go fix things with Nana. Seeing his 3 roommates had all bailed, Deng Hai muttered to himself, it's a lie that I don't have feelings for Lin Na, but I can't drag an innocent person into all this danger. A second later, he walked over to Lin Na's door and raised his hand to knock. Before he even could, Lin Na's voice came from inside. The door's unlocked. You can just come in. Hearing her, Deng Hai pushed the door open and saw Lin Na lying on her stomach on the bed, propped up on her elbows and looking completely heartbroken. Seeing she wasn't even looking at him, Deng Hai said softly, I'm sorry. Hearing his apology, Lin Na couldn't hold back her anger anymore and snapped, what are you sorry for? It's not like there's anything between us, right? Seeing her reaction, he quickly tried to explain, you know that's not what I meant. As soon as she heard him, Lin Na got even more pissed, turning her tear-streaked face to him to confront him. You look down on me because of my background, don't you? Hearing her say that, he quickly replied, how could you even think that it's a misunderstanding? At this, Lin Na, with fresh tears welling in her eyes, asked, then why don't you like me? Is it because I'm ugly? Seeing her losing it, Deng Hai walked over and put his hands on her shoulders to try and calm her down, and said, that's not it. Please just calm down a little, Lin Na. Can't we just be good friends? Hearing this, Lin Na replied, all worked up, friends. Then ask your own heart. Do you really not like me even a tiny bit? Deng Hai looked at the girl in front of him and thought to himself, Lin Na's feelings for me? They're mostly coming from a place of needing to feel safe. It was like after getting totally cut off from her family, she was just looking for someone else to connect with. Then that image of her dancing at that sketchy club just popped into his head. On top of that, I've been totally ghosting her on a real answer. So of course she's gonna assume the worst, thinking her whole backstory is gonna make people look down on her. Looking at Lin Na, who was trying so hard not to cry, he thought, she's so fragile, like one kind word could make her shatter. How could I ever be the one to break her? Going with that thought, Duang Hai looked right into Lin Nai's eyes, about to finally tell her how he really felt. The truth is But right then she turned away and said in a totally defeated voice, and maybe you're right. Lin Nai cut him off with a sigh. Then she met his eyes and kept going. It was my fault for getting ahead of myself, for thinking that after that one hug, it meant we were a thing. Hearing this, Duang Hai whispered her name, Lin Nai. She lifted her chin, looking determined, and said, but even if it's a no for now, I don't want you to just be some stranger. For now, can you be my trial run boyfriend? Seeing the fire in her eyes, Duang Hai let out a soft sigh and said, all right, deal. Time jumped forward. In a huge, super bright mansion, the so-called hero Bang Shu Yen was sprawled on a sofa with a drink, yelling, come on, let's keep this party going. Outside, Lu Yuan was secretly watching him, thinking, seriously. If it wasn't for this mission from Genus, there's no way I would have dropped all this cash to let him party like this. He waited until the hero, Bang Shu Yan, was totally passed out. Then Liu Yuan snuck over and started going through all his pockets, his phone communicator and wallet. Right away, Liu Yuan pulled out a small shiny box from Bang Shu Yan's pocket and was like, whoa, what's this? Just then, Bang Shu Yan started waking up and mumbled, Liu Yuan, what are you doing? This freaked him out so bad that he started sweating bullets. Liu Yuan immediately tried to play it cool, turning around with a cigarette he'd found somewhere, and quickly cooked up a lie. Oh hey, Brother Lee. I was just looking for a light. I have no idea where mine went. The hero Bang Shu Yan totally bought it, tossed him the lighter and asked, here. So where'd all the girls go? I don't see any of them. At this, Liu Yuan got a sly grin on his face and said, the girls are just getting ready. Whichever one you're feeling tonight, Brother Lee, I'll make sure she gives you her full attention. Hearing this, he replied with a smirk, that one, the one with the necklace. A few hours later, deep into the night, after Liu Yuan set up Bang Shu Yan's entertainment, you could hear sounds of giggling and playing coming from the room. Hee hee ha ha, don't touch me there. But while he was distracted, Liu Yuan ducked outside and started digging through the stuff he'd swiped from him, muttering while he searched, where is that thing? After a minute, Liu Yuan finally found the box from before and said, yes, got it. He then took one little piece out of the box, held it close to his eye to check it out and said, this is like candy. It doesn't smell like bubblegum or something. It's weird but kind of fragrant. Then he held the green box and kept going. The smell alone makes you want to eat it. Suddenly it clicked and he yelled, wait, this isn't right. Inside this is... Just then, the piece in his hand cracked a little, revealing something blue inside, making Liu Yuan gasp in shock. A blue pill! At that exact moment, a terrified scream ripped through the air from inside the room, which totally startled Liu Yuan and left him standing there confused. Spooked by the noise, Liu Yuan whipped his head around to look. When nothing else happened, he calmed down, thinking, man, that gave me a heart attack. Is Lee Shanyang really that wild? After a second, he turned back, quickly snatched one pill from the box, and carefully slipped it into his pocket, thinking, I'll just swipe one. Better hide it fast. After he stashed it, he went back to the room, knocked on the door, and asked with fake concern, Brother Lee, you two okay in there? Instantly, the door was flung open by Lee Shanyang, who was a complete mess. He glared at Liu Yuan with a super ticked-off expression which made him jump back. But Liu Yuan, still curious, peeked his head in to see what was going on and saw the girl just lying on the floor. At that sight, he got so nervous he broke into a cold sweat again and looked over at Lee Shanyang and stammered, "Dude, is that girl dead?" In response, he just casually went back to put on his jacket and replied coolly, "She's dead," seeing his totally chill attitude. Getting dressed like it was nothing, Liu Yuan quickly jumped in. "Whoa, okay, no problem, Brother Lee. You head out. I'll have some guys from the company come and handle this." Hearing that, he just grunted, put on his coat, and turned to bail. As Lee Shanyang left, Liu Yuan waved him off with a big fake smile and said, "Take it easy, Brother Lee." He watched until he was completely gone. Then Liu Yuan finally let out a huge sigh of relief and slumped to the floor. Phew, that scared the crap out of me. If I had looked weak for even a second, I'd be a dead man right now. Meanwhile, down in the parking garage, a raging Lee Shanyang was holding the pill box, which he then furiously threw. His throw sent the little pills scattering everywhere. And his voice totally boomed, "Son of a!" His face went full-on rage mode, veins popping and everything as he growled, "Seriously, how many times is this gonna happen? Ever since I took this pill, I have like zero control over my own strength." Liang Duang gritted his teeth, just staring at his shaky hands. It took him a sec to realize he needed to chill, and he mumbled to himself, "Whoa, I gotta get a grip." Right after he glanced over at the pills he'd chucked to the side, all of a sudden he noticed one was gone. He started patting himself down like, how is one missing? But he gave up pretty quick, sighing, "Man, forget it. The next drop is in just a few days anyway. One pill more or less, who cares?" And with that, he stomped on the gas and bolted. A couple hours later, Duang Hai and Pham Bang were on their way back when the moving topic popped up again. "Bro, are you nuts? What normal guy would ever bail on a place like that?" But Duang Hai just gave him a side eye and said flatly, "That's a total fantasy. You have any clue how much of a hassle it is living with a ton of girls?" Hearing that, Pham Bang totally protested with this sketchy grin. "That hassle is what makes it heaven, my dude." Duang Hai immediately whipped his head around and gave him a major look. "Dude, you can be a real perv sometimes." In response, Pham Bang just hummed a little and was all like, "Yep." A little later, they finally pulled up to Duan Hai's new place. Seeing the seriously swanky building in front of him, Pham Bang's jaw dropped. "Whoa, Comrade Duang, where did you score the cash to rent a place this sweet?" Duang Hai just played it cool. "It's a gift from my super loyal son." Hearing that, Pham Bang was not buying it for a second and clapped back as he watched Duang Hai haul his stuff. "Yeah, right. Where'd you even get a son? You must have won the lottery. You're 100% treating me to dinner tonight." Seeing he still didn't believe him, Duang Hai just dropped one last line as he carried his stuff into the new house. "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you the truth." That night after they ate, Duang Hai crashed onto the super soft comfy bed and was like, "Ugh, I'm so stuffed. I'm finally living solo now. It's so peaceful and quiet." With that, he sat up, leaned back against the headboard and said, "Come to think of it, since that whole throwdown with Malong, I still haven't used my snow maiden summoning power." He then opened his hand, staring at the energy core, and kept going. "Even though I used some of it for that analysis to upgrade my puppet control, the energy left is only enough for a CE rank ability. Let's see what this one's all about." As soon as he finished talking, Duan Hai stuck his hand out to summon her. "Come on out, Snow Maiden." Right away, this massive golden portal opened up. Then this girl with super sharp claws, blue hair, and gorgeous sparkling eyes appeared. The second he saw the Snow Maiden's form, Duang Hai was completely stunned and stammered out, "Wait a minute." Then he yelled, "Why is Master?" In Duan Hai's room, the air suddenly got so frosty the windows started icing up. The vibe was so ice cold it made him feel like he was trapped in a frozen palace, cowering in fear. He was completely frozen. Seeing him shivering like crazy, the little Snow Maiden hurried over and asked with a worried voice, "Master, are you okay?" But Duan Hai immediately shot her down, backing away with his hand up to stop her. "Wait, don't get any closer." Seeing how freaked out he was, the Snow Maiden gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Master. Little Shu would never hurt you. The temperature is just a little bit cold, that's all." But his entire body felt like it was about to freeze solid. He said, "Little Shu, this is what you call a little bit, oh right." Like he just remembered something, he sat up straight, lifted his hand and summoned his Raging Flame Fist ability. Instantly, a small flame appeared in his palm, warming him up. Seeing this, a super curious little Shu wanted a closer look and asked him, "Fire Master, can little Shu come a little closer?" With that, she scooted in, holding her hands out to the flame to warm them up. Her whole vibe made him ask curiously, "Aren't you afraid of fire?" Hearing this, little Shu answered all excited, Little Shu loves warm things." She was so hyped that she kept her hands near his Raging Flame Fist, happily squealing, "It's so warm, Master, you're awesome." Seeing her so happy, all he could think was, "Man, it's a good thing." The Snow Maiden's cold aura is just a passive ability. Otherwise, even my C-rank Raging Flame Fist wouldn't stand a chance against this chill. The more she warmed up, the sleepier little Shu got. "Master's body is warm too." Then she just snuggled up against Duan Hai's lap and conked out, which totally caught him off guard. This little rascal." He saw that even while she was sleeping, she was smiling and calling out for her master. So he just figured whatever. "Since you're so cute, I'll let it go." Then he grabbed the blanket, pulled it up, and wrapped it around himself and little Shu with a totally pained look on his face. "Just this once, okay? There won't be a next time." Then he sneezed. A couple of hours passed. The next morning, sunlight was hitting the skyscrapers. At the Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman fan, signing a giant crowd of fans was already there. Everyone was screaming their heads off. Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman, I love you, a Sour and Spicy Noodle. Hiding in the crowd was Dong Hai rocking a cringy Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman crown and holding a sign that said, I love you the most. With a wicked grin, he thought, today, I'm gonna play the part of his biggest fan to get close to Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman. But before he could get too cocky, someone in the crowd totally stomped on his foot, making him yelp. You're on my foot and hey, not the hair. Just then, the MC's voice blasted from the stage. Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman is ready, but I gotta know, are you all ready? Firing back at the MC, the whole crowd roared in unison. We're ready! Hearing that the MC got the crowd even more hyped, can I get a little more noise from you guys? At that, everyone down below threw their hands up and screamed their heads off. Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman, I love you, Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman, I love you, Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman, I love you. And boom, confetti cannons just exploded in a blast of color. Then the super cool silhouette of Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman appeared, dropping his iconic catchphrase, everyone is safe now, as the crowd below was totally glued to him, watching him kneel on stage and continue. All danger has been crushed right here in my fist. The second he shot up and threw his fist to the sky, the crowd below went absolutely nuts, screaming, down where Dong Hai was. Some super hyped fan next to him started shoving, making him grumble, hey dude, don't push. But then a wave from the crowd slammed into him from behind, sending him stumbling forward, right towards the stage landing at the hero's feet. While he was still totally out of it and trying to figure out what just happened, Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman swooped in and pulled him up on stage in like a flash, making his eyes basically pop out of his head. And the next thing he knew, Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman's face was inches from his flashing a super friendly smile and saying, whoa there, be careful, I've got you. Right then, Dong Hai's inner actor totally took over. His eyes suddenly went all sparkly as he looked up at the hero and replied, my bad, I was just being clumsy. He then stood up straight, shook the hero's hand and was like, thanks man, I'm Dong Hai. In return, Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman was just like, what's up, seeing him do the right thing. The crowd below fell for him even harder, gushing like crazy. Sour and Spicy Noodle is so good to his fans. I'm so jelly of that guy. But that handshake, it was anything but simple. As he held out his hand, a crazy surge of power started to build. All of a sudden, Dong Hai's face turned straight up evil as he said, hello Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman. I'm your #1 fan. In the massive auditorium, the place was basically empty. The woman in purple with Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman complained, this stupid fan meet is finally over. You killed it out there, boss. They walked out to the waiting 16-seater van, and he stuffed his hands in his pockets saying, tiring you have no idea. Shaking all those hands is so gross and draining. Quick, get me the sanitizer and a wipe. And sitting in the van, Spicy Superman ordered, you go get some food. I'm gonna try to catch some Z's in here. I've gotta film another show tonight. Hearing that, she replied, yes sir. You sure you can handle all that, boss? He slammed the door shut and griped, doesn't matter if I can, I have to. And make sure my schedule is wide open next week. I want to celebrate my daughter's birthday. Outside, the woman in purple waved and said, okay, boss, I'm gonna go grab a bite. Inside the van, he scowled, muttering to himself, the debt I'm in is insane. I seriously need to make a boatload of cash to get out of this mess. Maybe I should try my luck with just one more bet. Then he ran his hands through his hair, totally stressed. No, I can't get sucked back into gambling ever again. All of a sudden, Dong Hai, rocking his rooster mask from the seat behind him, asked, isn't it exhausting living like that? Spicy Superman totally jumped, turning his head and breaking out in a cold sweat. You're Rooster, the guy who fought Demon Dragon. How the heck did you get in here? Dong Hai remembered how he'd slipped an ability beat into the guy's palm when they shook hands earlier and thought, you've got my ability beat inside you, so duh, I could totally sense it and find you. Out loud, he just told him, chill out. I'm just here to ask you a couple of questions. Hearing this, Spicy Superman was secretly freaking out. This dude can go toe-to-toe with A-listers like Demon Dragon and the Wandering Swordsman. I have like 0 chance against him. I'd better just play along. Then he said, look, just because Demon Dragon and I are from the same company, it doesn't mean we're on the same team. So don't drag me into this. Sitting behind him, Dong Hai replied, you're getting way ahead of yourself. This is about something that only you would know. First, look into my eyes. And just like that, Dong Hai unleashed his puppet control skill, making Spicy Superman's mind go completely blank. In a pitch-black void, Dong Hai wondered, whoa, is this Spicy Superman's headspace? He looked at the frames floating all around each one, showing a different scene. Then Dong Hai realized, these are all his old memories, so where the heck is the one about the blue pill? Suddenly, some guy with a totally blurred-out face holding a blue pill popped up in one of the frames. Seeing it, Dong Hai was like, whoa. He stared hard, thinking, is that the blue pill? Who even is that guy? In that memory, the dude handed Spicy Superman the blue pill and said, take this and you'll get a major power-up like super fast. Your career will totally blow up and you'll be able to pay off all your debts and finally go home. Hearing that, he totally lunged for it, yelling, for real, then hurry up and give it to me. But the mystery dude held the pill up high and was like, not so fast, you gotta trade some info for it. Spicy Superman started sweating bullets, asking, what info? The mystery guy replied, the dirt on a secret group of heroes. In the flashback, Spicy Superman started dishing that spotty dog hero. His personal life is a total disaster. Oh, and the kung fu hero, he's got a secret kid on the side. Duang Hai was just floored by this. He watched the scene thinking, so hero gossip is the currency he's dealing in. You can trade secrets like that for one of those blue pills were there other deals. Then Duang Hai reached out and touched another memory shard. He muttered, this definitely wasn't a one-time thing. There was a second time, a third, and even a fourth. In another memory, the shadowy figure asked, I've been hearing things about a new power user named Rooster who just popped up. Instantly, Spicy Superman was like, yes, he didn't just mess with our chairman's son, he totally wrecked both Demon Dragon and that wandering swordsman dude. Hearing this, the mystery man pushed for more. Do you know any secrets about his powers? Spill everything? In a blue car down in the parking garage, the mystery man demanded, tell me everything you know about Rooster. But Spicy Superman was freaking out, stammering, I only know that he can cancel out other people's powers, but he's never shown his face. So I have no clue what he looks like. Hearing this, the mystery guy stroked his chin and said, he can shut down powers without even showing his face. Interesting. After that, he tossed Spicy Superman a whole bag of blue pills. Then the guy turned, slid his hands in his pockets as he walked away and ordered, dig up more info like this, and then come find me. Spicy Superman immediately replied, you got it. Duang Hai stood there with his arms crossed, taking in all the memories and analyzed, it looks like the people behind these blue pills have found the perfect way to prey on the weaknesses of power users. Then they used the blue pills to basically own and control them. He then wondered, they're pulling the strings on so many heroes from the shadows. What's their endgame? Suddenly, Spicy Superman snapped out of his trance and yelled, huh! He whipped his head around to look at the back seat, wondering, wait, where'd he go? A bit later, in a house that was pitch black, someone grumbled, why isn't Godfather back yet? Lu Yuan was waving his arms around like a maniac, complaining, I'm about to get eaten alive by mosquitoes out here. Suddenly, a voice from someone floating behind him asked, what was that you were just saying? It totally spooked Lu Yuan, who then ran over all excited, yelling, Godfather, you're here, I've been waiting forever. Then Lu Yuan opened up a box, which had 3 bluish-purple pills inside, and bragged, Godfather, I totally took down the 9-tailed fox and finally swiped these from Leon Yang. Staring at the round bluish-purple pills, Duang Hai thought, the color and texture look a lot like the ones in Spicy Superman's memory. They're probably the same kind of sketchy drug. Lu Yuan suddenly asked, just for these? Liang actually iced a guy for them. Do these pills have some kind of messed up side effects? Duang Hai just waved a hand and explained, for a taste of power and fame, these so-called heroes will do literally anything. Why would they give a crap about a few little side effects? Hearing that, Lu Yuan yelled angrily, yeah, Godfather is 100% right. People like that don't deserve to be called heroes. Then Duang Hai asked, so in your opinion, what should a real hero be doing? Hearing the question, Lu Yuan scrunched his brow, thinking hard. Hold on, is this a test about me carrying on the organization's mission? Then he put a hand on his chest and declared, I believe that with great power comes great responsibility. A hero should be saving humanity, not selling out for power and fame. Seeing Lu Yuan act all dramatic, Duang Hai mentally facepalmed, thinking, yeah, okay, the dude who first said that is 6 feet under. You just ripped that line straight from a movie? Didn't you? Then he tossed him a test tube with some red liquid in it, saying, you killed it on the mission. With this and some cash from the org, you can trade up for a D rank ability potion. Taking it, he looked super bummed out. What, it's only D rank? Then Duang Hai reminded him, you gotta level up step by step. You can't just get greedy for a quick boost, if you don't want it. Then forget about it. Hearing that, Liu Yuan quickly spun around and hid the vial, sucking up with, of course I want it. Thank you, Godfather. This color is so awesome. He then chugged the whole thing down. Wiping his mouth, Liu Yuan said, why does this taste like ketchup? Meanwhile, Duang Hai thought to himself, Juxian already dropped 2 E-rank ability beads in there. But out loud he just said, it's probably just your imagination. Then he opened his palm using his powers to check out the 2 round purplish pink pills. A system window popped up. Ability rank, D rank name, werewolf power. Effect not triggered by moonlight allows you to freely change into a D rank werewolf. Lu Yuan suddenly grabbed his head, confused. That's weird. How come I'm not transforming this time? Hearing this, Duang Hai turned his head and thought, well duh, the ability bead hasn't been activated, so of course he can't transform yet. Then he cracked his knuckles with a smirk and said, hey, maybe it just hasn't absorbed all the way yet. It needs a little kickstart. Liu Yuan slowly turned his head, looking totally exhausted. Godfather, what are you about to do? And then bam, Duang Hai decked him right in the face. Then he said, just suck it up for a bit, it'll make you stronger. Godfather had to be the bad guy. Liu Yuan couldn't even dodge and took the hit full on. Blood was literally streaming from his nose as he cried. Ow, ow, dude, that seriously hurts so much. Then his screams just echoed through the dead silent night. It hurts, Godfather, give me a break. Ugh, not the face. A tail started wagging like crazy in the air, and a super happy voice yelled, Godfather, my power totally leveled up for real. I feel way stronger than last time. Duang Hai just stared at him and said, try to absorb that power for a sec. At that moment, Liu Yuan, still in his full-on werewolf form under the moonlight, turned his head and was like, "Isn't it kinda exhausting staying transformed like this?" Hearing that, he switched back to his human form and replied, "I'm back to normal, Godfather." Duang Hai just nodded. "Keep digging for info on that blue pill. The supes who've taken it are emotionally all over the place, so you gotta be careful." While he was putting his shirt back on, Liu Yuan was like, "Got it. Thanks for looking out, Godfather." Then Duang Hai kept going with the instructions. "There's also a second mission. I want you to dig up dirt on any of the so-called heroes who have dark secrets." Hearing this, Liu Yuan asked, all curious, "Why is the organization trying to recruit new people or something?" But Duang Hai shut him down. "Nah, our organization isn't some club anyone can just join. These heroes, they're just raw materials." Liu Yuan was totally shocked by that and asked, "Raw materials? You mean the organization just jacks their ability factors?" Yang Shi flew up and explained, "Bruh, where do you think ability potions come from? Just do a good job and try to snag more materials for your own C rank." Left by himself, Liu Yuan threw his arms up, all frustrated, took a bow and grumbled, "I've been grinding all day and I'm still just barely a C rank." Then he snapped to attention and gave a military salute and declared, "Okay, boss, I guarantee I'll get this mission done." Time totally flew by. Over at a beach with the waves rolling in, Yang Shi was cruising on his flightboard across the ocean. He pulled off his mask and said, "A deserted beach at night is the perfect vibe for training the Snow Maiden's powers." Right then, Yang Shi summoned a golden magic circle in midair and called out, "Snow Maiden." The next thing you know, the little girl appeared and zipped toward him, yelling happily, "Master Little Snow missed you so much." This made him start sweating as he tried to stop her. "Whoa, hey, you're turning me to ice." He dropped to one knee, pointed, and reminded her, "Little Snow, it's training time. You need to practice with me." Hearing this, the little girl's eyes got super wide and serious, but Little Snow doesn't want to hurt Master. At that, he just looked at her like she was crazy and said, "You're still just a C-rank summon. You can't hurt me." So then she stood on a rock out in the water, looked at Yang Shi on the shore, and yelled, "All right, Little Snow is coming at you now." From his spot, he just chuckled and said, "Bring it on. Hit me with everything you've got." At the same time, the Snow Maiden started making ice under her feet. But then a weird portal suddenly ripped open right behind her. Seeing it, a surprised Yang Shi was like, "Whoa, what is that?" Then, a purple three-fingered hand reached out from the portal. A totally ripped frog-looking creature leapt out. At the same time, the system announced, "Training Mana Beast Frogman." Description: a humanoid mana beast that's obsessed with muscle training and has some insane close combat skills. Rating D rank. Seeing its stats, Yang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. An invading mana beast. Good thing it's only D rank. But like the second he said that, a white Keelan also burst out of the portal. The system announced, "Mana Beast Wave Treading Dragon Horse." Description: a water-type mana beast that's a pro at running on water. Rating D rank. Yang Shi immediately screamed a warning, "Little Snow behind you." At that moment, the two mana beasts rushed at the Snow Maiden. She spun around her face, a mask of total disbelief. Then bam, the frog dude sent her flying with a massive hit. Seeing it all go down, a furious Yang Shi yelled, "No way," and instantly hopped on his flightboard to get over there. But then this insane flash of light just exploded out of nowhere, leaving Yang Shi completely stunned. He hit the brakes and was like, "Whoa, so bright, what the heck is going on?" The ocean below had frozen over into solid crystal. At the same time, the Snow Maiden had totally transformed into a full-grown woman. She looked down completely, ticked off, and was like, "You trying to get yourself deleted?" Under the creepy quiet night sky, a sliver of moon was shining down. From a crater in the ground, the frog dude crawled its way out. It stared at the Snow Maiden and let out this super creepy laugh. Heh heh. Seeing that, she just snapped, "You disgusting slimy frog." From the sidelines, Yang Shi just went, Little Snow, you kinda had a glow-up." The Snow Maiden shot back, "This is my combat mode." His eyes were immediately glued to her. Impressive assets. Then he kinda glanced down at her legs. Yang Shi blushed and coughed. "Ahem, yeah, definitely powerful." The Snow Maiden then blasted a bunch of super sharp ice shards forward, nailing the frog dude and freezing him solid while his eyes were still like little hearts. Seeing that, Yang Shi had to ask, "Is it toast?" But the Snow Maiden was like, "Nah, but it was a close one." Suddenly it jumped up, shattering the ice with a massive croak. Instantly, Yang Shi pointed his finger down and activated his Earthland skill. He fired his attack at the creature, but the frog dude dodged it, then started jumping around all over the place. From the side, Yang Shi yelled, "Little Snow, lock it down!" She immediately shot an ice arrow, yelling, "You got it, Master!" A second later, 4 ice lances shot through the frog dude's arms and legs, pinning it to the ground as it screamed in pain. At the same time, Yang Shi pointed his finger and called out, "Void General!" A whole storm of light beams slammed into the frog dude, setting off this huge explosion of rock and dirt. Yang Shi touched down. He put his hand on the frog dude's body to use his extraction skill. Just then, the system pinged, "Rank ability acquired." Name, training. Description: lets the user get stronger and stronger by just training. At its max, it can break past species limits by 5 times, forcing a breakthrough to a higher level. You won't be able to keep it up for long. Landing next to Yang Shi, the Snow Maiden said, "Master." but he was looking somewhere else, saying, I think we missed something. Staring at the empty spot, he was like, so where'd the horse go? The snow maiden looked around too, then gazed over at the city lights and said, I can feel it. It's in the city. Hearing that, young she turned and said, all right, let's go get it, little Snow. But then the snow maiden started acting super weird. She grabbed her face and screamed, I literally just got to come out. And you're already trying to take my body back? That is so not fair. Seeing her freak out, a worried young she asked, whoa, little Snow, you okay? She was sweating and yelled, Master, my name is Ling Wine, not that little country hick little Snow. Then she just grabbed young she by his shirt and screamed, you are so annoying, don't think you're getting your way. I'm the one you'll have to deal with. Then she leaned in to kiss him, making him totally freak out. Huh. But then poof, the snow maiden was back in her kid form. Seeing this, he was just confused. Oh. Young she then picked the little girl up, sat down and was like, okay, for real, you're little Snow, right? Young she crouched down to get a better look at her. The little girl said, Master, I think the other me just sent you flying. He patted her head and asked, do you remember any of that? The snow maiden blinked and was like, I don't really remember anything. Weren't we just like sparring? Hearing that, Yang Shi thought about her two forms and was like, so the snow maiden has a battle mode and a regular mode. Are they like two totally different people? And it seems like neither one remembers what the other one does. Suddenly, the little girl threw her arms wide and squealed, Yay, Master patted my head, I've always wanted you to hold me. Seeing this, Yang Shi just stared totally baffled and sighed. The one thing they both have in common is they're both obsessed with me. A second later, the snow maiden's head started to droop as she said, what are you talking about? Master Little Snow is getting super sleepy. He held her up and asked, sleepy. You should probably go back and get some rest. The snow maiden let out a huge yawn and lifted, her hand making a golden magic circle appear. Bye-bye, Master. Little Snow will miss you forever and ever. Yang Shi watched the little girl vanish into the glowing circle. He then looked over at the city and muttered, that creature! I knew it! Someone's pulling the strings here! Meanwhile, somewhere else on the coast, Liu Yuan was cruising in his red convertible singing his heart out. I'm a wolf running free on the plains. Then he saw something weird out on the water and squinted, totally confused. Whoa, what in the world is that? Just then, the white Kirin was literally sprinting across the top of the ocean, its eyes glowing bright red. Seeing it, Liu Yuan slammed on the brakes, yelling, holy crap! Nearby, a bunch of kids were having a bonfire on the beach. Realizing they were right in the Kirin's path, Liu Yuan waved his arms like crazy and screamed, you guys are idiots! There's a mana beast coming! Are you seriously just gonna stand there and eat hay? Down on the beach. A girl looked up all confused and was like, whoa guys, check it out. Some dude on the road is waving at us. But this blonde guy just scoffed. So probably some street racer trying to show off. What a total poser. The blue-haired girl tried to listen like, hold up, I think he's yelling something. Behind you there's a mana beast, run. And just like that, the other three whipped around, saw it, and totally freaked. What In that exact second, the Keen monster stormed the beach. Seeing the total chaos, Liu Yuan nervously scratched his head, sweating bullets. Crap, what am I supposed to do? Do I just jump in and save them? Down below the crowd was a screaming mess of panic. Not even hesitating for a second, Liu Yuan bolted forward, shouting, I'm not the type to get into other people's business. Out in the water, the blue-haired girl was flailing, screaming, somebody help me! All of a sudden, a chubby hand snatched her wrist and yanked her up. Seeing who it was, she cried out, Fatty! He shoved a piece of wood at her, saying, grab this log. She took one end and pleaded, Fatty, quick, get on! But he shook his head. Lulu, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. But before he could even finish, the Keelan chomped down on his arm and ripped his whole body out of the water. Watching this, Lulu's eyes welled up with tears as she screamed in pure terror, Fatty! A horrifying scream echoed across the water, and then they were just gone. Liu Yuan swam over to Lulu, who was desperately hanging onto the huge log, and waved her over. Quick, get over here, I'll get you to the shore. She just broke down crying, begging Fatty it dragged him under, please. You gotta save him. Hearing her, Liu Yuan reached out to pull her up, yelling, once I get you somewhere safe, I'll go back for him. Now hurry, that mana beast could be back any second. She scrambled over and held onto him for dear life, totally freaking out. Liu Yuan scooped Lulu up and started running for the shore, muttering to himself, geez, she looks so thin, but she weighs a ton. Out of nowhere, a news chopper flew in overhead. In the open doorway, there were two people, a guy and a girl. The dude was holding a camera. The blonde reporter looked down and started her frantic broadcast. We're coming to you live. We just got word that a mutant beast and some insane waves have hit the coast. We're trying to get a look at the damage now. She glanced down at the beach and saw Liu Yuan carrying Lulu, commenting, it looks like those two kids just barely made it out alive after that close call. All of a sudden, someone recognized Liu Yuan and screamed, hey look, it's young Master Liu, that famous internet rich kid. He's seriously risking his neck just to look good for some girl. Meanwhile, in some high-rise apartment, a guy named Malong was lying on an exercise mat, grumbling, that ice-piercing brave guy has been hanging out with my dad at the Hero Association lately. Nearby, the wandering swordsman jogging on a treadmill teased him, do I smell a hint of jealousy? Feeling like Lee Shanyang is stealing your spot? Malong just rolled his eyes and scoffed. Me jealous of him, poof, please. If you've got time to run your mouth, you could be helping me level up faster. Suddenly, the wandering swordsman panicked, shouting, Malong, quick! Check the live stream. There's a mutant beast at the beach and your little brother is right there. They both looked up at the TV to see what was happening. Malong asked, full of doubt, Am I tripping or something? That kid should be so scared he's peeing his pants. He wouldn't even be able to run. He's still there. But on the screen, Lu Yuan was actually carrying a girl and booking it with a long mei right on their tail. Seeing it, he yelled in total shock. No way, how is this happening? Meanwhile, the news reporter was screaming into her mic. The mutant beast is right behind them. We need superheroes on the scene now. Back at his place, a frantic Malong grabbed the TV and yelled, Lu Yuan, what are you doing trying to be a hero? Just drop the girl and save your own skin. You're running out of time. Down on the beach, the beast was still chasing them, but Lu Yuan absolutely refused to leave the girl behind. He glanced over his shoulder, trying to figure out a plan. Seeing this, the wandering swordsman just closed his eyes and sighed. It's over. Malong, meanwhile, was grinding his teeth in frustration, muttering, Lu Yuan, my stupid little brother. All of a sudden, the wandering swordsman shouted in disbelief, Wait, Malong, your brother has a transformation ability too. Just then, Lu Yuan had morphed into a wolf, carrying the girl and sprinting like crazy. Staring at the screen, Malong was completely stunned, asking in total disbelief, My little brother has a transformation ability. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan landed hard on the ground with the girl, the impact cracking the earth under them. As for Lulu, she was blushing, thinking in total awe, a superhero. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, hit a ridiculous bodybuilder pose and said, Don't go falling for me. I'm just a legend. Then he charged back toward the mutant beast, roaring, A real man's gotta take out the monster. A little while later, on a nearby mountain peak, Yang Shi, chilling on his board, looked down at Fatty lying on the ground and said, Good thing I got here when I did. This could have been a real tragedy. Then Yang Shi glanced down at the beach and said, And next up! He had taken off his mask now. He muttered to himself as sharp spikes of rock floated around him. Let's see how my adopted son is handling his fight. Down below, Lu Yuan was chasing the long ma beast, totally taunting it. Watch your back, dude. The thing tries to kick Lu Yuan with its back legs. But Lu Yuan's like way ahead of it. He grabs its leg, his eyes get all intense, and he's like, Haha, totally fell for it. Get ready for this. So Lu Yuan just grabs its leg and like asterisk slams asterisk it into the ocean. Then he starts swinging it around his head faster and faster. Finally, he yeets the longma like he's in the Olympics or something. It lets out this crazy shriek as it splashes down way out in the water. Seeing his success, Lu Yuan gets this super smug look, thinking, Yes, I'm not some rando who just freaks out and waits for a hero to save them anymore. Lu Yuan throws his hands up, stomps his foot, and just screams, Let's go! I'm totally gonna be stronger than my big bro and my dad and become an S-rank hero for real. Watching from the top of the mountain, Yangi is just like, my adopted kid is actually kinda impressive. Didn't see that coming. A little later, Lulu's whole crew shows up. Io runs up all worried like, Lulu, are you okay? I was seriously freaking out. Then Hua Hua asks, Lulu, where's Fatty? She answers all proud. Fatty got yeeted into the ocean by that thing. He was protecting me. Hearing that her two friends totally lose it, sweating and screaming, he what? Lulu just points out to the ocean and goes, But that hero dude over there promised he'd save Fatty for me. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's just standing on the water, super confused. Hold up. What's happening? Then out of nowhere, a whirlpool starts swirling right under him. Lu Yuan's totally freaking out. Oh crap, I'm stuck. Just then, the Longma beast charges, lets out this massive roar, and stabs Lu Yuan right in the back with its horn. He just screams. Then the Longma just flings him through the air. He lands with a huge explosion right next to these two guys who were just watching everything go down. A news chopper sees it and flies in closer to where Lu Yuan is trying to sit up. The reporter is on the air, totally shocked. Young Master Lu's back is seriously messed up with that crazy hit he took to the chest earlier. He's in a really bad spot right now. Back at Malong's place, he's strapping on some kind of power pack and getting ready to bounce. The wandering swordsman sees him and is like, You're going over there, aren't you? I'm worried about the kid. You're in charge of the company. Then Malong just blasts off into the sky looking super serious. Back at the beach, Lu Yuan is glaring, totally ticked off, muttering, Freaking heck, that hurts so bad. All of a sudden, the Longma beast's eyes start glowing green and it charges right at him. He thinks, totally panicked. Oh crap, here it comes again. Lu Yuan just spreads his arms, bracing for the monster's water tornado thing that's rushing him. From the chopper, the news lady is yelling, This is not good. That mutant beast is going all out. Lu Yuan gets sucked into the vortex, screaming his head off. He's thinking, I can't breathe. For real, I'm about to get ripped in two. But then he sees someone standing on a mountain way off in the distance, and he's like, Who is that? Then, as he's literally fighting for his life inside this crazy vortex, he yells, Adopted dad asterisk gurgle asterisk help me. Just floating there completely helpless in the swirling water. Lu Yuan screams again, Adopted dad, save me. Down below, the crowd is totally freaking out. Yo, Lu got sucked in, is he gonna, Seeing the whole thing, a terrified Lulu squeezes her eyes shut and whispers, Hero, please be okay. Then Bam Yang Shi just flies right by and everyone's like completely stunned. Whoa, the hero's here, he's gonna save him. Recognizing him, someone yells, It's the Great Rooster. The news chopper spots him too, and the reporter is losing her mind. Oh my gosh, it's that mysterious rooster guy from the news a while back. He's back. Meanwhile, young Shi is just looking at Lu Yuan spinning around in the vortex thinking, you showing off your powers like that? You actually did me a solid. He lifts his hand, the sick green energy starts glowing, and he thinks, all right, let's see if that crew behind the blue pill comes after you now. Kinda can't wait, to be honest. Then this random bent iron bar next to some guy in the crowd starts shaking, which totally freaks the guy out. Young Shi lifts his hand and all these sharp iron rods start floating. The Longma beast sees it and looks so confused. Young Shi just scoffs. You're a pathetic little monster. This is a joke. Then Yang Shi just sends the iron rods flying down. Instantly, like 3 of them stab right into the Longma beast, and it lets out this horrible cry. Right then, the vortex around Lu Yuan just disappears. The news reporter is completely floored, shouting, oh my gosh, the mysterious rooster man just one-shotted the mutant beast. Then he swoops in on his board to catch Lu Yuan as he's falling, who turns back into his normal self. Yang Shi lands on the water right next to the dead monster and says, this is what you get for being a menace. Now give me that ability bead. He uses his power-stealing skill at the same time, and the Longma's ability bead just pops right out. A system message flashes, ability stolen, high-tier wave rider. Description, lets you move freely on water and use water attacks. Evaluation, pretty sweet for like washing stuff, super handy. After that, he looks over at Lu Yuan, who's still knocked out, and says, since you basically put a giant spotlight on yourself for that blue pill crew, I'll let you have the glory for this one, my adopted son. A long time after that, as young Shi flies off, Lulu just looks up totally confused. Huh? Then she sees Lu Yuan and Fatty on the ground, and all their cuts are taken care of. She thinks totally shocked, whoa, they got patched up that fast. That's awesome. They're probably safe now. All of a sudden, Lu Yuan shoots up and yells, oh, that hurts like crazy. Where am I? Lulo threw her arms around him and said, OMG, this is amazing. You and Fatty are okay. Asterisk sobs, asterisk. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's face got all red and he squinted, replying, it'd be perfect if my name wasn't hung, but whatever, small detail. Whoa, easy there, beautiful. Don't squeeze so hard. You're like right on my wound. Just then, all the nosy people started crowding around. Liu Yuan, what happened? You're totally different. Didn't everyone online say you were just some useless rich kid? He then pointed a thumb at himself, looking all smug. Ha, that was all just an act. I, Liu Yuan, am gonna be a legit hero, a protector of all humanity. Then he glanced in the direction young Shi flew off and thought, thanks for saving my life, whoever you are. I swear I'll find a way to pay you back. Suddenly, someone in the crowd piped up, yeah, for real. Day-K is the one who's actually strong. He bounced right after taking out that monster. Before he even finished, a guy came up from behind and tapped his shoulder, making him snap, yeah, what do you want? Meanwhile, Liu Yuan heard his buddy yell and whipped around worried, reaching out. The man said with a dead serious face, Liu Yuan, you violated the superhuman law. You need to come with me to the Hero Association. A bunch of people gathered around, totally sweating. Who is that guy? Did you see the Hero Association logo on his gear? Watching Bang Jik and Han get in Liu Yuan's face, they started whispering. He's from the Hero Association. They're always sticking their noses where they don't belong, but you gotta admit they don't miss a thing. His name's Bang Jik Han, and he's known for using justice as an excuse to do some seriously shady stuff. Liu Yuan shot back, dude, I was just trying to save people. The man scowled and held up a hand to shut him up. I don't care what your reason was, you're not allowed to use your powers in public. That's illegal. Now you're coming with me. Just then a voice cut Bang Jik Han off, making him jump. The Kun Financial Group will handle this. I'd like to see who's got the nerve to take my little brother in for questioning. Seeing the guy in the purple suit just floating there, everyone started freaking out. It's Malong, the A-rank hero Malong. Seeing his older brother Liu Yuan started sweating and asked, bro, what are you doing here? Malong, looking both mad and worried, said, looks like that werewolf's healing factor is no joke. Your wounds are already gone, Liu Yuan. Try not to be so reckless next time, okay? Hearing that, Liu Yuan just turned his head away and pouted. I get it, okay, you're such a nag. As for Bang Jik Han, he just stormed off, but not before throwing out a threat. If that's how you want to play it, I hope your company has a real good explanation for the Hero Association. Otherwise, this is gonna get ugly. Meanwhile, Ma Long watched his little brother pouting with his hands on his hips and thought Liu Yuan never had any powers before. How did he just suddenly become a superhuman? Time kinda flew by. One sunny morning, light was pouring into Young Shi's house. He was just sitting there, totally zoned out, with a towel around his waist and drying his hair with another one. Then Young Shi pulled out a power orb and muttered, a water elemental power. I've already got a few elemental types. He thought about his powers, Raging Fire, Plasma Metal Control, and Title Master, and started doing the math in his head. Yo, if I could collect all the elemental powers and mash them together, that would be insane. Then Young Shi leaned back on the couch to think it over. Phew, you don't realize how OP these abilities are until you use a bunch of them. Maybe I should hunt down a healing type power. It might be able to fix you up. But where am I supposed to find info on a superhuman with healing powers? He looked up at the ceiling, cooking up a plan. For now, I guess my only move is to low-key possess Sour and Spicy Superman and see what I can find out. Putting his plan into action, Yang Shi closed his eyes and fired up his puppet control skill. At that exact same moment on some random tree-lined street, sour and spicy Superman was just strolling along with his hands in his pockets humming. All of a sudden, his body jerked and he yelled as his head snapped back. A second later, Yang-Shi was seeing everything through his eyes. He, as in Yang-Shi, raised a hand and noted, the limbs are responding. Grips a little light. The puppet control spirit possession was a total success. Then he waved a hand at a railing nearby. A metal control go! He frowned, realizing, damn, looks like the power orbs are still in my real body. They didn't come along for the ride. Suddenly, he heard people arguing nearby. Senior, I'm not going with you. If you try to pull something, don't blame me for what happens next. Sour and spicy Superman was totally eavesdropping, hiding behind a big tree. He peeked out and saw this dude with green hair grabbing a crying girl's wrist, threatening her with a slimy smirk. What happens next? Don't get it twisted. Now that you're an intern at our Divine Dragon Hero Financial Group, you gotta play by the company's rules. Then the creep gave her this disgusting smirk. Come on, what girl around here doesn't use her looks to get ahead you either? Play ball with me or you play ball with the boss. He's an A-rank hero and runs the Shanda organization. As he said it, he started lifting her skirt, being a total pig. He's got a healing ability, you know. He can help you loosen up a bit. Hearing that, sour and spicy Superman's mind raced. A healing ability? The universe is seriously on my side. Then out of nowhere, the green-haired creep ripped the girl's shirt. Totally freaking out, she slammed her eyes shut and screamed, "Get away from me, I don't want it!" Then bam, out of nowhere, green-haired dude goes flying, screaming his head off, while the girl just crumpled to the ground, totally dazed. Green hair crashed into some bushes and popped his head out, roaring, "Who the heck was that who kicked me?" And right there was sour and spicy Superman, looking epic. His fists were clenched, glowing with this crazy intense vibe as he growled, "I'm pretty much justice in the flesh sent here to wreck your day." The green-haired guy pointed a finger and yelled, "Sour and spicy Superman, who do you think you are? This is none of your business." But our hero just helped the girl up and said, "Yo, what if you had the sister or a daughter being forced into this kind of deal? How would you feel then?" The green-haired creep just got this slimy player-like smirk and sneered, "Please, she's been a nobody intern here for ages. Don't let the act fool you. Deep down, she's been dying for a chance like this." Hearing that, the girl with tears in her eyes spun around and shot back. "That's a lie, I never—" But sour and spicy Superman cut in. "Hey, you need to think this through. Once you go down this road, there's no coming back. What happened to your dream of being a hero? Is this really what you wanted?" His words totally hit her. She lifted her head, looking all fired up. "I get it now. Thank you for saving me, sour and spicy Superman. You're a real one." Green hair was just watching them, scowling like a baby. Then she turned to him, sneered, and said, "You're a disgusting creep." That made him totally lose it. "You little—" And with that, the girl just walked off, leaving the two dudes to face off. The green-haired guy stared down sour and spicy Superman, thinking, okay, so the word on the street is this guy needs to eat some sour and spicy powder to power up. The power-up only lasts for like 15 minutes. But where's he gonna get any powder right now? Figuring he had it all worked out, he balled up his fists and taunted, "Hump, you country bumpkin. You just cost me big time. Got any clue what happens to people who stick their nose where it doesn't belong?" Totally unbothered, sour and spicy Superman just crossed his arms and was like, "Oh yeah, and what's that?" All of a sudden, green hair charged, sneering, "They get absolutely wrecked by me. Cool as a cucumber." Sour and spicy Superman popped an orange pill in his mouth with this wicked grin. "Really?" Then he yelled, "Sour and spicy powder transform." The green-haired dude just stared like, "What?" In that split second, sour and spicy Superman landed a solid punch right in his gut, making him go all pale and gag. The hit sent him spinning through the air and smashing into some trees on the side of the road. But then sour and spicy Superman kind of paused, confused, like, "Huh?" From the bushes, the guy taunted, "Heh, I almost forgot you could pull a power-up out of thin air like that. But I know you've only got 15 minutes of that juice. When your time's up, I'm gonna come out and mess you up so bad, you'll be crying for your mama." Hearing this, sour and spicy Superman was like, 15 minutes. Meanwhile, back home, Yang-Shi was thinking, okay, so the power orbs can't like travel with my spirit, but they're still juicing up my spiritual power, which is totally connected to my spirit body. After grabbing so many of these orbs, my spiritual power is insanely strong now. And how long an ability lasts is all about your spiritual power. That's why the OG sour and spicy powder only worked for 15 minutes. Feeling the body just radiating this blazing yellow energy, Yang-Shi figured the original guy had like zero fine control over his power. He just went full-on beast mode until he was gassed, but I can use my spiritual power to manage the output using just a few seconds of juice at a time instead of blowing it all at once. Thinking back to when he decked the green-haired dude, he analyzed, "At this rate, I can totally more than double the time I stay transformed and keep it going." Then sour and spicy Superman just stared ahead with this super intimidating look and let out a dark laugh. He used this radar sense thing to pinpoint exactly where green hair was hiding. Then sour and spicy Superman leaped up yelling, "I can't stand cowards who just go and hide." As he got dragged out of the bushes by his collar, the green-haired guy asked in total shock, "How did you find me, dang it? Are you for real just a B-rank hero?" Hearing that, sour and spicy Superman just played it cool and bluffed. "You probably didn't know, but I've been holding back my real power this whole time." At that, green hair's face went completely white with fear. And he started begging, okay, you win. Just let me go and I'll get the Divine Dragon Company to hook you up with some cash. Hoisting him up by the collar, sour and spicy Superman said, you say that like you're not gonna come right back and start trouble again. Then he added with a grin, but you did just give me an idea. His words made the green-haired dude break out in a cold sweat. Wait, what are you gonna do? Asterisk, asterisk, wait. Is he grabbing his own butt? Don't tell me he's into that dot asterisk, asterisk. Then spicy Superman scratches his chin and lets out this totally hyped chuckle. The Mohawk punk, still dangling by his collar, goes ghost white with fear. Dude, no boss, whatever you're thinking, we can talk about it. Don't do this. Young Shi, who was pulling the strings, was totally geeking out as he came up with a plan. This is the perfect way to teach this slimeball a lesson and make sure he never messes with spicy Superman again. He immediately grabbed the Mohawk dude's leg and started dragging him into the bushes by the road, saying, come here, sweet cheeks. After that, you could just hear a bunch of struggling and someone yelling, please don't take my stuff, brave hero, have mercy. A long time later, spicy Superman is strolling down the street totally cracking up at his phone. Hey, with these pics, that creep won't even think about messing with the girls or me ever again. And on the screen, a super compromising photo of that Mohawk punk, who's like beet red and bawling his eyes out while doing this totally ridiculous marching pose. Then spicy Superman types out a note on the phone, new pics on this phone are locked, don't even try deleting them, Jungle Boy. And he's like muttering to himself, yeah, that should get the point across. I got what I needed. Time to peace out of this body. Then spicy Superman closes his eyes, dips his head a little, and you just hear Yang Hai's voice go, puppet control, terminate. Then boom, his eyes fly open, totally lost. Huh, what just happened? He glances around, super confused. Wait, I'm still in the garden. Did I just doze off or something? He checks his phone, furrows his brow, and reads the note. New pics on this phone are locked. Don't even try deleting them, Jungle Boy. He's like, what the heck kind of pics are these? And then he sees them. His face goes nuclear red and he lets out this blood-curdling scream. What in the actual heck is this? Anyway, time skip. Over at the Hero Association's Deerhorn City branch, you've got 3 dudes, 2 sitting, 1 standing in a super serious silent meeting around a desk. You've got the prez of the Deerhorn City Hero Association branch, Wee, with his hands clasped, staring straight ahead like he's trying to see the future. The armored war hero is also zoned out, and Vice President Wang Han is just a total stone wall. All of a sudden, Wee breaks the silence. The defense plan for the first quarter needs all of you on board. This is major, so we can't afford to mess it up. Yang Han adds, and with this plan, we'll show everyone we're the ones spearheading the counterattack against the Beast World. The other 2 guys totally light up at that. You can count on us. We'll give it our all for humanity. Heck yeah, when it's about wrecking beasts, we heroes never quit. Wu Shi just raises an eyebrow, thinking to himself. Asterisk. So the real reason we're here is to get each group to cough up 1 A-rank hero, to deal with the beast bodies and help lock down the 0-point zone. But really, he was thinking about another perk. Even though it was obviously risky, he knew that by being the first ones in, they were pretty much guaranteed to get paid. Big time. Plus, seeing how hyped everyone was, we secretly knew the real game changer was a piece of intel he had. It hinted that the Beast World might have gear or items that could seriously level up your powers. That was the real bait that got all the top heroes hooked. Even the Piercing Brave, who was standing right behind him, was totally drooling over the idea, which just made Uchi even more sure about this. For anyone with powers, being strong is everything, and having heavy hitters is what makes or breaks an organization. Meanwhile, Piercing Brave was totally lost in a fantasy about those power-up items. Asterisk, heh. Cut to back at Young Hai's place. A voice calls out, clone activate! And there he is, hands on his hips, staring at his literal twin, thinking, whoa, so that's how the clone thing works. Still super trippy looking at yourself. Then he's holding the metal control orb in one hand and the plasma orb in the other, like, how do I give these powers to this guy? So Young Hai pictures the abilities as little cubes and starts calculating, okay, first I gotta nerf the metal control. To get plasma up to A rank, it's gonna need a B rank ability to back it up. Then he presses his palms together and this sick turquoise aura just flares up. At the same time, a system notification pops up. B rank ability, name Shadow Squad, power Shadow Clone, number of clones 3. In a fight, you can teleport swap with your clones. The clones can use weapons to throw down. Evaluation. Just 1 dude shy of a basketball team. Then Young Hai just yeets the 2 ability orbs right into the clone. He holds up a hand to his double and declares, the original me is cocky and a total boss, so you're gonna be cold and ruthless. Then he hits him with a skill, change clothes. Instantly, the clone is rocking a white mask with a cool blue design over its left eye. Yang Hai gives it a sharp look and says, this mission to jack the Saint Leader's ability is all on you, Saint Bisha. A plane lands in Area 2 of Shao City and Young Hai walks out of the arrivals gate. A little later, he's wheeling his suitcase down the street, just scoping the place out. Man, I totally wasn't ready for this heat. Just then, a taxi screeches to a halt right in front of him and he's like, huh. The blonde driver leans out, yo, passenger from Area 1 need a ride. Next thing you know, the car's flying down the street. Inside the cab, Young Hai gets a text from Liu Yuan. Dad, I sent those files you wanted on the Saint Org member to your email. Hope the mission goes well. The driver catches his eye in the rear view and says, you know the biggest hustle in Shazu City is gambling. You should definitely check out the major casinos like Samba or Alabaz. They make sure you and your cash get back to your hotel in one piece. Then the guy twists his head practically all the way around and adds, "Hey kid, since you're a young, good-looking dude, I got another spot you might like." Hearing that, Young Hai asks, "Oh yeah, and where's that?" The driver just holds up a picture of some chick in a bikini chilling in a hot tub and replies, "Dreams of Paris. The girls there are super enthusiastic and the prices aren't too high." Hearing this, Young Hai thought unhappily, even this industry is thriving. Shao City really is a wild place. Arriving in front of a big yellow building, the driver announced, "Here we are, handsome, the Zeiting Hotel." He then stated the fare. "That'll be 500 W currency in total," which made Yan Hai suspicious. He glanced at the meter on the dashboard and thought, "That's 5 times what it should be." Then Young Hai stared grimly at the driver and asked, "Are you sure you're not mistaken about the fare?" The man raised an eyebrow and replied, "I'm not mistaken. The rest is a referral fee. Since it's your first time here, consider this your first lesson about Area 2, kiddo." The driver then pointed a gun at him and warned, "Between a few hundred yelling currency and your own life, I don't think there's much to hesitate about, right?" Seeing this, Yang Hai calmly said, "Of course there's no hesitation, but you're the one who needs to be taught a lesson." As he simultaneously activated his puppet control skill, a moment later, the taxi driver was carrying the luggage behind Yang Hai, who was standing at the reception desk. The receptionist said, "Sir, here's your room card. Please feel free to call the front desk if you need anything." Taking the room card, he replied, "Thank you," while the driver stood motionlessly behind him with a vacant expression. As they walked away, the two receptionists started to gossip. "I can't believe it! That gentleman actually got one of the savage local drivers to carry his luggage for him? He's really impressive," the redhead, reapplying her lipstick, daydreamed. "You're right. I wonder if he'd want to have dinner with me." Her colleague beside her broke into a nervous sweat. Time passed. Inside the elevator, Young Hai turned to the driver and said, "I have some business to attend to. You can leave after you've placed the luggage in my room. And remember, be a little more polite to people from Area 1 from now on." Hearing this, the driver replied, "As you command, master." The elevator chimed, arriving at the 37th floor. Young Hai looked at a photo on his phone and stepped out into the hallway. It contained information on a member of the Saint organization, a C-rank ability user, the masked wrestler currently located in room 441 on the 37th floor of the Zeiting Hotel. Then Young Hai used his disguise skill, transforming into the form of Saint Bisha. He stood in front of the room's door, then slipped underneath it like a shadow. Once inside, he reverted to his normal form. In the living room, he heard sounds coming from the bedroom. "Haha, come on over here!" The masked wrestler, shirtless with just a towel wrapped around his waist, was reaching for a girl in a pink bikini on the bed. "Come here, my little treat. Let me give you a hug." Suddenly, her gaze shifted past him, and her jaw dropped in shock. "Huh!" She then let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" As she saw black tentacles surging forward from behind the masked wrestler whipped his head around in horror to see the sharp tentacles lunging at him. "Who's there?" Elsewhere in the room, Young Hai was controlling the tentacles' assault. Seeing this, he grabbed his little treat and used her as a shield, yelling, "You useless woman! Block it for me now!" At the same time, the tentacles wrapped around both girls, hoisting them into the air. They screamed in terror, "Oh, that damn man! Cough, cough!" Then the whites of their eyes showed as they both passed out. Suddenly, the masked wrestler raised both fists, flexing like a weightlifter, and sneered, I don't care who you are. By giving me a chance to absorb this frightening power, you've sealed your own fate. Death is your only option." He then leapt into the air, swinging his fist towards Young Hai and shouting, "Time to die." The masked wrestler's fist passed through an afterimage of Young Hai, who had already retreated backward to dodge the attack. Seeing this, the man grew suspicious. "A shadow manipulation ability. Is that how you snuck in here?" Currently, Duan Hai is standing near the room's door with 2 black tentacles behind him, each wrapped around a girl lying on the floor. He looks straight ahead and thinks to himself that the cold-hearted image is truly hard to act out. But when it comes to playing a character, he is very serious. As for the other guy, he furrows his brows, thinking that if it weren't for these 2 women providing him with a bit of power, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to escape right now. Truly ruthless. All of a sudden, the black tentacles shoot out like arrows, attacking the masked wrestler. He ducks to evade them, causing the arrows to stab straight into the bed behind him. The masked wrestler grits his teeth and demands, "Who the hell are you? Is it possible you don't know who we the Saints Order are? Be careful, or I'll report you to my superiors in the organization to have them skin you alive." Hearing this, Duane Hai just stares at him blankly without saying a word. At the same time, the masked wrestler leaps up, swinging his fist towards him and yelling, "I'm asking you a question, are you mute?" "Damn it!" But Deng Hai remains still, watching the fist as it gets closer to his face. Seeing this, the masked wrestler gets excited, thinking he's not even dodging my punch. This time, "I can finally land a hit!" Then his fist passes right through Deng Hai's head, and he exclaims in shock, "What?" The head then suddenly transforms into a shadow that tightly grips the masked wrestler's arm, making him totally freak out. The masked dude is gritting his teeth, yanking his arm like crazy, but it's no use. When he sees Duang Hai's hand coming at him, he's totally terrified and starts begging, Don't end me if you do, the high priest is gonna come for you, I swear. Dude's straight up sobbing, sweat just pouring off him. When Duong Hai rips off his mask, he stammers, So, I'm begging you. Please just let me go. Duong Hai just looks down at him and scoffs. You're such a noob. He slaps a hand on the guy's head, and the dude yelps. All of a sudden, this insane golden light blasts out of Duong Hai's hand. At the same time, the system voice pops up. Ability extraction complete. A glowing gold orb just floats right out of the masked wrestler's face. The system feed gives the Deet C rank ability called Terrifying Mask. It can literally suck up fear to get stronger. The power boost lasts for a whole 30 minutes. The system's take, basically perfect for a horror movie. The masked wrestler sees this and just drops to his knees, totally losing it. What did you do to me? My ability, where is it? Give it back. The high priest is gonna make you pay for this. But Duong Hai is super chill about it, like, alright, then let's see who this high priest you keep yapping about really is. Puppet control activated. He points his hand at the masked guy again, firing up the skill. Suddenly, Duong Hai is in this weird space filled with tons of glowing windows. He's watching this scene of a dude on the floor with 2 massive iron bars sticking out of his chest and stomach basically about to check out. The memory flash shows he'd just been in some insane chaotic power battle. Is this it? Am I dying? Then out of nowhere, someone walks up and goes, I can bring you back, but you have to promise you'll be loyal to the Saints' Order forever. The guy doesn't even hesitate. I swear. Right after the see-through gas-like spiritual energy starts swirling around the masked wrestler's body. Next thing you know, he sits bolt upright, his eyes wide, and his jaw on the floor totally shook. My wounds, they're gone. Did I really just come back to life? Without a second thought, the wrestler drops to his knees in front of the person in the white robe and yells, I swear I'll be loyal to the Saints' Order forever. And loyal to you, my awesome high priest. Flash forward, and the masked wrestler is just standing there zoned out in front of the bedroom door, totally under Duong Hai's control. A little while later, the sky outside is a perfect blue. Down at the port, the masked wrestler is walking toward a bunch of shipping containers. He's scoping the place out all cautious and spots a red container with the code FF4936/1. Duong Hai, who's basically driving the wrestler's body, mutters to himself, so that's the red container from his memories. He remembers this flashback to a super fancy hall where Bloodthirsty Rose is sitting on a throne-like chair saying, the word on the street is some investor named Sword of Sealing found out where you're stashing the goods. The masked wrestler is kneeling in front of her, reporting, She's no big deal. Lady Bloodthirsty Rose. Just say the word and I'll go take care of her easy. But then Deep Sea Admiral, this serious-looking middle-aged guy, cuts in. He's like, take care of her, dude. She's an A-rank hero. You seriously think you can handle her by yourself? Meanwhile, the great Earth Mage, this old dude with long white hair and a big ol' hat, strokes his beard and is all, so what if she's A-rank? We're the freaking Saints' Order. Are we supposed to be scared of one little A-rank hero? Over on the side, a blonde high priest in a white fur hat just scoffs. What a clueless investor. Go grab her and bring her to me. Let's show her what a real A-rank can do. Right away, Bloodthirsty Rose, Deep Sea Admiral, and the great Earth Mage all stand up and shout, Yes, Lord High Priest, your wish is our command. Hearing this, the masked wrestler who's standing behind the Admiral bows his head and is like, well then, I guess I'll be on my way. But suddenly, the Admiral turns and says, Masked wrestler, get over here, which totally throws the guy for a loop. The masked wrestler does this super deep 90-degree bow and asks, Lord Deep Sea, Admiral, what can I do for you? He tells him, a shipment from Area Number 1 just got to the port. It's in the red container. The Deep Sea Admiral keeps talking, puffing on a cigar with this serious look on his face. Tomorrow I need you to go check it out for me. If you hear anything, and I mean anything about Sword of Sealing, you tell me right away. Then he claps a hand on the masked wrestler's shoulder and adds, Oh, and hey, it's totally normal for a little something to go missing from each shipment. You can handle that however you want. Don't blow the chance I'm giving you. Hearing that, the guy is kind of freaked out but just says, yes, sir. And that's where the memory cuts off, just fading to white. Back in the present, Duong Hai, still in the wrestler's body, is standing in front of the red container with his hands on his hips thinking, I wonder if Nguyen Trang is going to pull this off. And what even are these goods anyway? Then he puts his hand on the lock, thinking, a fingerprint lock, puffed please. Too easy. Immediately the screen glitches as the system announces that Duong Hai is activating his phase shift skill. A second later, the masked wrestler is inside looking at a staircase heading straight down. As he heads down, he's like, whoa, so the container is just a cover. The real stash is all underground, and man, it reeks of blood down here. A minute later, the masked wrestler hits the bottom step and sees this massive basement, with some dude sitting at a table busy with something. Okay, so there's a guard, he thinks. All of a sudden, the guard looks over kinda suspicious. But then he jumps to his feet and snaps a salute. Lord Mask! Seeing the salute, he clears his throat and goes, So, anything new today? The guard reports, Yes, sir. You might not have heard, but we've got a big deal coming up soon. These little brats haven't stopped making noise for a second. The masked wrestler's ears perk up. Little runts, no way. He nods to the guard. All right, lead the way. I gotta see this. A second later, they're stepping into a hall lined with prison cells. The masked wrestler scans the area curious. Out of nowhere, the guard snaps at a kid. Quit your whining, you're bugging Lord Mask! You want a taste of this whip? In the same cell, a green-haired boy just glares back totally defiant. The masked wrestler's jaw tightens and he thinks to himself, the freaking Saints order. Keeping people in a dump like this? It's sick. Walking deeper in, he starts putting it all together. Looks like these are more kids snatched from other zones. They're so young. The oldest can't be more than 15 or 16. He flashes back to when the deep-sea admiral gave him that look on his way out. Suddenly, Dwang Hai, deep inside the masked wrestler, just explodes with rage, screaming in his head, "These people treat life like it's nothing. I swear every single person who had a hand in this is gonna pay." From one of the cells, a voice yells, "I'm gonna end you, you piece of—" A blonde guard is standing there with a whip, his other hand clamped over his bleeding ear, staring down the prisoner whose tied-up head hanging low. The guard is fuming. "You actually bit me." He raises the whip again, shouting, "Let's see how tough you are after I'm done with you." But the masked wrestler behind him cuts in, "Yo, hold up." He then asks the guard, "This the guy making a scene?" The blonde guard immediately starts whining. "Yeah, Lord Mask! This punk jumped me and took a chunk out of my ear." Just then, the prisoner snaps his head up, locking eyes with the newcomer, and his gaze is blazing with pure fire. Seeing it, the masked wrestler looks down and thinks, kid's got some serious fight in him, then asks, "So what's the story?" Hearing that, the blonde guard gets all squirrely and stammers, well..." Suddenly a voice cuts in from the side. "What do you think he was trying to pull something nasty?" The new guy decked out in green is one of the Saints Order Mantis twin rings, and he keeps talking. He was about to get real handsy with this kid's little sister. Those words hit like a lightning strike. The masked wrestler is in shock. What? It's only then that he finally spots her, a little girl in a pink dress balled up in the corner of the cell. Then Mantis Twin Rings adds, "Too bad for him he didn't get the chance. The girl's already scared out of her mind." Hearing this, the masked wrestler's vision goes red as he thinks, these animals. The guy next to him smirks. "Hey man, I thought you were on break. What are you doing here? So what'd you think of those two chicks I set you up with?" "Not bad, huh?" The masked wrestler just glances at him and says, "Yeah, your taste is top-notch for sure, but I'm here on business for the Deep-Sea Admiral. Just checking the inventory." He then jerks his head toward the tied-up boy and says, "Cut him down. As long as all his parts are attached, he'll still sell." "Let him live, no way. Even a fangless little monster from Area 1 is worth some serious cash." The kid screamed, "I'm gonna kill every single one of you." The masked dude behind him just gave him this killer stare. "Keep it up, and you'll get what you're asking for, like right now." All of a sudden, the twin ring mantis guy whipped his head around, all suspicious like, "Wait, you can understand what he's saying." And just like that, the masked wrestler's expression cracked as he conjured up some magic in his hand, taunting, "Oh, I don't just understand. I'm here to make his wish come true. Otherwise, this whole trip would have been a total waste. Wouldn't you agree?" And in that same second, he shoved his hand straight through the twin ring mantis's gut. The guy's face just went blank, completely confused, like he had no clue what was even happening. He managed to choke out, "But why?" The masked wrestler just stood there like some kind of grim reaper and was like, "Maybe because he and I were from the same place." Hearing that totally blew the twin ring mantis's mind. You're not one of the masks." But before he could even get the words out, his head went flying. The two guards behind the masked wrestler saw the whole thing and were totally confused. "What's happening, Lord Mask?" Then these gnarly black tentacles shot out of his back and he growled, "You're all so dead!" The blonde dude saw it and jumped in to fight, yelling, "Oh crap!" But before he could even make a move, the tentacles wrapped around his arms and body super tight. He groaned like, "Ugh!" Then out of nowhere, the tentacles started sparking with electricity and zapped him. In a flash, the blonde guy was getting fried, screaming his lungs out. The other guard was just watching, sweating buckets with his jaw on the floor, totally terrified. He spun around to book it, but the tentacles were right after him. After a sick crackle of lightning, he let out a scream as a puddle of blood started spreading on the floor. The system voice came on, "Ability plunder complete." Just watching all this go down. The kid who was tied up looked up totally speechless. He just stared at the masked guy's back as he held up 3 of those ability orbs. Then the kid just blurted out, "My name's Ye-Fan. Who even are you?" Ye-Yan, still tied up, stared at the masked dude and asked, "Seriously, who are you?" The guy turned to look at him and was just like, "I'm the one who saved you." Ye-Yan coughed a couple of times and said, "But I've seen you. You were messing with the other kids here." The man just gathered some energy in his hand and said super calm, "You're about to find out what's really up." Then with just a flick of his wrist, the chains holding the kid just exploded into pieces. He went on, "Ye-Fan, hang tight for a few minutes. I gotta go deal with the guys outside first." Ye-Yan, looking like a total zombie, just walked over to a little girl. He pulled her in for a hug as she cried her eyes out her back, a total mess of cuts. All he could think was, "Fei Fei." That's when he heard yelling in the distance. "Get him, let's go." He screamed, "You're done for, you trash!" And these gnarly tentacles just burst from his back. The goons totally freaked out. One got ripped in two by a tentacle. Another one got his head taken clean off. The screams just echoed on and on. The masked wrestler stood there in the middle of all the bodies, his fists clenched tight. A sharp, cold voice from behind him said, "Not bad at all." The guy with the red hair was the radio music hero. He said to the person with him, Hey, you little problem child. Let's jump this guy together. See how fast he really is. A sly grin was the only answer he got. Down, said the spear wielder, gripping a flaming red spear. You're up. The radio music hero's eyes narrowed as he said sound. He tossed a music disc in the air and yelled, hit it! All the kids around them immediately grabbed their heads and screamed. The sound from that disc felt like it was drilling right into their minds, attacking their brains. Even the masked wrestler had to drop his head and cover his ears. He thought, crap! His music literally jacks into your nerves and cranks up the pain. Good thing my head game is strong enough. But these kids are about to break. I gotta end this guy in fast. Guess I'll have to play along for a sec. With that, he dropped his hands, acting totally overwhelmed, and let out a cry. The radio music hero got all cocky. Hey, see, nobody can handle my tracks. The guy flew up slinging the music disc at the masked wrestler while yelling, time to face the music? The disc phased right through him, leaving him totally fine. The radio music hero was stunned. What? In that exact same moment, the masked wrestler was already behind him and slammed a kick into his back. The sneak attack was so fast, the guy didn't even have time to react. The kick totally folded him in half, and he just screamed. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and yelled, help me! The spear wielder immediately chucked his spear at the masked wrestler, shouting, take this! The flaming spear was a total blur as it flew. In a flash, it was sticking right through his body, making him stagger back. He didn't even make a sound, the spear just lodged in his chest. But instead of going down, he brought a heavy punch straight down on the radio music hero. The spear wielder screamed, totally shocked. You actually took him out! Why are you double-crossing the organization? The masked wrestler bent over, coughed a few times, and whispered, why? Then he snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with fury, and roared. It's for these kids, obviously. For what's right. The spear wielder looked at him like he'd just told the world's lamest joke. He laughed out loud and said, Justice you, Mr. Mask. Like you haven't done your own share of messed up stuff. Even if you beat me, you're not walking out of here. Just so you know, Lord Deep Sea Military Soul is on his way. He turned his head, his eyes practically sparking, and replied with a smile. In that much of a hurry to get wrecked fine by me, I'll grant that wish. The two of them faced off in the dark cellar. The spear wielder gritted his teeth, his face covered in nervous sweat. The hole the spear made in the masked wrestler's chest just vanished without a trace. The spear wielder totally lost it, throwing all the spears he had and screaming, You're insane, you monster, just die already, die. He used his arms to block the fiery assault, and they got all torn up with cuts big and small. He let out a yell and threw his hands out wide, and every attack he just blocked shot right back at the spear wielder. The spears punched through his body, and he let out a long, agonizing scream. The masked man dropped to one knee, breathing hard, and said, Okay, that actually hurt. A kid leaning against the iron bars looked at him. Mister, you're hurt. He just smiled and said, It's nothing. Totally worth it to make sure you're all safe. The huge iron cage swung open, and the kids inside rushed out. The masked wrestler said, All right, everybody out, let's go. Easy now, form a line. Yifan, with a dead serious look, carried the little girl out. The man turned his head and called out, Yifan! The boy frowned, looking back at him, and said, That feeling? Being totally helpless? I never want to feel that again. I want to be strong like you. Can you teach me? He looked down at the boy and answered, All right, but here's the deal. You have to be 100% loyal to me. Always. You think you can do that? Yes, Yifan said, gritting his teeth. I can. I'll be the most loyal follower you've ever had. A system panel popped up that read, Puppet Control. He put his hands on his hips, held a glowing gold orb out to the boy, and said, Then consider your wish granted. Yifan stared at the object in his hand, completely shocked. Master, this is... In his hand was the power of the twin-ringed mantis. An ability orb, he replied. It'll let you turn your forearms into the blades of a twin-ringed mantis. You can use it to protect yourself for now. The boy took it with a huge smile and said, Thank you, Master. Yifan quickly got the little girl on his back and took off. The masked man just watched him go. Once the kid was gone, he turned back to the bodies all over the floor and said, Next up, I gotta clean up this mess. He raised his hand and it started to glow with an insane light. The system flashed a single word, plunder. From the bodies of the henchmen, streams of murky dark yellow smoke started to rise. From the radio music hero's body, a bright blue stream of smoke floated up. All of it swirled together, forming little orbs in his palm. He looked down at them, licked his lips, and a grin spread across his face. Man, last time it was a total grind to get just 2 dank ability orbs from the puppet master and that wind-riding mantis. And now I'm raking them in. Seriously, humans are no joke compared to beasts. He pulled out another's green orb, all business. First up, gotta get Shadow Dodge to A rank. You could just see the power flowing straight into the Shadow Dodge orb. He got super serious and was like, This time the light consecration should make it way more stable. Then the system popped up. Ability rank, a name Shadow Dodge description creates 5 shadow clones. So in a fight, you can literally swap places with your clones and even make shadow weapons to attack. Anyway, time totally flew. A little later, he steps outside and bam, a sharp dagger is right at his throat. Brunch yelled, Who the heck are you? What are you planning to do with these kids? Spit it out. He just turned his head and was like, And you are, she scowled back. Hey! The kids around them saw her and totally lit up. Whoa, it's Sister Brunch, Sister Brunch. One kid ran right up and said, Sister Brunch, he's the guy who saved us. All the other kids jumped in like, yeah, that's right, heroine. This guy got hurt trying to save us, so please don't get the wrong idea. Brunch just kinda coughed a couple of times, then turned away totally blushing and was like, oh, really well, this is awkward. He just smiled and said, it's cool. You've gotta be the rank 3 hero, right? Brunch the sword of sealing. That's me, she said. I tracked the traffickers all the way here, but I seriously didn't expect you to beat me to it and already pull them out of that hellhole. Brunch walked over and gently touched one of the kids' faces, saying, I'm so sorry I was late. But then the kids all started shaking and staring at the ground. He turned back asking, what's going on? Suddenly these huge thorny vines just snatched the kids up into the air. They were screaming, help us, please save us. Then with a crack of thunder, sharp vines erupted from the ground all around them. The kids, who were all tangled up in the thorns, were just wailing, help, help, mommy. The world guardian cried out, Master. But the masked wrestler held her back, saying, wait, I'll save them. The masked wrestler and Diet Fam faced off against a whole crew. Behind them was this giant flower with some person in white sitting on top. Bloodthirsty Rose just sneered, save them, huh? You're kidding me, right? You actually think you're some kind of hero? The Deep Sea Spirit General just frowned, staring them down. The Earth Mage watched him silently too. The priest, chilling on his flower throne, cast a spell and ordered, Bloodthirsty Rose, Deep Sea Spirit General, Earth Mage, show these ants what the city's disciples are really about. Ability mana recovery. A bolt of energy shot from the staff right into Bloodthirsty Rose's back, making her gasp. Instantly, she stood taller and declared, man, using a massive ability like that is totally draining. But thanks to the sweet mana recovery from the Lord Priest, I'm totally back to 100%. The priest stroked his chin and said, Sword of Sealing, that's an artifact belonging to the city's disciples. Not something for you to be messing with. Give up now and I might just let you live, he went on. As for you traitors, you can just stay here, forever. The masked wrestler scowled, thinking, yeah, we'll see who's staying here forever. Brunch raised her sword, her mind racing. If it was just 3 B rank ability users, I could take them. But with this Priest of Light, a rank 3 ability user running support, this is gonna be rough. She looked at him and yelled, reinforcements from the Hero Association are on their way. If you keep this up, you're toast. Let the hostages go and surrender now. The priest just scoffed, giving her a death glare. The trio of Bloodthirsty Rose, Deep Sea Spirit General, and Earth Mage all charged, yelling, let's end this, grab her before the Hero Association shows up. Brunch lifted her sword in front of her and screamed, Sealing power release. Instantly, the blade exploded in a blaze of red fire. The masked wrestler was totally stunned. Woe to unleash that much power. She really is an A-rank hero. Brunch yelled, clutching her sword as she shot into the air. The Earth Mage held up his staff and chanted Earth Wall, and a massive wall of rock shot up to block her. She swung her sword once, and with a single slash, the wall exploded into a million pieces. She flew straight for the Deep Sea Spirit General, raised her sword, and yelled, Seal! He quickly called on his power, chanting Raging Torrent. Waves of water swirled around him, and he whipped them around like giant water spouts. Brunch brought her sword crashing down, shouting, Sword slash! But then she just stopped cold, her eyes going wide with horror at what she saw. Down below, Bloodthirsty Rose was holding a kid up like a human shield. She just laughed and said, Go ahead, you can die for me. Brunch's attack had hit the boy dead on, and he screamed in pain. She shrieked in fury, Using a kid as a shield, you're disgusting. The villain just smirked, totally victorious. Your kindness is your biggest weakness. With all these hostages around, I'd love to see you even try to fight back. The Deep Sea Spirit General, standing in the middle of all that water, just let out this nasty laugh. Somehow he'd teleported right behind her while she was freaking out about the kid. He lifted his blade high, ready to end it all. The blade came slicing down and Brunch had no idea. It all went black. And then this crazy cracking sound just echoed. He yelled out, What? And right there, some guy was totally shielding Brant. The wrestler dude's mask was on the ground, split in two. Yangshi lightly touched the new snake mask on his face and was like, Hey, you almost wrecked my second mask. Then he gripped the dagger in his hand and just casually hit back. The Deep Sea Spirit General looked down to see Yangshi's dagger stuck in his neck, and he just screamed in pain. He ripped it out super fast and blood started dripping from the blade, splattering on the ground as he clutched his neck, making this horrible gurgling sound. Brant started to move, but he held out a hand to stop her like, Hold up. The priest lifted his scepter high and this blinding light just burst out. He chanted, Holy Light, heal. The wound on the Deep Sea Spirit General's neck vanished in a flash like it was never there. He crossed his arms, laughing his butt off at Yangshi. With the Lord Priest around, we literally can't die. Then the priest tapped the air with his scepter and said, Buff. A jolt of energy shot right into the three villains. Yangshi muttered, They're way more intense now. The Priest of Light just powered up his buff. Their abilities just got a temporary boost by a whole rank. The Earth Mage knelt down, chanting at his staff. Brant saw him and lost it, shouting, Oh no, he's powering up. If he actually casts that spell while he's buffed, the destruction will be even bigger than an A-rank ability. Yang thought, asterisk. An attack that massive is going to hit the kids. I have to get everyone out before he can cast it. He looked back at Brant and said, Sword of Sealing. I just need you to distract the other two for a minute. Leave the rest to me. She asked, not so sure. Can you really deal with the Earth Mage's attack? What about the kids? He raised his hand, making a purple ring of blight appear, and said, Trust me. Brant thought to herself, asterisk, why is he such a mystery, but I feel like I can rely on him? Why do I feel like I can actually trust this guy, asterisk? After that, she got herself together, channeled her energy into her sword, and said, All right then, I'll make you an opening. She charged straight for the deep-sea spirit general, screaming, Seal of agility release! He tried to block her with his blade, but he still got sent flying. He was dripping sweat, gritting his teeth, and totally cussing her out. Dang it, you crazy woman! Are you just gonna stand there, help me? Bloodthirsty Rose spread her arms furious and screamed, How many times have I told you not to call me that? City of Roses! And the whole storm of red hearts and sharp thorns rained down from the sky. Brant was in total shock. What is this? Is something messing with my power? The villainess explained with a total smirk. My burning desire ability can bring out the deepest wants hidden in your heart. Are you starting to feel a weird heat spreading through your whole body right about now? The deep-sea spirit general split into a bunch of clones. He got all up in her space, wrapping his arms around her with a creepy smile. Well now, little girl, how about some special attention from me? Brant bent over and yelled, Seal of spirit release! A giant pillar of light exploded behind her, throwing him off. Bloodthirsty Rose yelled out, totally surprised, What? I've never heard of the sort of sealing having a mind-based ability. Both Bloodthirsty Rose and the deep-sea spirit general were stunned as she just vanished inside the pillar of light. A second later, she reappeared, slicing the villainess's body in two with insane speed before stopping behind her sword gripped tight. This is a power I just woke up recently. It's a power I got from almost dying. Seems to work pretty well. I should probably thank you for giving me the chance to let off some steam. Blood poured from her wound as she stuttered. How could you? Meanwhile, the Earth Mage was seriously struggling to channel his power. Sweat was pouring down his face as he screamed, Come forth! A huge beast with razor-sharp fangs appeared from a cloud of smoke, letting out a terrifying roar. The kids, still tied up by the thorny vines, screamed in terror. Save me! The dragon roared and flew straight at Brant. She just stared at it, her eyes totally wide in shock. And just like that, he appeared out of nowhere, shielding her. He shot lightning from his hand right into its mouth. The dragon instantly pulled back, with electricity still sparking like crazy inside its jaws. He pulled back his hand, staring it down, and the space just blew up, sending smoke and debris flying in every direction. A helicopter touched down right beside the billowing white smoke. The great Earth Mage coughed a couple of times and said, Thanks, Lord Priest, for using your protective power to save my butt. If you hadn't, I would have been totally caught in that explosion. The priest turned back, frowning and laying into him. You're completely useless. You could have easily taken care of the Sword of Sealing. But you got totally wrecked by that mystery person, and we even lost 2 CB members. The great Earth Mage bowed his head and said, My lord, the Saints have lost their stronghold. I know our foundation is shaken, but the organization can handle it. The priest replied softly, True. As long as I'm alive, the Saints' spot in Zasha is secure. From the center of the explosion, Yang Shi had already carried Brant to safety. He thought, asterisk, this mystery guy took out a level 3 enhanced ability with a single hit. His power is insane. Might even be stronger than me. Gotta bail like now. By the time the priest showed up, he saw the two of them just, poof, gone. He whispered, Head, they bolted. Guess you get to hang on for a few more seconds. Then his eyes landed on the deep-sea naval soul's body. And your power? It's all mine now. He lifted his hand, ready to yoink the ability. A system notification popped up. Ability Plunder, CB rank power, name Deep Legend. Description. Supercharges the water inside your body and boosts your speed. As long as there's even a drop of water, you can create legit ocean waves and water clones. Evaluation, pure water and energy. He looked forward, thinking, All right, next up, Bloodthirsty Rose. While he ripped the power from her body, he muttered, Man-Seal Sword does not mess around. The system flashed, Ability Plunder complete. The orb in his hand pulsed as it absorbed the power, and the system displayed the deets. CB rank power, name Bloodthirsty Rose. Description. Lets you use your own blood to summon some gnarly roses. These roses can spray this stuff that messes with your enemy's head, and you can even make them explode. Evaluation. Yeah, every rose has its thorns, all right. You can now upgrade to a CA rank ability. Not wasting a single second, Yang Shi slammed the 2 power orbs together. A crazy powerful orb of light appeared in his hand. The system displayed CA. Rank ability name Hypersenses. Description. Amps up your sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste to superhuman levels, and even kicks your 6th sense into overdrive. Your harmonization is boosted, letting you blast enemies with psychic shockwaves. Evaluation. So trippy. Wanna buy a prop? He let the power sink into his body, whispering, Sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. Whoa, everything is so sharp. Nearby, Blanche's eyes fluttered open. He glanced over. Hey, you're awake! She took one look at the totally wrecked place around them and shot right up. Then she yelled, Okay, seriously, what is your power level? An explosion this massive, it's insane. Who are you? He turned away, his hand brushing against his mask, and answered, The Adjudicators, codename Pi. She looked totally confused. The Adjudicators, never heard of them. They're not on any hero association list I know. Suddenly her eyes shot up to the thorny vines. The kids. They were gone. She screamed in a panic. Wait a sec, where are the kids? He answered softly. They're right behind you. The kids immediately swarmed her, crying out, Miss Blanche, we were so scared. She wrapped her arms around them to comfort them, saying, Oh, thank God. Is everyone okay? How did you guys get out of there? A little boy piped up. The Master's shadow saved us. There were like 1,000,000 of his shadows, she asked, confused. His shadow, the kid explained, using his hands to show her. He made the shadow hide, and then it like sneakily cut all the vines that were holding us, and then it set us down on the ground. This dark circle thing popped up all around us, kids. The boy added, Right before the big boom, he used the shadow to make this bubble shield to keep us safe. She started to put it together, whispering, So that means the Master is... She whipped around a huge smile on her face. Pa, you're actually like super thoughtful. Thank you. But when she looked, he was totally gone. She was like, Where'd he go? A voice boomed from a helicopter overhead. This is the Hero Association. You have entered a restricted area. All unauthorized activity is strictly forbidden. A chopper touched down in the middle of a clearing as a bunch of people walked toward them. A girl named Lynn Newer stepped out front holding a mic, with some old guy and another person right behind her. She suddenly spun around with a playful grin and asked, Okay, so first ever live scene as an intern reporter. What's the plan? The old man sighed and said, Go get a few words with Seal Sword. Lynn followed his gaze. She bounced over to them and was like, Hi there. I'm Lynn, an intern reporter with the Hero Association. Mind if I ask you a few questions? The woman smiled. Not at all. I'm Blanche, also known as Seal Sword, an A-rank hero with the Hero Association. The chat totally blew up. OMG, it's Blanche, the A-rank hero. The stream is live. She's literally my queen. Whoa, she looks hurt. Hope she's okay. Lynn gave a quick intro and then jumped right in. So the port is a complete disaster zone right now. Can you tell us what went down? Blanche replied, her voice steady. I'm so sorry to have worried everyone. I was on a mission to rescue children who were being illegally trafficked by the Saints organization out of Exasha. The viewers went wild in the comments. What about the kids? Are they safe? OMG, my brother is missing. Lynn jumped back in. About this criminal group, the Saints? I've heard whispers about them. They're basically untouchable criminals operating outside the law in Zasho. I really hope the government launches a full-scale investigation into this. Hearing that, Blanche shook her head sadly. I have no idea how long this horrible stuff has been happening. Getting intel on them was next to impossible. But I'm just glad I could finally get these kids out. Her face was broadcast live on a massive screen on a skyscraper, and the crowd below just erupted. Those poor kids, so glad they're safe. The Hero Association better bring the hammer down on the Saints. Blanche made sure to add, but I have to be honest. If I had faced the Saints leader by myself, I never would have been able to save those kids. Luckily, I had help from a mysterious stranger. Lynn's jaw totally dropped as she asked, A mysterious stranger? Blanche looked like she was reliving the moment, her eyes lighting up as she answered. Dude, he's way stronger than me. He literally just one-shotted an upgraded A-rank power. The chat started blowing up again like, what the heck? He's for real stronger than an A-rank hero. Could that be the super boss Pai Shay from before? Who is this guy? Spill the tea? The woman pointed at the smoke still pouring out and was like, You see? That massive smoking crater over there. He had this creepy snake mask on and said he was from some group called the Adjudicators, name's Pai Shay. The camera panned over the smoke and someone in the chat pointed out, Hold up! Isn't Pai Shay supposed to be a metal bender that was totally lightning? OMG, what is going on? Those other dudes didn't even have a prayer. Their power level has gotta be at least S rank, right? Lin Nishu scanned the area and said, But it looks like he's gone. Blanche pointed at some cars way off in the distance and said, The priest booked it. He took off after them. A little later in some parking garage, two guys were hustling. The priest, totally sweating bullets, looked around nervously and said to the old guy with him, I used what was left of my power on you. You think your earth magic can actually stop that guy? Hearing that, the old man started sweating too, but he had this nasty look in his eye. Yeah, it should be fine. I've got my powers set up all over this place. If he tries any more of that earth-based stuff on us, it's gonna be totally useless, the priest whispered. Find us a ride. We need to find a new spot to lay low for a bit. The two kept walking, completely clueless that Yang Shi was hiding behind a wall, watching their every move. After hearing their whole plan, he thought, You really think you can run? This place is about to be your final resting spot. And right then, the phone in his pocket started blasting. Asterisk, beep, beep, beep. A shiver went right down Yang Shi's spine. The two dudes heard it and whipped around, totally suspicious. The priest called out all icy, Who's there? Behind his mask. Yang Shi was totally freaking out. He was thinking, Who in the world is calling me right now? The phone kept going off. Asterisk, beep, beep, beep. The two guys immediately started walking toward the sound. He pulled out his phone, saw the caller ID, and his stomach just dropped. Xiao Yue. Why is she calling me asterisk right now, asterisk? The phone just kept ringing. Asterisk, beep, beep. Yang Shi flattened himself against the wall, scared to even breathe. The old man's eyes narrowed. Who is that? The system popped up, change clothes. His whole body got covered in these glowing cubes, and bam, he was in a totally new outfit, looking like a regular dude. He just strolled out already on the phone, acting all casual. Hey, Xiao Yue, what's up? The guy watched him for a sec, then kind of wrote him off as a normal person. But a little voice in his head was like, don't be so sure, keep an eye on him. Her voice came through the phone. Babe, guess where I am? Yangshi was like, where I thought you were at home. From a helicopter that was taking off, Xiao Yue cooed. I'm in Sasha, baby. And then she just started laughing. Haha. Yangshi was thinking, Sacha, what the heck is she doing in Sasha? He kept walking like he didn't have a care in the world and said, Sasha's a total mess. What are you doing there? Oh, it's nothing. I just had to tell you something. A little while ago, I landed a totally awesome job. The two guys were still trailing him, but when he heard that, he was like, what job? Xiao Yue sounded super hyped. I'm an intern reporter for the Hero Association now. I actually just finished an interview with the Sealed Sword Guild, and I'm about to interview the mysterious Sister Zaha, but those words hit Yangshi like a ton of bricks, and he blurted out, what? His whole vibe changed as he thought, if the Hero Association is here, Little Sparrow is gonna find me any second. I gotta wrap this up like now. Yangshi started walking faster and said, that's awesome. To celebrate your new job, I gotta go get you a huge gift. I'll call you back, okay? She replied, oh, Yangshi, you're so sweet. I'll be waiting. Watching him walk away, the old man just scoffed and said, so, it was just some couple being all lovey-dovey. Ugh, so gross. A status popped up on screen, asterisk, changing clothes, asterisk. All of a sudden, like a light bulb went off. The priest freaked out and yelled, wait, something's not right. We've been played. He's already here. Just then, Yangshi exploded with energy and rushed the two stunned guys. The old man summoned two gnarly wolves that lunged forward as he screamed, get him! He's right there! The vicious beast tore through the energy to get at him. The priest smirked. Let these quick little earth elementals deal with him. He's toast. The old man added with a sneer. Every single one of these things can go toe-to-toe with an A-ranker. He won't even have time to blink. Two blasts of energy shot right over his head, but Yangshi looked like he had a plan. The two wolves were fighting the green energy stream, their eyes locked on him. Yangshi's hand moved like lightning. Next thing you know, he's right behind the two of them, and before they could even blink, the energy stream shot right through them. It went straight through his chest. The priest, totally shocked, yelled, how is that possible? I thought you were a lightning user. Yangshi, with his hand still out, just calmly said, who told you I only had one power, you idiot? Blood dripped from the old man's mouth. He gasped out, totally stunned. You're a dual wielder. A super rare one. No way. The priest was sweating like crazy, blood on his lips. Realizing he was completely outmatched, he started begging for his life. You'll let me live and I swear I'll make it up to you for real. Duanghai just sliced his hand through the air. Asterisk swoosh asterisk, cause like not everything's about the cash, dude. Sometimes you gotta fight for what's right. These two energy ropes shot out again, wrapping tight around their necks, and they started making these awful choking sounds. Ugh. But then the priest just whips up his hand and pops a few green pills. When the priest busted out of the energy hold, Duanghai charged, thinking he'd chugged one of those green pills too. The priest jumps down, glowing, all gold veins popping on his face, and lets out this super creepy laugh. You totally asked for this. This old guy ain't no joke. I've still got one last move. And while he's talking, he reaches into his mouth and pulls out this massive staff. So gross. Duanghai was like, wait, I know this vibe. It felt just like the sword branch uses. A super sharp spear appeared. Behind him, the priest's spear was just blazing with this crazy golden energy. He started laughing like, haha, bet you didn't see this coming, huh? This old dude's got a spear of judgment too. A massive wave of power just exploded out as he screamed, divine strike! The priest lifted his spear, and this beam of orange energy shot straight up. The energy started swirling into these rings that felt super heavy and intense. Then the priest yelled, gather infinite strike, and just like that, a bunch of spear tips stabbed right through the middle of the rings. The priest roared, judge the sinners! Then this light beam started chasing him. Duanghai was expertly dodging every shot, watching this light ring that just wouldn't quit. He was thinking, this thing is seriously stuck on me. Then a flash of light zapped his thigh. He totally cried out. The priest was laughing like a maniac. Ha, keep on dancing, you little bug. I'm gonna put a hole straight through your head. Duanghai was on one knee staring at the gash on his thigh and thinking, this is so not good. Even a tiny cut lets all this crazy destructive power just flood through my body. He looked up at the light ring, which was still hunting for him, and started to get seriously worried. The ceiling was covered in these little dots of light, which meant it could lock onto my position in like a second. Then all the beams shot right at him. Duanghai jumped up and was like, oh, so you want to race, is that it? The priest just laughed all smug and was like, ha, speed please. What's faster than the speed of light, genius? The priest was cackling. The system screen flashed hyperbrain, and this insane energy started glowing from Duanghai's eyes. He mumbled, speed of light, you say? All the spears flew at him at once. The priest was still laughing his head off, totally clueless that someone just zipped right past him. Duanghai basically teleported, blurring as he shot way up high, looking down at his target. As light streaks slashed in front of him, the priest just said all cold, Mind Shield Shadow Annihilation. After handling that, Duanghai charged with his sword. He got this super intense look in his eyes and yelled again. The smile on the priest's face just froze, and then he let out this blood-curdling scream. Ah! Light beams shot out from behind the priest, the spears punching right through him, and this big red stain started to spread. The staff was still stuck in the priest's body as he said like he couldn't believe it. A mind power. No way you're a triple system user. Asterisk, cough, cough, asterisk. The priest, being stubborn, lifted his hand to try and heal himself. Duang Hai popped up behind him and said super chilly, "Don't even try to heal. You'll just have to go through getting wrecked a second time." The priest was in so much pain he was literally crying. Duang Hai sent this green energy at him and activated ability Plunder. The priest was totally shocked. The system screen popped up. A rank ability name Heart of Light. Description: mana recovery can juice up the stamina of users below B rank. Growth amplification can power up abilities for users below B rank. Concealment can hide users below A rank. And Holy Light Heal can patch up wounds for anyone below A rank. Spear of Judgment uses a massive Holy Light spear to, purify enemies. Evaluation. Good for attack and defense. A super rare legacy type ability. In Duang Hai's hand, a green orb was glowing blue. He pressed it to his chest and the screen flashed. Healing healed. Duang Hai thought to himself, I can't believe that dude had one of those green pills too. I almost totally bought the farm. A sec later, his foot landed next to the old guy who was just lying there, not moving. The system showed Plunder ability. Duang Hai reached out and just sucked up the power. He said, "An Earth-type power. What can I do with this?" The screen showed, Name Great Earth Mage. Description: uses the Earth element to mess with the ground. Summons Earth elementals to attack. Evaluation. You could totally open a zoo. Duang Hai looked up and figured, this has got to be the Hero Association's turf. A chopper flew over them. Inside, an announcement came on. We've just entered the controlled zone. He switched back to his normal look and bounced, leaving the mess for them to clean up. A little later, the helicopter landed. Lin Luet was holding a mic with this totally freaked out expression reporting the news. The whole area is wrecked with cracked walls and torn up ground matching the sounds of that epic fight we heard. And over here, a body is propped up with a massive hole through its chest. It's covered in red stains. She looked over completely stunned and gasped. She knew who it was. That's the leader of the Apostles of Zakchao, the Bright Priest. People in the crowd started whispering, Whoa, why's he got a giant hole in his chest? Man, good riddance. That guy was seriously bad news. Hey, I thought you said we were just here for an interview. OMG, who could have done this? A voice yelled out, Yo, look, there's another one over here. That person walked over to the old guy's body, which had a massive hole blown through its chest, and was like, This has to be one of the Bright Priest's people too. Lin Tuyet was so freaked out she broke into a cold sweat. Fighting the urge to puke, she covered her mouth and said, I'm so sorry. The other guy saw she was looking green and said, You should probably go rest for a sec, Xiaolin. She immediately took off. Okay. Lin Tuyet ran to a corner slumping against the wall and just started gagging. Asterisk gag, cough cough, asterisk. A water bottle appeared in front of her along with a worried voice. Lin Tuyet, are you okay? It was actually someone she knew. She was totally surprised. Duang Hai, what are you even doing here? He explained. I was nearby when you called. When I saw the Hero Association making a huge scene, I just knew you had to be here. Her face turned bright red. Thinking about what just happened, she said, totally mortified, You're such a jerk. Of course you miss me acing my interview, but you have to see me when I'm a complete mess. Lin Tuyet hugged him and whined. This is so embarrassing. My very first interview ended up like this. He tried to comfort her. It's okay. You look amazing no matter what. But in his head he was thinking, I am so screwed. I really should have cleaned up the battlefield over here. The other guy asked worriedly, Xiaolin, are you feeling any better? Seeing the two of them hugging and then looking back at himself, the guy was totally at a loss for words. His face got a little red as he said shyly, The rescue team saved the girls who got nabbed by the Apostles. Do you want to go interview them? Hearing this, she was like, over by a pit a man was lifting kids out. Lin Tuyet rushed off, glancing back to say, I'll be right there. Duang Hai, wait for me for a minute. The other guy holding his bag just watched them with tears rolling down his face, thinking bitterly, Are you kidding me? So I never even had a chance. Duang Hai said, super pumped. That's right. On the other side, Lin Tuyet was all smiles, cooing at a baby. Duang Hai stood in a corner with his arms crossed, with a huge, happy grin he couldn't hide. He looked at the precious bead in his hand and said with total determination, I'm coming back to save you very soon. He thought to himself, I've basically collected all the elemental system abilities now, earth, fire, water, and also light, dark wood, lightning, and metal. In that case, it's about time for the organization's mysterious number 3 to make his debut. Duang Hai pictured himself rocking a red mask with horns and sharp teeth. Just call me Godlong B. Early in the morning at Sasha Central Hospital, an ambulance was parked at the main entrance. A doctor was guiding a group of people to the exam room. Everyone please come out, get in a line, and follow me. I'm going to take you for a health checkup. Inside a hospital room, 2 people were leaning on each other. Duang Pham held his sister's hand, his face etched with worry. He sighed. Asterisk sigh asterisk. I've been searching for so long and I still haven't found Master. A sound caught his attention. He grunted and looked over. The person who had just arrived was Duong Hai, in a disguise walking toward Duong Pham. When the boy yelled out, "Master," he put a finger to his lips to quiet him. Shh! Duong Hai used his puppet control power on the doctors and other patients. He sat down next to Duong Pham, glanced at the kid beside him, and started to say, "Your sister?" Duong Pham cut him off before he could even finish. "I know she's already gone. I just want to take her home. I don't want to leave her in a place like this." Duong Hai wasn't just being nosy. He lifted his hand, a white pearl glowing in his palm, and said, "No, you should feel lucky you kept her with you this whole time. I can feel it. She's still alive, just incredibly weak." Duong Pham was in total shock. He immediately asked, freaking out, "Is that for real?" Duong Hai used Holy Light Heal on Duong Pham's sister. A moment later, the little girl woke up and called out, "Brother!" Duong Pham's eyes lit up when he saw his healthy sister calling his name. He called out her name, overjoyed. Duong Hai casually made the white pearl float over to Duong Pham and said, "Duong Pham, you need to get your strength back too. In a little bit, you two are getting out of here. Just don't let anyone know she recovered this fast." Duong Pham wiped away his happy tears, looked at Duong Hai with pure gratitude, and replied, "Yes, master." In front of him was the crystal glass overflowing with money. Duong Hai said, "Just call me leader. This money is from the organization for both of you. Your sister is still little. Let her get back to the normal life as soon as possible. And I only have one thing to ask of you. Get into the hero department of Yanjing University." Staring at the massive pile of cash and hearing Duong Hai's words, Duong Pham looked at him with a worried expression and voiced his concern. "But you need to have a super strong ability to get in." "Oh," he explained, cutting the boy off. "You don't need to worry about that. I'm going to give you this training type ability. Using it with your 2 mantis blades will be more than enough to get you into Yanjing University." A golden pearl giving off a brilliant light floated in front of Duong Pham. This was a D-rank training type ability bead. Its effects on the 5 senses, strength and speed, can be leveled up over and over through training. The upper limit is 10 times. The user's natural-born insectoid power, like getting it to 3 times its base strength, is considered totally epic. Seeing how it worked, Duong Pham clutched it in his hand, looking super confident as he told Duong He, "Don't worry, boss. I swear I won't let you down." Duong Hai turned to go, but first he told the kid, "Stay safe, and don't come looking for me. I'll hit you up later." Some time went by, and the morning sun was beaming down through the trees. Duong Hai had swapped his clothes and showed up at the hospital entrance by the ambulance. Lam Ni Tui was standing there, hands on her hips and looking all serious as she called out, "Duong Hai." He was totally shocked to see her. "Xiao Tu." Lam Ni Tui got right in his face, her tone super salty as she hit him with a bunch of questions. "Where did you disappear to? I've been searching for you all day." Duong Hai looked away and quickly made something up. "Whoa, I was just helping the doctor with the kids. What's up?" When she heard that, Lam Ni Tui let out a sigh of relief, and her whole face softened, which totally gave away how ticked off she was a second ago. She said, "It's nothing really. The kids are finally safe. The association is handling getting in touch with their families. The 2 of them. We're just hanging out at the hospital entrance watching people go in for checkups." Duong Hai asked, "So what happens to the ones with no place to go?" Lam Ni Tui answered, "They'll be taken in by the orphanage." Duong He felt a wave of relief, thinking how an orphanage is still a big family. "I just hope they grow up okay." While he was distracted, Lam Ni Tui took the chance to plant one on his lips. Both of their faces went bright red. Duong Hai was completely stunned by the kiss. His eyes went wide behind his glasses. Lam Ni Tui, blushing like crazy, looked at him all shy and said, "You've been through a lot these past few days, Duong Hai." Off in the distance, a chopper and some people were getting supplies ready. Someone yelled out to her, "Lam Ni Tui, get over here, we're ready to roll." Lam Ni Tui took off waving bye to Duong Hai. She shot him a wink and said, "I've still got a ton of stuff to do. Catch you in a few days. My awesome boyfriend." She left poor Duong Hai standing there, his face still beet red from that surprise kiss. He muttered to himself, "Dang it, she beat me to the punch again. Sachao Airport." Later that afternoon, a plane soared into the sky. Once night covered the city, Duong Hai was in a hospital room staring at the person on the bed hooked up to a ventilator. He looked at her and whispered, "Fifi, I'm really hoping Holy Light Heal works on you." Then Duong Hai stretched his hand toward the bed and unleashed the holy light. Bright white beams of light just exploded, lighting up the whole dark room. But Duong Fifi didn't even move. She didn't wake up, didn't react at all. Duong Hai was totally freaked out that the holy light did nothing. "What?" He pulled back the light, just standing there staring at Fifi, who hadn't changed at all. This was a first for him. He leaned against the bed, completely confused, and said, his voice tight, "Fifi's not waking up. Did the healing totally fail? How is this even possible?" Then something caught his eye. These little blue specks were floating off of Duong Fifi's forehead, like they were leaking out of her. Duong Hai just stared, totally bewildered. "What is this stuff?" He reached out to touch the little cloud of blue light, and then it hit him. "Wait a sec, this blue light is trying to break away and it's totally blocking her spiritual power." After a second, Duong Hai started to get the picture. He broke down the situation with a clear head. "Looks like the Heart of Light ability alone isn't going to cut it against this blue stuff. But if I just let it keep going, Fifi will never wake up. Then he remembered that shady guy. I can't waste any more time if I'm gonna fix this thing with Fifi for good. I have to go find that dude in the hat who was handing out the blue pills. He had 3 pearls. 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 green for disguise clone and metal control. They were just floating there in front of him. Duang Hai thought, but first I need to power up a little. I'm gonna level up these 3 abilities. Right there in the hospital room, streams of golden light swirled together in front of Duang Hai's chest. They flowed into the pearls, creating these small, solid gold orbs that hovered over his hand. The 2 powers, disguise and clone, were both C rank. The disguise pearl could totally switch up your look in 0.1 seconds, changing your whole appearance. It even helped you act the part. The clone pearl could make 1 clone with 1/8 of your real strength, and it would last for a half hour. As for the green metal control pearl, Duang Hai was still pushing to upgrade it. His eyes were locked on it, totally determined. He grit his teeth and said, up till now I've just been collecting powers. This time I'm gonna go for it and try to break through to S rank. A second later, Duang Hai was on his knees, completely drained from using so much power. Ha! Finally, he looked up at the pearl, which had gone from green to a shimmering silver blue. It hit S rank, able to control any metal in a 1-meter radius up to a crazy 10 tons. Duang Hai looked at the silver orb in his hand, feeling pretty pleased with himself, thinking, so this is what an S rank power feels like. I'm actually getting hyped to meet that fedora guy. The night was almost over when... So Yang Shi was totally pulling the strings on Hot and Sour Powder Superman. Then this black rip in the sky just appeared, glowing with this wicked purple light. A foot with a shoe on it stepped out, and boom, it was the mystery guy. Hands in his pockets, he just stood on the ledge and was like, been a while, Hot and Sour Powder Superman. Then he asked, got any new intel for me? Yang Shi, who was still in control, talking through Hot and Sour Powder Superman, shot back. You know it. Weren't you looking for info on D? Well, I found some. I'm just wondering if you've scrounged up the cash to buy it. The mystery dude adjusted his hat and said, if your intel is legit, it's worth at least 2 units. Hearing that, Yang Shi was ready to spill. A few days ago, did you hear about the apostle that got taken out in Sacho? The mystery guy looked down like he was bored and said, duh. It was Branch, the Sword of Sealing from the Hero Association. Yang Shi kept going. Yeah, but in that report, Branch dropped a huge piece of info. Someone else was with her when she took down the apostle, a person named Ta. The mystery guy didn't even seem surprised by this, saying, I'm way ahead of you. Ta and D are both from the Adjudicator organization. Isn't that like public knowledge by now? Yang Shi stared him down and said, maybe, but did you know that? D and Ta are both dual ability users. The mystery guy repeated, dual abilities? So maybe you gotta have 2 powers to get into their little club. Yang Shi just smirked when he heard that and shot back, get real! People with 2 powers are insanely rare. You actually think that's possible? The mystery guy, clearly not getting it, asked, what are you getting at? That's when Yang Shi held up a little blue bottle with a cork in it and said, ever seen one of these? It's an ability potion. The mystery guy saw it and reached out to grab it, whispering, an ability potion? Yang Shi yanked his hand back and was like, that's right. It's the stuff that gives people powers. Drink it and a regular person can get an ability. But if you've already got a power, you can get a second one. The mystery guy yelled, totally skeptical, that's crazy. How can you prove it's the real deal? Without even hesitating, Yang Shi popped the cork, saying, you know my only power is super strength, so just watch. Yang Shi chugged the whole potion and then smashed the empty bottle on the ground. Instantly, a massive flame just exploded from his left hand. Seeing this, the mystery guy freaked out. A fire-type ability, Yang Shi then threw a punch at the sky, sending a flaming fist soaring up to prove his point. He said, I've tangled with DK before, which is how I know so much. It's because of their blue pills that I even started to believe this stuff was real. The mystery guy, who was completely blown away by the potion, exclaimed, this is insane. Do you know what the ingredients are for this potion? Yang Shi replied, that I have no idea. My intel stops there. Now pay up. The mystery guy took out a bottle full of blue pills and said, the info wasn't bad. Here are 15 pills. He reached out to take it, but then asked, wait up. I have a question for you. The man replied, shoot. With a dead serious look, Yang Shi asked the question that was really eating at him. Lately, I've been getting these glowing blue spots on my body. Is it because of these blue pills? What's going to happen to me? The mystery guy had already turned to leave, just shrugging it off as he answered, it's just a minor side effect. Don't even sweat it. Standing in front of the portal, he glanced back and said, see you around, Hot and Sour Powder Superman. Then the portal snapped shut, leaving Yang Shi all alone on the cold rooftop. He dropped the disguise and went back to being himself, still holding the 15 pills in his hand. He stared at the spot where the mystery guy had just disappeared and muttered, this stuff totally messes with your head. He added, and he just calls it a side effect. What kind of messed up conspiracy are you all hiding? Yang Shi shoved his hands in his pockets and walked toward the real Hot and Sour Powder Superman. Suddenly, a voice called out, Dad, Dad! He tossed the bottle of 15 pills to the man slumped against the wall, who looked completely out of it. He said, even if it's for your daughter, you have to stop taking these pills. Get it together, man. A little girl peeked out, and when she saw Hot and Sour Powder Superman sitting there, she cried out, Dad, why are you sleeping on the roof? The girl ran over right as the man was waking up. He said, sorry, Deandian. Daddy must have just dozed off by accident. Deandian didn't believe him. You're lying, Dad. You said you'd celebrate my birthday with me. Then the girl saw the bottle with the 15 pills on the ground and asked, "What's this?" He quickly snatched the bottle, holding it up high and saying, Deandian, give that to Daddy. It's not a toy." He looked at his daughter, scared she would ask for them, and thought to himself, I know I came up to the roof to find the guy in the hat and trade for the blue pills. But when did that happen? Why can't I remember it at all? This is so weird. The bright moon lit up the dark night. On the rooftop, the father and daughter got ready to leave. Let's go, Deandian. We're going home to cut the birthday cake. The little girl cheered. Yay! Meanwhile, that very same night at Liu Yuan's place, he let out a massive yawn, stretching his arms as he paced around muttering to himself, I am so over these awful recovery days. Can't do this. Can't do that. When am I ever gonna get to go out? Then a light from the study totally caught his eye. It's crazy late. What's he still doing in there? He crept closer to the room, kind of worried about his dad, and was like, Dad, you seriously need to get some sleep. But surprised, nobody was in there. He walked in, glanced around, and was like, he's not here. Then this paper on the desk totally snagged his attention. He grabbed it, wondering, what is this thing he's been obsessing over day and night? But when he read the title on the paper, Deployment Request for the White Sun Plan at Lukeport, Liu Yuan was like totally floored. Lukeport? A huge smug grin spread across his face as he muttered, No freaking way, I can't believe this is actually happening. This is my shot to be a legit world-saving hero for real. So first thing in the morning, Yang Shi's in the copy room looking like he's printing something, when this super annoying teasing voice pipes up from behind him. Well, Yang Shi. Fancy seeing you actually working. What you up to? He flashed back to Liu Yuan, throwing an arm around his shoulder, acting all buddy-buddy like they were long-lost bros trying to ask for a favor. He'd said, Yo, little bro, you're friends with Fan Pang, right? We're super tight, so hook a brother up. The memory faded, and Yang Shi just said to the guy, some total weirdo just barged into the office and wanted to post a missing person flyer. The paper was basically blank, except for a few words, missing person notice. Looking for Cousin Li Chi. Fan Pang snatched the paper, looking at it all confused. Cousin Li Chi, I never heard of him. Yang Shi just waved him off like, it's obviously a code, dude. Now scram, you're blocking the copier. Fan Pang pouted with his hoof. Then out of nowhere, a crazy loud alarm started blaring over the speakers. Alert, aberrant beast intrusion detected. This is a Class A disaster. All citizens please evacuate to the nearest shelter immediately. All heroes Class B and above. Report to Mingo Road for backup stat. The second that alarm hit, everyone in the office totally freaked and started running everywhere. Fan Pang literally dropped to his knees, screaming, Oh my god, what is even happening? Yang Shi tried to play it cool on the outside, but inside his mind was racing. Mingwa Road. Wait, isn't that super close to the apartment complex where Zhao Su and I used to live? He immediately whipped out his phone and called her, Hello Zhao Su, where are you right now? On the other end, Zhao Su's voice was shaky. My apartment. The aberrant beast. Then all he heard was a massive crash and static. The line went dead. Just a dial tone. Seeing the look of pure terror on Yang Shi's face, Fan Pang asked, all worried, Your sister, she's okay, right? Nothing happened. Yang Shi didn't even answer. He just spun around and bolted out the door. Fan Pang yelled after him, Dude, where are you going? You're not a hero. What are you gonna do? Cut to the company rooftop where a figure just launched into the sky. It was Yang Shi, and the only thing on his mind was Zhao Su. Already transformed into date, all he could think was, I am not losing you again. Yang Shi rocketed toward the Class A aberrant beast, the soul-devouring spider. Its main attack was this ear-splitting shriek. Its whole body is covered in skin as sharp as razors, and it has a thing for human snacks, which is, terrifying. Yang Shi spotted the soul-devouring spider and started breaking down the situation. A Class A aberrant beast needs at least 3 squads of Class A or higher heroes to take it down, but right now all they had was the Class B hero Qing Lan and the Class C hero UND. The soul-devouring spider totally clocked his arrival, its eyes glowing like crazy as it turned its gaze. Then it let out this insane shriek, blasting a sonic attack right at UND. Qing Lan yanked her out of the way just in time, yelling, UND, get back! The building right behind them now had a massive hole blown through it. If she hadn't moved next year, would have been her death anniversary. Qing Lan totally laid into her, UND, what are you even doing here? A Class C hero is just a glorified punching bag against that thing. UND stammered. I was close by and saw Senior Qing Lan was all by herself. So I wanted to come help. Hearing that Qing Lan was just speechless, suddenly they heard this desperate scream from way up. Someone was trapped in the hole the monster just made. It was 2 girls totally trapped. Lin Nathan and her friend. Her friend was slipping and she was desperately trying to hang on to her hand while the other girl just screamed for her life. Lin Nathan screamed, Yuan, just hold on tight to my hand. Yuan was a total wreck, sobbing, Save me, Sister Na, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Linna was freaking out too. Yuan, you need to calm down, I'm pulling you up right now. But Yuan just kept wailing, Please, sister, hurry, I don't want to die. But then this jagged piece of the building above them cracked in two and came hurtling down at them super fast. and in the worst possible luck ever, it slammed down and speared right through the arm Lin Na was using to grip the railing. The pain was insane, and because of it, she lost her grip on Yuan Yuan, and both girls just started plummeting through the air. As Yuan Yuan fell, she let out this blood-curdling, hopeless scream, and then suddenly she was caught by Yuan Di. With tears streaming down her face, Yuan Yuan looked up at the red-haired girl holding her and whispered in disbelief, I'm not dead. Yuan Di just gave her a quick wink and said, a civilian caught in the middle of a battle. Who wouldn't be totally terrified? Class C hero Yuan Di from Cherry Company at your service. The reporter on the scene seeing Yuan Di save Yuan Yuan quickly yelled, wait, what about the other girl? Then someone pointed up, look over there, it's Lin Na. She's still falling, but she's totally silent, like she's already passed out. Just then, a black shadow totally zipped across the screen, leaving everyone watching live totally clueless. The announcer was just as lost and could only say, dear viewers, something legit just zipped past here. I have no idea what it was, but that girl just got snatched. Meanwhile, Qinglan suddenly screamed, get out of the way! The monster blasted a sonic wave at the news chopper, with all the reporters filming live right there. She instantly powered up her wind technique, launching a blade of air at the helicopter to block the monster's attack. The two forces slammed into each other, setting off a huge explosion. The shockwave literally tossed the helicopter through the air. Yuan Dai, holding Yuan Yuan tight, also had to brace against the insane force of the blast. On the other side, Yang Shi had caught Lin Niqian, getting her to the ground safely. It looked like she was completely out cold. Yang Shi gently set the messed-up girl down on a park bench, whispering, I'm sorry, Ju. Yang Shi gently touched her chin, looking super worried, and said, I'm late. Then he used his powers to heal the arm that a sharp rock had torn through. After he healed her, Lin Na was suddenly all cleaned up. Not a mess anymore. Yang Shi threw his jacket over her. The wound's all better. It won't hurt now. Just then, she started to wake up. She looked at the guy in front of her and asked, all innocent, am I still alive? Yang Shi stood up, giving her some space. Lin Na grabbed his hand. Wait, aren't you that chicken dude that's all over the internet? Did you save me? Yang Shi pulled his hand away and said politely, I was just passing through. But in his head, he was thinking, I'm so sorry, Ju. I still can't tell you who I am, or it'll just cause you problems. He stepped onto his hoverboard, and before he took off, he told her, you should rest for a sec, then get to a shelter. Before she could say anything else, he had already zipped far away. Lin Na yelled after him, hey, wait! He was already gone, but she just kept staring at the sky, her mind racing with questions. So weird. I know for a fact I've never met him. So why does he feel so familiar? Up on Yang Shi's triangle hoverboard, he used a cloning power to make another version of himself. Yang Shi pulled out 2 blue power orbs and pushed them into the clone, saying, these 2 powers, Heart of Light and Snow Maiden, are yours now. He watched as the clone started to absorb the 2 abilities. Since you're all about healing and support with an ice power, let's just make you a girl. He used a transformation on the clone, and poof, it turned into a girl with long blue hair and a bunny ear headband. Yang Shi said coldly, the 3rd member of the adjudicators has been born. Your name is Mao. He gave Mao her mission. Go and save anyone in danger. Don't let the body count get any higher. Her reply was just one word, understood. After that, he went back to where the soul-devouring rat was giving it a death stare. Next up, I'm dealing with this nasty rat. But then someone else caught his eye. Wait, who is that? On the roof of a building, a figure stood on the edge, looking tall and totally fearless. It was a girl with long black hair known as the Tyrant Fist Maiden. She was rocking a fiery red outfit with white wraps all over her body like a martial artist, and she was cracking her knuckles. Her eyes were burning with a will to fight as she said, I literally just got back from vacation, and this is the mess I find. The security in Green Harbor City is a total joke. Under the bright morning sun, a blonde reporter holding a mic suddenly gasped in shock. What is that over there? Isn't that Green Harbor City's most legendary A-rank hero of the last 15 years? Every viewer was glued to the big screen as the camera zoomed in on the main event. The Jumbotron showed a girl in a killer red outfit, with her hair in a perfect high bun, her sharp eyes just radiating confidence and pride. She turned to the camera, flashed a huge smile, waved, and said, What's up, you guys still remember the Tyrant Fist Maiden, right? The crowd instantly started buzzing, and the comments started flying, as everyone was freaking out over her vibe, so powerful, but also seriously cool. On a high platform, the other hero, the Great Chicken Lord, stood there looking epic, wearing a black cloak, with his face hidden by a plague doctor mask. He gave a little wave and chuckled. Oh, since a hero's here to handle it, I'll just kick back and watch the show before I make my move. Down below, the Tyrant Fist Maiden stood facing the giant monster, which was roaring like crazy, but she didn't look scared at all. She put a hand on her chin like she was sizing up her opponent, a little smirk playing on her lips. A rat this huge has gotta love getting punched. In that case, I'll be happy to throw down. The giant beast with the flaming gold fur threw its head back and let out 3 huge roars, then blasted a blinding golden energy beam from its mouth, shooting straight forward. Qinglan, seeing this from a distance, started freaking out and yelled a warning to her. Senior, get out of there fast! That sonic attack is crazy destructive! But she wasn't worried at all. The Tyrant Fist Maiden just gave a wicked smile, her voice full of challenge. How am I supposed to know if I can block it if I don't even try? The second she finished talking, a world-shaking explosion rocked the air. The giant rat had fired its attack right where she was standing, but she was gone. The insane blast flew straight into the skyscraper behind her, blowing a massive hole in it as smoke and dust billowed out, blocking out part of the sky. The blonde main character was totally shook, like half terrified, half starstruck. OMG. The tyrant fist maiden could have easily dodged that soul-sucking rat's attack, but nope, she took it straight on. That's so her vibe. Yep, the spot where she got hit was just gone. A massive hole blasted through like multiple floors. Rubble was raining down and the air was thick with dust. The giant soul-sucker just paced around, its freaky eyes glowing, making these little squeak-squeak noises that were so annoying you just wanted to clock at one. So Tyrant Fist Maiden is just floating there and the rat is acting totally clueless like a dumb brick. But then her eyes go wide, locking onto it. She balls up her fists and you can just feel the rage building. Bam! She threw a crazy fast punch that slammed right into the rat's face, sending it flying before it even knew what hit it, poofing into a cloud of smoke. After that nasty hit, the giant rat started backing off all defensive and looking totally beat. Seeing that, she couldn't resist a smirk and totally taunted it. Keep it coming. Big guy. Cat got your tongue? The rat looked so triggered, like its ego was totally bruised. Its face was all twisted up and salty. Meanwhile, the Tyrant Fist Maiden, channeling all that peak 17-year-old energy, just blitzed forward. She snagged its super long, thick tail and just slammed it into the ground with everything she had, making the rat jump up, letting out this pained grunt. But she wasn't done. She started swinging the poor thing around and around like a rag doll, totally cracking up while she did it. This is epic. So epic. Heh heh. Once she was bored, she just yeeted the massive thing into another corner. The throw was so insane that it crashed right into the wall, and everything around it exploded into chaos. Dust just billowed up again, covering the whole place. Watching all this go down from a distance, Qinglan was just like completely floored. He sighed, totally impressed. She's an absolute psycho. The amount of damage she's doing is on the same level as the monster. Elsewhere, Mao was watching from above when her eyes shot open. Some guy just appeared in front of her, about to get totally flattened by a huge boulder that would have ended him for real. Without even thinking, she yelled, "Look out!" Then zipped over, grabbed him, and flew them both to safety. The guy she saved was blushing like crazy, all embarrassed, and stammered, thanks." After a sec, he pulled himself together and asked, "What hero agency are you with? I've never seen you around before." Rabbit Mask didn't say a word. She just dropped him, turned, and walked off, leaving him with just 2 words. Judgments. Rabbit Mask. She just faded out of sight, leaving a bunch of guys to start whispering. One was like, "Yo, who was that?" Another one goes, "A total hottie for sure." Then this bald dude with a dorky look on his face just blurts out, "Dude, it's like a goddess just showed up. That Judgments group must be stacked with heavy hitters." Rabbit Mask kept walking until she spotted a group of girls whispering up ahead. She kinda grunted, scanning them before realizing it was VMD and her bestie, Zhao Sus. The second the girl saw Rabbit Mask, she knew her hero was here and her face just lit up. Even though she was all sweaty, she begged for help. "They fell from the sky and they're hurt like really bad. Can you save them?" Rabbit Mask didn't even hesitate, flipping on her compassionate sacrifice mode, and instantly started healing the 2 girls in front of her. Like a second later, the girls Rabbit Mask healed were so much better that everyone watching just gasped, totally blown away. Some guy nearby was like, "Whoa, their injuries are totally gone. What kind of power is that? She's gorgeous, nice, and has this insane healing ability." But Rabbit Mask was still all business, just giving them a quiet heads up. "Everyone, you need to get out of the shelter now so you don't get hurt again." Right then, this huge, scary shadow popped up behind the building. Its roar was so loud that 2 guys just screamed. Thon Lum cringed and covered her ears, complaining, "This roar is way different than before. It feels like my eardrums are gonna explode." Brute Force Fist was feeling it too. She yelled out, totally pissed, "Crap, that thing's about to go nuclear." Rooster Overlord looked like he figured something out. He freaked, yelling, "We're so screwed!" Watching the giant rat get back up, he looked super worried. "It's sucking up all the souls of the people who didn't make it." Brute Force Fist just stared at the huge gray rat in front of her. Its body started soaking up this massive wave of green energy. All this power was just pouring into it, and its chubby body started to heal up. It dragged its massive body up, and every slow move was just dripping with menace. Its face started to morph, its eyes turning this demonic-looking crimson. Its mouth stretched wide open, showing off these super sharp fangs that looked ready to tear everything apart. Then Lam, who was standing nearby, was totally stunned. Her eyes were locked on the freaky scene as she asked, all confused, "What? What is that?" Brute Force Fist answered, her voice like ice. "That disgusting rat is feeding on the spiritual energy of the dead." The rat, looking all intimidating with its psycho eyes, just charged forward like a freight train. The ground shook with every step. The people in the helicopter watching from way up were totally freaking out. Someone yelled, "The rat's injuries are completely gone." With a soul-eating rat, this huge people were freaking out like, can Brute Force Fist even win? Where's backup? But Brute Force Fist just tuned out all the noise. She got super serious, looked right at Than Lam and said, "Oh, look, kiddo, you need to fall back now. I've got a really bad feeling this thing's about to blow." Than Lam totally froze, not wanting to ditch her. Her voice was all tight as she started to say. But before she could even get a word out, the massive rat reared up and blasted this crazy bright yellow beam of energy straight ahead. That was the last straw. You could just see the rage flash in Brute Force Fist's eyes. She launched into the air yelling, "Zip it, you disgusting rodent!" The second she said it, she dive-bombed, slamming a massive thunder punch right into its giant body. A crazy loud explosion sent smoke and dust flying absolutely everywhere, totally blocking out the sky. Brute Force Fist hit the ground all tired and hunched over. She mumbled to herself, "Okay, that's gotta be it. I totally got it this time." But she barely had a second to breathe before a giant tail whipped at her out of nowhere, and she was just a split second too late to react. She took a nasty hit right across her back. A little stream of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth down her chin. She clenched her jaw in pain, her eyes blazing with fury. "Another cheap shot," she hissed. "You piece of garbage!" The massive tail swung around again. This time she was the one who went flying. Her tiny body got tossed her back, slamming hard against the ground. She couldn't help but cry out. Seeing its chance, the giant rat got all cocky and started letting out all these taunting squeaks. Even though she was in a ton of pain, Brute Force Fist still tried to push herself up, her determined eyes reminding herself, "I can't go down. I gotta end this thing, and fast!" But her body felt totally limp and useless, like a rag doll that had been torn to shreds. Then Lam ran over to her, freaking out, her voice filled with panic. Brute Force Fist was totally shocked to see Thon Lam next to her. She gave her this look like, "Why are you still here? Are you trying to get yourself killed or something?" Then Lam shot back, totally determined. "I'm a pro hero too. There are so many people behind us that need protecting. How could I just bail when there's a monster here?" Those brave words totally warmed Brute Force Fist's heart even through all the pain. She struggled to get back on her feet. From a distance, the blonde reporter was getting super hyped, yelling into her mic. "Everyone look now, you're seeing the legendary pro heroes of Luck Kang City in action." The giant rat gave them zero time to rest and charged again. Brute Force Fist leaped in front of Thon Lam, shielding her. She muttered a curse, her eyes turning as cold as ice. "AVZ support elixir." In that instant, a white staff appeared in Brute Force Fist's hand, glowing so intensely it lit up the entire sky. The staff was packed with so much power, you could only call it a bomb. The injured rat leaped back, screeching "Chi-Chi" in agony. Its cries echoed, just full of desperation. And right when things were getting super tense, another person appeared in the sky. The masked guy was none other than Rooster Overlord, standing coolly on a hoverboard. Next to him was a beautiful girl with an icy look named Rabbit Mask. The reporter in the helicopter saw this and completely lost it, screaming "ah" into her mic a few times. Then her voice totally buzzing with excitement, she announced to everyone. "And in their darkest hour, the super A-rank hero Rooster Overlord has appeared. And get this, he's brought a gorgeous lady with him." The pro organization's cameras immediately swung over to where they were. They zoomed in super close while the announcer went on and on about them. Brute Force Fist thought their whole dramatic entrance was kinda sus, and her eyes were full of suspicion. She had to ask, "Oh, what's their deal?" Then Lam, who was right there with her, didn't know anything either and just replied completely clueless. "Beats me." Then she added her own guess, "But maybe they're here to save us." Rooster Overlord was giving off major main character energy, all serious and powerful, totally stealing the spotlight. He slowly lifted his hand and flicked out a bunch of sharp objects that shot forward like a flock of angry birds. Every single glint of light off their tips flashed like lightning, leaving fiery trails behind them, making the whole thing look super theatrical. His calm, steady voice gave a short command, "Go." Immediately all of those sharp daggers shot straight. For the giant rat at a speed so insane it was almost like the speed of light. Seeing this, the furry rat just got cockier, lifting its head and spreading its arms out like it was daring them to try something. It let out a couple of Chi-Chi sounds like it was totally mocking them. Violent Fist Maiden was watching from a distance when her eyes suddenly lit up like a light bulb went off in her head. She suddenly yelled, "I get it! This thing has a healing factor that's powered by what it eats. That's why it's so hard to take down. So the most important thing is to shut down its healing ability." Hearing that, Thon Lam, standing beside her looking totally lost, scrunched up her face and asked, "How do we do that, put a gag on it or something?" That question earned her a solid bonk on the head from Violent Fist Maiden, who growled, "Are you serious right now? Gag its mouth?" Just then the masked guy, without saying a word, just casually lifted his middle and index fingers. A massive explosion went off, and the fat rat was blasted high up into the air. Violent Fist Maiden looked up, and as an idea hit her, she yelled, "Nailed it from downtown!" In midair, the giant rat was totally helpless as spikes just blasted right through it. You could hear it shrieking, completely losing its mind. And it wasn't just its body, one went straight through its jaw. Its limbs got totally skewered by sharp spikes, too, making it look like some kind of gnarly giant rat shish kebab. The masked dude just kept on controlling that massive flying disc. And with this crazy mix of gentle and powerful, he tossed the rat right onto a pointy thing sticking out of the middle. Then he turned to Blood Rabbit, his voice ice cold, and said, "Blood Rabbit, shut its mouth." And just like that, Blood Rabbit gave a little nod. She floated forward, her movement so smooth and graceful like she was gliding on water. She raised her hands and got ready to unleash her Snowflower Dragon Fist. In a flash, this wave of cayenne power shot out from Blood Rabbit, lighting up the whole sky in a seriously beautiful shimmering show. Those streams of energy swirled around and started wrapping themselves around the giant mole, slowing its movements way down. The guys watching from a distance were just staring, completely blown away. Their eyes were totally glued to the insane scene. With their jaws on the floor, one of them gasped, "Yo, look, they actually froze the mutant beast and it's huge. Seriously, how high level are these guys?" That poor giant mole was now trapped in a thick shell of ice from Blood Rabbit, completely stuck. Its whole body was getting squeezed, looking absolutely miserable with those sharp spikes still poking through its legs. But then something else weird happened. A second later, that green energy that had been around it before just reappeared. A hand in a black glove shot up, and Rooster Overlord's sharp voice echoed, "Don't even dream of sucking up any more energy." The masked guy was totally threatening the massive but arrogant mole. "With this heat, you can't touch any of the bodies, and you for sure can't absorb their crystal energy either." As soon as Rooster Overlord finished his sentence, he quickly balled his hand into a fist and added, "This is over." Then he went all out, unleashing his Bladestorm technique. The mole was in a really bad spot now, completely pinned down by him and unable to fight back, forced to just take the storm of attacks. Its weak little squeaks were the only sound as the hits kept landing. That mole was having the worst day ever, just filled with total despair. One of the young guys watching, the dude with blue hair nearby, was just staring at the orb zipping around. He couldn't help but say, "Whoa, it got diced into snowflakes." "Huh!" Rooster Overlord just coldly spun the green orb in his hand, dropping his ability Plunder technique. And boom, a huge info panel popped up right in front of him, just like always. This pop-up was showing all the deets about the soul guard skill he'd just swiped from that giant mole. Rooster Overlord scanned the panel, totally focused. After reading it, he muttered to himself, "So unlike Spirit Link Heart. Soul Guard's healing power leeches off other people's mental energy, but it's still basically a healing skill." Just then, the organization's chopper swooped in to get a closer look. The voice of the blonde reporter came on, super hyped. "All right, everyone, hold on to your hats. I'm flying straight up to cloud level to show you guys what's really going down on the live stream." But then, she looked up and her eyes totally locked with the masked guy just chilling on a platform near the clouds. She let out a gasp, then turned to get everyone's attention. "Rooster Overlord, we'd love to get a quick interview." Hearing her, Rooster Overlord slowly turned around. The camera got this epic shot of his super strong back, and the live chat just exploded with praise for him. Even Tyrannical Fist was totally captivated, looking at him with major admiration. Still, you could tell she was on edge. She thought, the intense vibe he's giving off is on a whole other level. He's gotta be an S-Class Awakener for real. While she was lost in thought, something wild happened. Blood Rabbit literally just appeared out of thin air, standing right behind Tyrannical Fist and Than Lamb. Feeling someone there, Tyrannical Fist whipped around, her sharp gaze locked on Blood Rabbit. Her voice was dripping with suspicion. "What do you want?" But Blood Rabbit just gave them an icy stare without saying a word. Then she straight up unleashed this light blue power, and the beam shot right at Tyrannical Fist. Seeing this, a freaked out Than Lamb screamed, "Senior, watch out!" She then scrambled over and shoved Tyrannical Fist out of the way of the massive energy blast. Than Lamb watched the stream of power rushing at her, her whole body totally tense. But when the energy beam got super close and didn't even scratch her, she, being completely okay, finally got the nerve to slowly look up. Then Lamb's eyes went wide, but they were also full of shock. Her face was a total OMG moment, while her brain was just a giant question mark. "Senior, my wounds, they're totally healed." At that exact moment, Tyrannical Fist's body was going through the same thing. Her injuries were healing up like crazy fast. She started looking way healthier and her whole aura got stronger. Tyrannical Fist spun around, completely confused, and asked Blood Rabbit, "A super rare healing ability. Who even are you?" Blood Rabbit slowly answered with 4 words. "Judgment Organization Blood Rabbit." After Blood Rabbit's reply, the reporter in the chopper started her play-by-play again. "This person who just showed up with Rooster Overlord is a member of the Judgment Organization. She's got some kind of healing ability, and she's patching up the injured heroes right now." The screen was now all about Blood Rabbit and Rooster Overlord. Tyrannical Fist kind of shyly scratched her head and said to Blood Rabbit, "Is Judgment like a new hero agency or what? I've never heard of you guys, but hey, thanks for handling the cleanup." Blood Rabbit replied, "Don't sweat it. You're a hero who deserves major respect." At the same time, the blonde reporter in the chopper kept gushing about Rooster Overlord and Blood Rabbit. "Hey viewers, our powered-up heroes have once again saved Green Harbor City from the mutant beast invasion. The biggest props for this one go to the Judgment Organization. Let's all blow up the chat to thank them." The second she finished, the screen was just a solid wall of thank you comments from the viewers. Than Lamb looked at Blood Rabbit with total heart eyes and gushed, "She's so gorgeous." Meanwhile, Tyrannical Fist puffed her cheeks out, all annoyed, thinking, "Ugh, seriously, they totally stole our spotlight." Elsewhere, Rooster Overlord was standing with his back to them, telling the Blood Rabbit clone that his adopted son had hit him up and wanted to meet. He thought with a little worry, "I wonder what kind of intel he's bringing me this time." As he was just spacing out, Rooster Overlord was suddenly startled by his own clone Blood Rabbit calling his name. Blood Rabbit told him that time was up. Rooster Overlord shot back, "Wait, the clone's time is up already." He put a hand on his chest, feeling the power, and continued, "The ability orb from the clone zaps right back into my body. This is actually super convenient. In the future, I can just have the clone run my missions for me." But Rooster Overlord made a mental note to himself to never again make a clone that wears girl clothes or acts like a girl. She gets hit on way too easily. What a totally cringe situation. Right then, a young guy named Liu Yuan with long curly hair tied back was leaning against a sick red supercar. He was digging for gold while spitting the cheesiest pickup lines. Even a superstar's smile ain't as sweet as yours, babe. This made Rooster Overlord just facepalm at his adopted son, who had absolutely zero sense of how to look cool. Peeking at where he was, Rooster Overlord grumbled, "In that rest area, that punk Liu Yuan is being followed and he's totally clueless." Seeing his adopted son totally hyped and rushing over with a piece of paper, he was like, "You got new tea already?" The young Liu Yuan grinned like a total kid and chirped back, Foster Dad? You're forgetting who you're talking to, right?" Just then, some kind of click from behind totally made Liu Yuan stop his happy rambling and freeze up. He asked his foster dad, "Yo, what was that noise? Is someone back there?" Rooster Overlord coughed a couple times and was like, "Just give me the file already. Let me see the intel." Rooster Overlord grabbed the paper, scanned it for a sec, and then said, "So the Hero Association is actually going to open up that dead zone in Green Harbor City. Way sooner than I thought." Hearing this, Liu Yuan was totally freaking out. "Foster Dad, I heard that in the Mutant Beast Zone, you can score some epic upgrades to special ability grade items or gear. We gotta get a jump on it and snag all the good stuff for ourselves." Hearing his adopted son's plan, Rooster Overlord said, pretty impressed, "This intel you got is legit gold. The merit points should be more than enough for the org to hook you up with a declassification potion." Liu Yuan slammed a blue can in one gulp, let out a super satisfied laugh, and replied, "Haha, thanks for having my back, Foster Dad." Right after he downed the potion, Liu Yuan suddenly doubled over. He said, looking totally sick, "Foster Dad drinking this. It tastes like it's got wasabi and that bitter dark chocolate stuff." Rooster Overlord patted his back trying to help. Then he told his adopted son, who was making a major cringe face, "Hey, the nasty stuff is what works best, you know." After drinking that weird potion, Liu Yuan suddenly let out this insane scream. In just a few seconds, he morphed into this massive A-class werewolf. He looked totally wild as he excitedly threw his head back, let out this epic wolf howl, and then said, "Whoa! I can totally feel my strength and senses getting way stronger." Rooster Overlord saw this and replied, super pleased, "Keep this up and hitting S rank is basically a guarantee. I mean, that's the end game for every Esper, right?" Before Liu Yuan could even answer, Rooster Overlord just added the armored war hero. This random comment left Liu Yuan totally buggin'. Like a big old question mark just appeared over his head. He then asked Rooster Overlord, Foster Dad, what are you even talking about? My old man's probably off somewhere getting wasted with some hot girls right now. He's got zero time to deal with me." And right as he finished trash-talking him, some old guy just pops up out of nowhere. Turns out it was the exact dude Liu Yuan was just dissing. He angrily snapped, "You little..." His eyes were basically on fire, giving off this seriously killer vibe as he went on. "But before we get into it, I'm gonna skin this punk kid of mine alive." You could just hear these pathetic whimpers echoing in the room. Even in his wolf form, you could see on Liu Yuan's face that he was just a scared kid inside. He was totally bawling, begging his dad for mercy. I didn't mean it for real. Please chill. You're gonna actually kill me, Dad." The middle-aged armored war hero was so mad he was seeing red and just couldn't hold back anymore. He lashed out with a kick while cursing out his son, Liu Yuan. "You little punk! Who are you calling Foster Dad? You sold out our family's secrets. I swear I could just kick you into next week right now." At this point, Rooster Overlord kinda scratched his head and stepped in for Liu Yuan. "Totally didn't expect you to show up in person. His deal with me was just 'cause he wanted to get an ability. No need to go all murdery on him for it." Liu Yuan struggled up, looked at his dad, and whined, "You already got your hits in fine worst case. I just won't swipe the family intel anymore." "Just stay out of my business with my foster dad." The armored war hero, already fuming, heard his kid muttering and just roared, "Shut your trap and get over here." With that, he turned to question Rooster Overlord, who was standing right there. "This punk kid of mine was born with zero abilities. You're telling me you can really give him one just like that?" Hearing this, a totally different idea popped into Rooster Overlord's head. "No abilities, man. You really don't get your own kid at all. I've been sitting on his A-rank rebirth ability orb, saving it for the perfect moment." After thinking for a sec, he replied, "Pfft, that's nothing. Giving him one ability or even 2 or 3 is like super easy." Hearing that, Liu Yuan totally jumped up all hyped and exclaimed, "Wait, you mean I can get even more abilities?" The armored war hero's curiosity was piqued too, and he asked, "Can like anyone get one, even an A-rank hero like me?" Hearing his question, Rooster Overlord thought to himself, the old cat couldn't resist, but that's pretty standard. Anyone hungry for power can't control that itch to get stronger. So Rooster Overlord just spread his hands and gave them a warning. "For sure, but if you want an A-rank ability, the price tag is going to be steep." The dad got all serious and demanded he spill the deets on getting an A-rank ability. Rooster Overlord tossed out this green orb and asked if he knew what it was. The dad picked up the green orb with like 3 fingers and said, "Never seen anything like this in my life." Hearing that, Rooster Overlord let out a confused, "Huh," and replied, "Some dude who works for you has used this kind of pill before, and you're telling me you have no clue. When an Esper pops this pill, their power can get jacked up by 3 times. The dad asked, looking super suspicious. "Is this something your organization makes too?" Rooster Overlord just waved him off and said, Nah, this stuff belongs to a whole other crew. Look, I only started dealing with Liu Yuan to get the inside scoop on them. With that, he turned and was like, Liu Yuan, get over here and spill everything you know. So Liu Yuan, doing what he was told, stepped up and started spilling the tea. Lee Shanyang is from the Piercing Brave Guild. He used some shady drug to take out a ton of people. I literally saw it happen. The dad was like totally floored. He stared at the little green pill in his hand and was like, seriously? How can something this tiny have such a massive side effect? Master Rooster started breaking it down. I knew it. There's no way the Piercing Brave Guild would pull something like this. We finally figured it out. Then the dad got all serious and asked, so after all that, what do you want me to do? Help you look into the crew behind this pill, Master Rooster shot back. It's more than that. You gotta join the Bashang clan too. For your trouble, you'll get an A-rank ability potion. It'll make you a dual system A-rank Esper. Hearing that, the dad was like, hold up, you want to join the Bashang clan? Don't say I didn't warn you. Bang is a one-way trip. You go in, but you never come out. But Master Rooster just flexed the ring on his finger all confident like, don't even trip about me. I'm using this ring to get my hands on some ability factors. The dad repeated ability factors, and Master Rooster broke it down. Yeah, they're like the key ingredient for making ability potions. You get them from criminal espers or stuff you collect from mutant beasts. And the best part? The beasts in Bang are basically an endless supply no matter how many you take down. But the dad was still skeptical. And how do you know for sure that the ability potion is actually gonna work? Master Rooster was like, dude, look at me. I'm living proof. If you don't trust how we roll, then fine, we can just call it off. Hearing that, Liu Yuan totally freaked out, yelling, ugh, if you're not gonna do it, then just don't. I'm scared you'll mess up my leveling space if you show up. Listening to his useless son's whining, the armored hero just knocked some sense into him and laid into him. You ungrateful little punk. I give you everything and you can't even show some respect. After chewing him out, he turned to Master Rooster and was like, fine, I'm in. I'll deal with the Piercing Brave Guild too. Master Rooster was stoked to hear that and bounced, throwing back, you made the right call. Here's to a sick partnership. Catch you on the flip side. Then the scene cuts to this super bright hospital room with a big red cross where this cute brunette named Xiao is stumbling out, rubbing her eyes and mumbling, ugh, the whole apartment building came down yesterday. I can't believe I had to crash at the hospital. All of a sudden, she totally jumped, seeing someone she knew. Right then, Master Rooster had switched back to his normal human self, Yang-Shi. When she saw him, a super surprised Yao was like, Yang-Shi, what are you doing here? Seeing she was awake, Yang-Shi ran right over, grabbing her shoulders and was like, I've been looking for you literally all day. I heard everyone who got hurt at the shelter was brought here, so I came looking for you. I'm so glad you're okay. Zhao was so touched by how much he cared that she started blushing like crazy. She said all shy, it's just a couple of small scratches. It's just, my apartment's gone. I literally have nowhere to go now. Hearing that, Yang-Shi's whole face lit up and he said super excited, that's not a problem at all. You can just move in with me. Zhao's face got even redder, and she was like, what you mean like live together? Isn't that moving a little fast? Hearing that, Yang-Shi totally panicked and tried to backpedal. When she heard that, Zhao's blush turned into a total pout. Not what you meant. Then just forget it. It's not like I wanted to live with you anyway. And with that, she just turned and took off. She left Yang-Shi standing there totally confused, trying to explain, wait, Zhao, I just meant... But then Zhao stopped, looked out the window and totally cut him off. I should just go back to thinking about Master Rooster. Hearing his own secret name, Yang-Shi started sweating bullets like, wait, what did you just say, Rooster? And just talking about Master Rooster. Zhao's face totally lit up like she was on cloud 9, and she told Yang-Shi, you are not gonna believe this. I was so close to being a goner today, but then the mysterious Master Rooster showed up and saved me. He is so cute. After that, she just kept daydreaming, thinking about how she was totally gonna find a way to interview him. It would be an amazing story for the news. She was so completely lost in her own world that she didn't even see Yang-Shi behind her, his face getting darker as he listened to her fangirl over his other identity. That hopeless vibe quickly switched to him being super bold and possessive. Yang-Shi just walked right up, scooped Xiao into his arms bridal style, which made her freeze up and shriek, whoa, Yang-Shi, what are you doing? And bam, he just tossed her right onto the bed. She landed on the clean white sheets and yelled, ow! Then Xiao, all awkwardly and slowly, tried to sit up to ask Yang-Shi, hold on, what is even happening right now? So there she was on that super white hospital bed in this kind of suggestive pose, trying to crawl towards Yang-Shi, her face totally red from being so embarrassed. She whispered the name of the guy in front of her, Yang-Shi. Hearing his name like that, so soft from the girl he was crushing on, totally hit Yang-Shi right in the feels like he'd just been shot by Cupid's arrow. His heart totally skipped a beat as he whispered her name back, Tutu. Duanhai started to lean in, ready to get a closer look, but the second he moved, Tutu got all flustered and tried to dodge him. She shot up her voice, a loud whisper. Whoa, we can't do this in a hospital, asterisk, asterisk, boom, asterisk, asterisk. The way they were tangled up, legs and all, was looking way too intense. OMG, Duanhai and Tutu were getting real bold, lying there on the bed with their legs completely intertwined, facing each other with their faces beet red. Tutu was super shy, but her brain was turning to mush in that moment. She gently whispered his name again, Duanhai, lying there face to face. Their shining eyes were totally locked on each other. But Duan Hai was a total gentleman. He wasn't about to cross a line just because things were getting heated. He was a complete class act. He just opened his arms, pulled Tutu into a close hug, and whispered, "Go to sleep. I'll help you move tomorrow. From now on, you're moving in with me." On the outside, Tutu was all, "Okay." But inside, she was screaming with frustration. She couldn't help but think, seriously, in a situation like this, that's it. Cut to the next morning on a Stalax Airlines flight. Duan Hai was wide awake and totally glued to his phone. A second later, he fumbled for a reply to the person on the phone. "What a flat-bottomed pot. Try looking in the kitchen cabinet." On the other end, Tutu groaned, annoyed at how clueless he was about his own kitchen. "I've looked everywhere. There's literally nothing in here, not even one grain of rice. OMG, Duan Hai, how do you even live like this?" Hearing her go off, Duan Hai just took it in stride, stuffing his backpack into the overhead bin. He calmly replied to her rant, Okay, my bad. Just use the card I gave you last night and grab whatever you need." Tutu agreed. "All right, fine. When you get back from your trip, I'll have a me surprise for you." Hearing her cute little phrase, Duan Hai couldn't help but crack a smile, repeating, "Me surprise?" He got so flustered he actually coughed a little. Then he started to wrap up the call. "I'll text you when I land. Bye-bye." The guy in a white turban sitting next to him, who'd been eavesdropping the whole time, heard his cute little moment and decided to tease him. "Hey, kid. Me surprise." Duan Hai totally lost it and burst out laughing. "Me surprise." The plane kept cruising through the blue sky, getting further and further away. Suddenly, Duan Hai's eyes narrowed. Asterisk. Turns out the girl with orange hair sitting across the aisle had caught his eye. He realized it was that girl he'd met before Tianda. He thought to himself, "I'm on my way to Exak Chow to meet with the Fawny Trade Guild. I didn't expect to run into Tianda on the same flight, but in these normal clothes she'll probably never recognize me." Speaking of Tianda, she was having a seriously bad time right now. Her face was a total mask of annoyance, all thanks to a couple of creepy dudes across the aisle who were giving her some seriously gross looks. One of them was thinking, "Man, 2 hotties on one flight. My lucky day." The pink-haired girl next to her Haidong timidly asked the flight attendant, "Excuse me, could I get a blanket, please?" The flight attendant replied with a bright smile, "Of course, just one moment." Right as the flight attendant came back with it for Haidong and said, "Here you are, ma'am." Tianda, who was already on edge and now weirded out by Duan Hai staring, finally snapped, "What are you looking at? Never seen a girl before, you creep." Duan Hai, who was totally zoned out, got called out for literally no reason. He was fuming, his cheeks puffed out as he thought, if she had any idea I was the god-tier player she's a fan of, she would not be acting so high and mighty. Asterisk, thought asterisk. Out of nowhere, a piece of brown cloth dropped onto the red shoe of the flight attendant. A second later, the barrel of a gun was shoved into her back, making her freak out, throw her hands up, and cry out, "Please don't hurt me." Duan Hai looked up, instantly sized up the situation, and muttered, "Looks like a hijacking." The hijacker was a good-looking guy with some seriously wild hair. He barked at the flight attendant, "Don't even think about moving. Hands on your head." Then his crew popped up out of nowhere, ordering everyone to put their hands on their heads. The passengers, totally terrified, started begging them not to hurt anyone. With a gun now pointed at his shoulder, Duan Hai wondered, are those mutant beast weapons? He was so deep in thought that he forgot to put his hands up, which totally set off the hot-headed bald dude. He yelled at him, "You little punk, what the hell are you staring at? Get your hands on your head now." Duan Hai quickly sized them up, thinking, every one of these guys with a gun is at least a B-rank ability user. What kind of group is crazy enough to pull a hijacking in broad daylight? Fine. Duan Hai couldn't just blow his cover as a god-tier player in front of all these people. He needed a plan, but first things first. Better get those hands up. Head down, trying not to get noticed. The guy with the wild orange hair aimed his piece at the flight attendant, telling her to pop the door. The attendant was all shaky like, "I'll open it now, please don't hurt me." Seeing how messed up this was, Duan Hai's face got seriously concerned. Just then, the orange-haired dude turned to his blue-haired buddy and said, the blue-haired accomplice was like, "Got it, boss." The flight attendant just watched them, a total wreck, shaking and crying while they did their thing. Scared but also totally fed up, she asked them, "The manual controls? Where are you even planning to take this plane?" The orange-haired psycho just pointed his weapon right back at her and said, "Isn't it obvious? We're taking a one-way trip to the tallest tower to go out with a bang along with the council members from your precious Sector 2. The look on this guy's face was pure evil. His face was screaming murder, and his eyes were just like completely empty. The ones getting all the attention right then were 2 seriously intense-looking members of the crew, one with a buzz cut and the other with purple hair. But for some reason, both of them suddenly looked super strained and uncomfortable, like they were in a ton of pain. Their eyes also went wide with absolute horror. Meanwhile, the old guy in the white turban next to Duan Hai was for some bizarre reason giggling like a teenager with their first crush. His face just kept getting redder with this shy blush. It was like he was soaking in the final moments, even turning to check out Tiandada and started rambling to Duan Hai, saying, "Man, if this is my last ride, at least I get to see a total knockout. Not a bad way to go." Duan Hai, who was in the middle of a literal life-or-death situation, was completely speechless. listening to the old dude's super chill comment. He was so over it he didn't even answer. Duang Hai was just thinking asterisk. This old geezer is about to bite the dust and he's still thinking about cute girls. Seriously asterisk. After that he tuned the old guy out thought for a second and then said out loud, "Where in the world did these hijackers even come from?" Tian Da, sitting across from him, heard him, and her eyes totally lit up like he'd asked the million-dollar question. She eagerly jumped in to give him the scoop. "He just said they're flying the plane to the White Tower. They must really hate Sector 2. So they've got to be from Sector 35. Duang Hai listened to her logic, but he was still confused, so he asked for more deets. "Sector 35. Why do you think that?" Hearing him ask such a basic question, Tian Da was shocked and shot back. "Wait, you seriously don't know this story?" With that, Tian Da got super into it and started giving him the whole backstory. So before Bluest Star created the 50-piece zones, Sector 35 got totally steamrolled by the people from Sector 2. After the 50-piece zones were set up at a big government conference, Sector 35 told Sector 2 to make a public apology and pay up for the invasion. But the people from Sector 2 were total jerks and just denied everything. After getting the full story, it all clicked for him, and he could finally weigh in. "Okay, no wonder they're going so extreme. But times have totally changed now. Pulling a crazy stunt like this won't fix anything." Hearing his take, Tian Da nodded and was like, "I know, right? This will only get innocent people hurt." While the two of them were deep in conversation, the bald guy showed up again looking ticked off. "What are you two whispering about?" Tianda was a smart girl who knew how to handle people. She tried to de-escalate, using a soft voice to hopefully get the bald guy to back off. "We weren't saying anything. I'm sorry, boss. I wouldn't dare." But this brute clearly didn't know how to treat a lady. He grabbed Tiandada's hand hard and yelled, "Wouldn't dare, huh? Looks to me like you've got plenty of nerve." Without another move, he violently threw her over his shoulder, stomped over to the airplane door, and angrily threatened the girl. "If you want to die, I'll toss you right out of here." Tiandada panicked and started begging, don't throw me, please don't help." Duan Hai was so done with this guy's nasty attitude. He couldn't just watch anymore and stood up. Looking at the mess down below, he clenched his fist, like he was about to unleash a massive, thunderous punch. Suddenly, the bald guy got clocked so hard his dentures went flying. Turns out someone else beat Duang Hai to it. After decking the bald dude, the man caught Tiandada and calmed her down. "Don't be scared, kid. I've got you." A blonde-haired young man, an A-rank hero named Tin Dion, had just arrived, radiating total hero vibes and instantly stealing the spotlight. Tin Dion struck a pose like a movie star and greeted them. "Hey, sorry I'm late to the party." The guy who'd saved Tiandada was also looking incredibly awesome right then, feeling pretty proud of his own power. It turned out this dude was also an A-rank hero named Tu Jiangui. The other passengers on the plane saw the two of them as legit saviors and started cheering like crazy. It's A-rank hero Tu Jia Thuang Ui and A-rank hero Tin Du Niang were saved. Duang Hai could finally take a breath and said, "Okay, I think we're actually going to be fine now." The purple-haired guy and the orange-haired guy looked at Tin Dunifeng wrecking their plans and snarled, "You're so dead," before charging at him together, but they were totally stunned, thrown on defense by some red cloak that just zipped by at lightning speed. Duang Hai sized up the situation. That guy's cloak was legit the most powerful soul weapon he'd ever seen, and his power level was seriously no joke. The orange-haired dude giving off major sketchy wolf vibes growled, "You actually did good, Tin Du." Nyang Fong was so not impressed by these chumps. He looked down at them like they were nothing and shot back, "It's just the two of you left. Drop your weapons now." Duang Hai's eyes bugged out when he saw their totally reckless and messed up move. He yelled, "People from District 2 are so sketchy and two-faced, but for real you think this is the end?" Then the sketchy wolf dude and the guy with milk tea brown hair suddenly transformed, from being all skinny to two totally jacked six-pack dudes. Apparently they used some move called the human bullet ability. Tin Dunyang Fong and Tu Jiangui were totally horrified, screaming, "This is so not good." A second later, the plane just exploded with a huge bang. It totally lost control, careening all over the sky. The passengers looked like total zombies, desperately gripping their seats and crying out weakly, "Help, ah, ah, ah!" He immediately screamed for everyone to hurry up and put on their anti-toxin masks. Then he turned to his A-rank buddy and asked, "Nyang Fong, you got any way to handle this? Like, can't you use your cloak to fly up or something?" Tindu Nyang Fong snapped, "Do you think I'm some S-rank hero? Everyone here is just a normal person? At most, my cloak can only carry a few people. Any more than that is totally impossible." The second he finished, the passengers on the plane started going wild, begging, "Please take me." A purple-haired guy cried and pleaded, "Take me too. I'll give you money. Any amount. I'm begging you. Please take me." A person with shrimp paste-colored hair piped up, "And me." Duang Hai just watched the mob, feeling totally useless, thinking to himself, "Are they really gonna swarm him like a bunch of bees?" Dada pleaded with the person in front of her, "Please take me, I'm begging you." Before she even got an answer, she heard a loud voice yell from behind, "Get lost! You should take me first!" The older guy next to her, puffing on a cigarette, glanced at Dada and said gently, "Little lady, you should get back to your seat and quick. Don't forget to buckle up." Realizing the guy was just worried about her, Dada gave a little smile and said as she walked away, "You're a really kind person." A little girl walked over, her eyes wide with worry, and said to Dada, "Dada, I'm scared." Dada gently knelt down, gave a comforting smile, and said, "Don't be scared. See, I came back for you." The guy sitting below was trying to figure something out when suddenly his eyes lit up like he had a plan. He cracked a small, satisfied smile, then turned to Thuy standing beside him and said confidently, "Thuy, I've got a way. Come outside with me." Thuy looked at the guy suspiciously and asked, "What are you planning? We can't just bail on the passengers." He could see the doubt in Thuy's eyes, but he didn't hesitate, saying all calm and confident, "You just need to trust me. Let's go quick or we'll run out of time." The two of them hopped onto the flying carpet, and in a flash, the carpet shot up into the sky. Duong Hai's expression turned serious, his gaze distant like he was totally lost in thought. Suddenly, an idea hit him. "That's it. I can make a shadow clone inside the cabin. Even though it'll only have 1/10 of my real power, it might be enough to save the whole plane." Right as he finished that thought, the system suddenly announced, "Shadow clone has been activated." His face was super serious, not even a hint of a smile. He had this super deep look in his eyes like he was totally zoned out. He transformed into Duong Hai and stared at his reflection, almost like he could feel some new power surging inside him. The plane was plummeting at a terrifying speed, ripping through the sky like a cold, sharp arrow. The guy from before rushed to tell Thuy, his voice totally urgent. "Thuy, hurry and use your ability to make a giant parachute to slow the plane down." Thuy was stunned for a second, then it clicked and he replied, "Oh right, why didn't I think of that? You're still the brains of this operation." As soon as he said that, Thuy immediately used his ability, Long Snowy Mist. A thick cloud of smoke suddenly shot out of his mouth, covering everything. The dense smoke clouds from his mouth then started to transform, no longer just shapeless black clouds, but giant parachutes that slowly brought the plane down. Sweat started beading on his face, with one drop rolling down his cheek. As things calmed down, he finally relaxed and sighed. "Oh my god, that was totally exhausting. I seriously don't have an ounce of strength left." Suddenly, the other guy's face got this scheming look. His eyes got sharp like he was plotting something. As he stepped up behind Thuy, his hands started glowing with his ability as he said, "You really worked hard, Thuy. It's not easy being a good person, is it?" Thuy finally noticed and turned around totally confused by what he said and asked, As a hero with powers, this is what I'm supposed to do." Duong Hai had just gotten there. He watched the two of them from above and thought, "Looks like the plane got hit by something. Those must be the two A-rank heroes who came to save the day." But then the guy threw a weapon from behind Thuy and said with a voice full of hate, "It's because you're so smart that you make me sick." Thuy was totally ambushed and cried out in pain, "You ah." The sudden betrayal completely stunned Duong Hai, who was just like, "What the heck is even happening?" He totally laid into Thuy, all bitter, "I'm just as good as you, but on every single mission. You're always front and center stealing my spotlight. It's wrecking my rep and I can't even score a sponsorship deal." Thuy just crumpled totally in pain and could barely get out the words, "You're seriously doing this to me." But the guy just gave him the cold shoulder and shot back, "If you love being the hero so much, then go ahead and die for these nobodies. I'll just tell the news that Thu went out in a blaze of glory saving the plane." And with that, he just bailed, leaving the wounded Thuy struggling down there. The second Duong Hai saw him take off, he zipped right over to help. "Yo, hang on, man, I've got a healing ability, I can fix you up." Duong Hai started using his holy light skill to try and save Thuy. Thuy, sweating like crazy, struggled to tell Duong Hai, "It's no good. He hit me with his soul weapon. You can't heal this kind of wound." Hearing that, Duong Hee was just floored like what Thuy, using every last ounce of energy he had, kept talking to Duong Hai. "I was so careless. I never thought he hated me that much. My little boy. He's waiting for me to come home and play soccer with him." Hearing this, Duong Hai felt totally helpless and was just like, "No way, this can't be happening." The plane had leveled out for a sec and was slowly going down, so it wasn't the main problem anymore. After that messed up attack on Thuy, the young man flew right into the plane's cabin. When the passengers saw him, they were so relieved, shouting, "It's Starling Jacket. We're gonna be okay. Another hero is here to save us." Putting on this super sad face, he told everyone in this dramatic voice, "Thuy Tuyet Jia used every bit of his power to slow the plane down, but it wasn't enough. I'm so sorry. I can only get a few of you out of here right now." And just like that, his cape shot out and grabbed a bunch of the girls, pulling them away. This one girl got snatched up by a scarf. She was reaching for Dada, screaming, "No, I want to stay with Dada." Dada was trying to grab her too, yelling her name, "Hai Dong!" all while the plane was slowly falling. Everyone left in the cabin was totally freaking out, their faces pale, their voices shaking with fear. They were terrified, like, "Did he just leave us? Are we toast? We're so done for. It's over." Meanwhile, Yang Shi was using his power-stealing ability, absorbing Shang Yi's energy. He made a promise to Shang Yi Shua, "I swear I'll get him back for this." Shang Yi's power was this A-rank ability called Shua Mist. Basically, it's a mist he can create out of thin air that can be absorbed. If there's air, he can make the mist. The official review. "Smoking is bad for you. You should probably cut back." Just then, Yang Shi showed up, and all the passengers inside totally noticed him. They were like, "Whoa, look, someone's out there." "I think it's Master Doge. Are you here to save us?" Yang Shi flew right up next to the plane, cranked up his metal-bending powers, and yelled, "Stop right now!" The plane was getting seriously close to the ground. It came down slow and then hit the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. But luckily, it was a super soft landing and nobody inside got hurt. Everyone just started cheering, "I'm alive." The desert again? Hey, where's that A-rank hero Shang Yijia? And what about Master Doge? I swear I just saw him. Dada let out a huge sigh of relief, saying, "OMG, that was terrifying. I totally thought that was it for us. This feeling of like cheating death is insane." But when Dada heard what the other passengers were saying, she was confused. They were all like, "Master Doge showed up. So where is he now and what's that?" In the distance, 4 ambulances were racing toward them. The voice of that jerk hero flying in front of them was all fake panicked as he yelled, "Let's go, people! The hijacked plane went down up there. We've got injured people waiting for us." A news chopper was hovering overhead for the rescue. A reporter's voice came on. "We're now reporting live from the scene of the hijacked plane crash. But it looks like there are no injuries here at the scene." Hearing the reporter say that young man was all confused, like, "What do you mean no one's hurt? I literally saw the plane go down myself. How is everyone totally fine?" Seeing how he was acting, Dada got mad and called him out. "Hey Blondie, what's with the attitude? And where did you take my friend Ho Dong and the others?" You could hear another passenger being interviewed. "We're not really sure what happened. All we know is the plane landed safely. Somebody saw Doge right before we hit the ground. He's the guy who can control metal. He must be the one who saved us." They kept talking to the reporters. And Shang Yishua was here too, but now they're both just gone. When the young man heard them bring up Shang Yujia, his face totally dropped. He jumped in front of the cameras to answer. "Shang Yujia, he was on the rescue mission with me." A reporter shoved a mic in his face and asked, "Xing Diaofiong, can you tell us exactly what went down?" The so-called hero started spinning his story for the reporters. "Okay, so when the plane was going down, Shang Yi gave everything he had to slow the fall. In the end, he died from overexerting himself, and I was only able to save a handful of passengers. At that point, I honestly thought the plane was a lost cause. That's why I called for ambulances to get here ASAP to help. I never expected some miracle would happen and everyone would be okay." Then a voice from the sky cut in, "Cut the fake waterworks. You'd know better than anyone if fate was smiling on you." Yang Shi swooped down holding Shang Yi's body and was like, "Come get a look at your so-called buddy Xing Daofiong." Everyone just stared, totally stunned in the direction where Yang Shi just popped up. Dada gasped like, "Master Doge, it's actually you. Everyone's saying you saved the plane. Is that for real?" Yang Shi looked right at Dada and answered, "Dada, I just gave a little push. The one who actually saved everyone? That wasn't me. It was Shang Yishuhia." Looking totally floored, Dada was like, "Shang Yishujia, but did he really just run out of juice? Then what's with the massive gory hole in his chest?" The crowd started getting the chills staring at Shang Yi's body, and someone whispered, "He's right. There's a hole straight through him." That doesn't look like just burning out. That looks like someone straight up took him out. What even happened? Just thinking about it is giving me the creeps. Then Yang Shi pointed a finger right at the young man and said, "So what's the real story, Xing Diaofiong?" The guy started to panic, shouting, "Don't look at me. How would I know why he did that?" But Yang Shi was ready to call him out. "Oh, I'll tell you what happened. I saw it all. Xing Daofiong took Shang Yijia off the plane. He used saving everyone as an excuse to completely drain his power. And then when he was at his absolute weakest, he took his chance and ended him with a cheap shot from behind." Yang Shi pointed at the evidence on him, spelling it out. "And the proof, the blood on Xing Daofiong's clothes is a perfect match for Shang Yi's. We just need a medic to run a quick test and we'll know for sure." The guy could only stare at his sleeve completely busted, never dreaming the proof would be right there on him. Everyone's eyes were glued to the bloodstain. People whispered in shock, "Oh my god, it's real. There's blood. Did he actually off his own teammate? Who even does that?" If Master Doge is wrong, then there's no other way to explain the hole in Shang Yi's chest. All the reporters immediately turned on Xing Daofeong, demanding answers. "You need to answer Master Doge's accusation. Is it true? Are you going to hand over your coat for testing?" Xing Daofeong just spat on the ground, totally defiant. He sneered and said, "Yeah, my bad. I can't believe my perfect plan got wrecked because this piece of trash showed up." His mind flashed back to seeing everyone cheer for Shang Yi while he was stuck in the background, and he added with pure venom, "I seriously don't get it. My looks, my power, my family's money. How am I not better than him in every single way? So why is he the one everyone worships?" Yang Shi cut him off. "Those hijackers from Area 35. The second they saw you, the look on their faces screamed that they'd been double-crossed. Let me guess. You were working with them to hijack the plane, weren't you?" He shot into the air, letting out this evil laugh. "Wow, you got that too. Haha, you're totally right. I'm a refugee from Area 35 just like them." Xing Daofiong ripped off his cloak, floating in midair as he said, "I sacrificed so many of my own brothers, and for what to fail in the end?" The huge tornado he was whipping up was getting crazy powerful. He smirked, his voice dripping with menace. "You people from Area 2 are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. Just disappear already." The tornado started sucking everyone on the ground into its vortex, and all you could hear were terrified screams. Then Xing Daofiong started on his tragic backstory. When I was a kid, there was this coat I loved. It was the last gift my mom ever gave me. She told me all the real superheroes who protect the world wear a coat just like this one. It was the last thing my mom gave me before she was gone. She said, every hero who saves the world has a coat like this. It was the last present I ever got from her. She told me, all the heroes, the ones who really protect people, they have this coat. It was the very last thing she gave me before she died. She said, every single superhero who guards the world has a coat like this one. That was her final gift to me. She said, all the powered heroes saving the world have a coat just like this one. It was the last thing she gave me before I lost her. She told me, the heroes who defend the world all wear a coat like this. It was the very last gift from my mother. She said, every hero out there protecting everyone has a coat like this. It was the last thing I ever got from my mom before she died. She said, all the heroes with powers who watch over the world, they have a coat like this. It was the last gift from my mom. She told me every single superpowered hero has a coat like this one. It was the last thing my mom ever gave me. She told me, all the real heroes, the ones protecting the world, they have a coat just like this one. It was the last thing she ever gave me. She told me every hero who protects the world wears a coat like this one. It was the last gift from my mother before she was gone. She said, every hero who protects the world has a coat like this. She gave up everything and he gets to be the one saving people. Snapping back to the present, he roared, it's such a joke. He stood inside the raging tornado, screaming his lungs out. Screw you, Area 2, screw you pigs, screw you Shang Yi Shua, and screw your stupid ability user law. All of you can just go to hell. Dada, terrified he was about to completely lose it, screamed at him. You're insane. A total psycho. Look at you. How are you any different from the invaders you were just talking about? Fear was written all over Dada's face. She glanced over at Duong Hai and yelled, Master Zuji, this dude has totally lost it. He's trying to take us all out. He just made a freaky black hole appear in the sky. Duong Hai was locked on the black hole thinking, that soul weapon is feeding off its owner's messed up vibes. It's taken out so many people and powered up a bunch of times. It's a legit S-rank weapon now. Dada was completely floored when she heard him. She gasped, S-rank. No way, I'd love to snag that, but I've got nothing in my kit that can even touch an S-rank weapon. What are we gonna do? She asked Duong Hai, her voice shaking. Master Zuji, you got this right. Can you beat him? Dada then looked down at Duong Hai. Whoa, Master, your hands are shaking? If you're freaking out, then what am I supposed to do? Seeing her doubt, Duong Hai shot back. Dada, you think I'm scared? This isn't fear. It's a rush. Dada just stared totally confused. Master Zuji Duong Hai, now hovering above, yelled down at Starling Wind. Starling Wind, you've done enough talking. You've taken out a ton of innocent people from Area 2 just to blow off steam. Haven't you? With a totally twisted smirk, he shot back. You bet. A whole lot of them. Let's see. There were some adoring fans who came to see me. He zipped forward as he talked. There was some random person I saved, and even a few from my college. I saved their lives, so they basically belong to me, Duong Hai said grimly. An A-rank hero with millions of fans who's also a complete psycho living out some twisted hero complex. Duong Hai's face got super serious, his voice full of conviction as he said, when the one who was hurt starts hurting others. There's no excuse that makes it okay. Starling Wind just laughed, totally unfazed. Haha, you sound just like Thutu Jia. How perfect. As a prize, I'll give you a 100-second head start. After a beat, he threw his head back and screamed, and that's when you're history. Duong Hai stayed quiet and just fired up his metal control ability, making a small iron dart pop into existence. Suddenly, tons of darts swirled around him. He just kept flexing his power, ignoring Starling Wind's countdown. 67. Seeing Duong Hai wasn't playing his game, he frowned and snarled, I'm not a patient guy. Let's see you try and run now. And just like that, the man in front of him vanished. Duong Hai was gone without a trace, which made Starling Wind freak out, screaming, Where are you? Where'd you go? Then a voice echoed from way up high, followed by a taunting laugh. Haha, some hero you are. Something shot into that creepy black hole Starling Wind made. All of a sudden, the black hole imploded and all the people and stuff it had sucked in started to fall. Everyone was plummeting super fast, screaming their heads off with their eyes squeezed shut. Ah! Starling Wind's jaw was on the floor. He was in total shock as he stammered, What just happened? Why did it stop? What did you do to my cloak? Starling Wind's cloak was just floating there in midair. Right next to it was Duong Hai, totally in control of it. He thought to himself, first time using an S-rank power on an S-rank soul weapon. I had no idea this thing's power would be such a beast to handle. Duong Hai yelled down, Dada, you gotta do something fast, save those people. Dada, already grabbing her gear, yelled back, Don't you worry, Master Zuji, I got this. Dada chucked dozens of eggs out of her bag. She watched them go with watery eyes, crying out, No, my exotic beast eggs, each one is worth 30,000 yilum, there goes my entire savings. The eggs suddenly cracked open and this thick gooey slime poured out. The streams of goo covered the ground, and everyone who was falling landed safely in it. Starling Wind, still in disbelief, looked at the scene and seethed, No, they're supposed to be gone. They have to be. Give me back my cloak. He whipped out a gun and unleashed hundreds of bullets at Duong Hai. The shots just kept coming. Duong Hai, dodging like crazy, muttered, What a cheap move. But the bullets were hot on his tail. He paused to check them out and realized, whoa, they're tracking bullets too. Knowing he couldn't outrun them, Duong Hai just stopped and faced them head on. Starling Wind reached for his cloak and said, I just got sloppy for a second, that's the only reason you got the drop on me. The cloak flew back and snapped right onto Starling Wind's shoulders. With his cloak back on, he looked totally re-energized. He blasted forward, yelling Zuji. Duong Hai spun around surprised and grunted. He tried using his holy light healing power on the cut on his hand, but it just wasn't closing up. He remembered, Man Thu Tu Jia was totally right. Wounds from this guy's soul weapon can't be fixed with powers. Seeing Duong Hai struggling, Starling Wind let out a smug laugh. Haha, confused why that little scratch won't heal, are you? That's because my soul weapon is a soul type. It attacks your spiritual energy directly, so your little healing trick is totally useless. Hearing that, Duong Hai shot back. Then that's a pretty sweet soul weapon. It'd be a real shame if I didn't take it off your hands. Starling Wind totally froze up a look of pure panic on his face as he looked down and saw 4 blue pills pop up on his cloak. Seeing that, Duong Hai figured it out. So the fallen hero is all jacked up on those blue pills. This S-rank soul weapon juiced up with blue pills. That combo is insane. There's no way I can win this. Whoa, out of nowhere, the cloak just started forcing the pills down Starling Wind's throat. He grabbed his neck, totally fighting it and screaming, I'm not eating that, gulp gulp asterisk, cough cough asterisk. Duong Hai was trying to piece it together like, okay, so when the soul weapon levels up, the owner totally loses control. It's got a mind of its own now. And after swallowing those pills, Starling Wind looked like he was completely losing it. He totally roared, This is all your fault, I had to swallow your nasty stuff again, screw you, screw you. Then his cloak just blew up to this insane size, swallowing everything around them. Seeing this was going south fast, Duong Hai was like, crap, this soul weapon is way too big. There's no way I can fly out. Then boom, the cloak snapped shut into a giant sphere. Duong Hai yelled, I'm trapped. Starling Wind's voice echoed from inside. Sucks to be you. I literally can't control my soul weapon anymore. Then a ton of light beams started shooting down from the ceiling, totally catching Duong Hai off guard. The voice kept echoing in his head. You'll just have to let it finish you. Go ahead and die in despair. The tips of the light beams were shaped like little stars. Duong Hai was just stunned by all of it, asking in total confusion. What the heck are these things? Why are they sticking all over me? He picked up one of the stars and it immediately started making this weird noise. Suddenly, like thousands of these stars were covering his entire body. He could feel them heating up and was like, they're getting super hot. Please don't tell me these are all little bombs. The stars just kept piling on thicker and thicker until you couldn't even see Duong Hai anymore. All you could hear was his scream, ah! Dada saw Duong Hai was in major trouble and screamed out, totally worried. Master Zuji. Starling Wind just smirked and said, yeah, you can stop shouting. He's already been turned to dust. After a massive explosion, the whole place was filled with thick smoke. Dada, with tears streaming down her face, just couldn't believe it. She whispered in a daze, no way, Master Zuji. And then, she just froze, staring at this human-shaped rock in front of her. Then the rock started to crack. Starling Wind knew something was wrong. He totally freaked, yelling, no way, he's not dead after all that. Duong Hai let out a sigh. Phew, that was way too close. Everyone around them went absolutely wild when Duong Hai showed up shouting, yes, the great god Daok isn't dead. He's seriously powerful. Daok is a legend. Dada was cheering too. Great Daok, I knew you wouldn't go down that easy. Seeing her so hyped up, Duong Hai just sighed and was like, this girl, she really knows how to lay it on thick. Duong Hai immediately got back to business saying, this is the snow fang I pulled from the body of that snow fang creature. He held up the item to show him. An image of Tuang Wei suddenly appeared right in front of Tin Du Fiang, who gasped, Tuang Wei. All of a sudden, he lunged forward at like lightning speed, screaming, Tuang Wei, ah! Duong Hai just raised his hand and thought to himself, this is for you. Tuang Wei to Yet Ra. He used his soul absorption skill to finish him. Tin Du Fiang just let out a choked, his face a mask of pure shock as he started bleeding from his throat. Then his body just crumbled into dust. Duong Hai thought, crumbled to dust. I've taken every last trace element from your body. As the final scrap of his clothes faded away, a faint voice echoed, I want to go home. Duong Hai got the mastery cloak. Description. This thing has a mind of its own. It's a soul-type weapon that hits an enemy's mental power or soul directly. It's also got A-rank immunity, which can extend buffs. Skill star inquiry. After it charges up, an external star can totally self-destruct to damage enemies. Evaluation. It's a soul weapon that's hungry for more power. Duong Hai looked down at the new cloak he was wearing and said, wow, you don't waste any time, do you? Your old master bites the dust and you immediately latch onto a new one, even changing your look to match my vibe. Duong Hai went on, to keep a soul weapon like you in check, I have to stay stronger than you. If I don't, sooner or later, you'll be the one in control. Just then the people outside called out, great god. Daok, can you give us a hand? We're totally stuck and can't move. Dada admitted awkwardly. So, even though I'm the one who made this sticky goo, I can't actually get rid of it. Duong Hai just replied deadpan, oh. And then he just flew off, his voice echoing back. Just hang tight. The next rescue team will be here eventually. I'm out of here. Dada yelled after him. Don't go, great god Daok. Asterisk, asterisk. Later in Duang Wu Tara's backyard, his son was kicking a soccer ball around just waiting for his dad to get home. Duang Hai appeared and blocked the ball. Seeing him, the boy ran over all excited and asked, "Haha, you want to play soccer with me?" Duang Hai replied, "Nah, I'm good, but look over there. He wants to play with you." The little boy turned around super eager, his whole face lighting up as he said, "Whoa, he looks just like my dad. Okay, I'll go play with him." As the boy turned to run off, Duang Hai placed something called the Yenvu Tara on his back and said, "Go on, he'll always be with you." The boy started playing happily with the shadow Duang Hai had made. Asterisk, asterisk, Hudong's voice cut in. "Oh my god, Dada, I can't believe Tin Dufyong actually took out Tuang Wu Tara." But in the end, Daok saved everyone. Dada, who was hanging with Hudong, replied, "Dude, you totally missed out. The fight between Great God Daok and Tin Dufyong was absolutely epic. She was waving her arms around like crazy, acting it all out. Great God Daok was like dodging all of Tin Dufyong's homing bullets, and then he just totally vaporized him, boom." Hudong sounded super bummed. "Man, that's messed up. All the people he caught were just dumped in the middle of the desert." Hudong remembered getting left by the chopper and said, "It's a good thing someone found us later. If not, even if we didn't bite it on the plane, we would have totally cooked in this desert." Tianda put a hand on Hudong's shoulder, saying, "Hudong, for real, just being alive is a major win. We gotta live in the moment." Huang nodded. "You're so right. Today we're repping the Fanhai Merchant Guild to make a deal with the Taikwait organization. We gotta bring our A-game." Tianda whipped out an invite and said, "Check it. This is the invitation we got from HQ a few days back. The Taikwait organization is the legendary Daok's crew. I can't believe the guild is trusting me with this. It feels like the universe is totally on my side," Huang asked, all hopeful. "Does that mean I'll finally get to see the super hot and powerful Daok you're always gushing about?" Tianda suddenly pointed, yelling, "Hudong behind you?" Duang Wei popped up right behind Huang. She totally freaked out and screamed, "Who are you?" Duang Wei looked surprised. Tianda checked out Duang Wei and was like, "Your whole vibe, the outfit and gear. It's super familiar. You from Taikwait?" Hudong whispered to Tianda. "Dada, I heard from the hero rank guys that there's this dude in Taikwait named Thais, and his signature look is a snake pattern mask." Tianda walked up to Duang Wei and asked, "You're Thais, yeah? The legendary Daok and I go way back, we're ride or die." Duang Wei just kinda grunted. Seeing how cold the guy was, Tianda thought, "Okay, he's from Taikwait, but what's with the Ice King act? Maybe I should chill out a bit." She turned and said, "So we got an invite from you guys to help sort through some war loot. Sir, where's all the stuff?" Duang Wei suddenly grabbed Huang's wrist. She yelped a little shocked. "Lord Thais, what are you doing?" Tianda asked, confused. "Dude, what are you doing with that thing?" Duang Wei, holding a chain, shot back. "Weren't you the one asking where the treasure is?" The second he finished, he yanked the chain. A trapdoor opened right under Tianda. She let out a surprised scream. "No." Duang Wei chuckled to himself. "Little Miss Money Grubber, let's have a little fun with you today." Huang scrambled to the edge of the pit. Tianda fell in, yelling frantically, "Dada, are you okay? Where are you?" It was dead silent from the pit. Duang Wei counted down, 3, 2, 1. Tianda's voice shrieked, "OMG, I'm rich." Huang was so stunned she fell backward. Tianda yelled up, "Huang, you have got to get down here and see this." In front of Tianda were actual piles of gold. She was in awe. "Oh my gosh, I've never seen so much jewelry and gold in my entire life." Tianda literally buried herself in the mountain of gold, laughing like crazy. Hey, I am never leaving this spot ever," Duang Wei said. "This is all war loot from Taikwait, for some specific reasons. We're handing over all rights to your Fanhei Merchant Guild." The bag Tianda had started sucking up the gold. She winked and said, "You got it. We'll definitely do our very best to help your crew manage these assets. You can count on us." Tianda asked Hudong, "Okay, but for real, why would Taikwait trust the Fanhei Merchant Guild with a fortune this massive?" Hudong replied, "Look, no matter how you slice it, our Fanhai Merchant Guild is number one. After a deal like this, we'll have a solid foundation of trust, which is gonna make working together later way easier." Tianda was a little lost. Working together. Hudong explained, "Down the road when ability users want to get stronger, doing it on their own isn't gonna cut it. They're gonna need seriously powerful weapons to back them up." Tianda glanced at the crystal in her hand. "You mean like how our guild's mastercrafter can make beast weapons?" Hudong went on. "Later, when he needs gear and weapons, that's where our guild comes in." The scene cuts to a totally different place with someone laid out in a hospital bed. The kid is breathing through an oxygen mask. His hands are gripping the bed rails so tight. His face is all twisted in pain as he whispers, "It hurts so bad, big bro." Over at Lang City Airport, passengers are getting off the plane. A voice calls out, "Duang Hai!" Lamni Tuyet runs up to him saying, "Duang Hai, I saw the news about the hijacking and the crash. I honestly thought I'd never see you again." Two guys nearby watched the gorgeous Lamni Tuyet run by and were like, "Whoa, is that Lamni Tuyet hugging Duang Hai?" Duang Hai tried to calm her down. "Tuyet, it wasn't that serious." Lamni Tuyet started crying. "Boo-hoo, you scared me to death." Duang Hai noticed all the jealous looks they were getting, patted her head and said, "It's okay. Tuyet. See, I'm totally fine," Lamni Tuyet said, trying to sound mad. "Next time something like this happens, you have to let me know you're safe right away." Duang Hai put his arm around her shoulder, comforting her as they walked. Okay, I promise. Let's get you home first. I gotta go meet my godson after this. Lam Nituyet looked confused. Your godson? Duang Hai just laughed and explained, haha, it's just a silly nickname for a friend. Hearing that, Lam Nituyet said, oh, okay, well go on then, but come back soon. Meanwhile, Luang Nguyen had a girl on each arm, but he was cursing with a sour look. Damn it, old man! Ever since he met his godfather, the guy's been so secretive, always disappearing. I have no freaking clue what he's up to. Luang Nguyen drank all bummed out and sighed. I guess I was just a tool for my godfather to get close to that old dude. Now that they're tight, he doesn't need me anymore. A system window popped up. Mental wave. The two girls suddenly got dizzy and then they both just collapsed. Luang Nguyen totally freaked and shot up like, what's going on, yo, what's happening with you two? Then a ton of water just dumped on his head and he completely lost it. What the heck, who soaked me? You're so dead. Duang Nguyen's voice was like a challenge. You want to go too? But when Luang Nguyen saw it was him, he started sweating bullets and stuttering. Adoptive father! No way! I wouldn't dare if anyone's fighting, it's you kicking my butt. Duang Nguyen just patted Luang Nguyen's head and asked Luang Nguyen, did you just say I was using you? Luang Nguyen mumbled all pouty. Well, I mean, am I wrong? Hearing that, Duang Nguyen was like, you're selling yourself way short. In my eyes, you've got the most potential, and you're my right-hand man, the one I trust most. Luang Nguyen got super emotional, tears streaming down his face as he said, for real, adoptive father. No one's ever gassed me up like that before. Then he snapped back to reality, his eyes flying open. Luang Nguyen was just standing on some clouds. He was like, where am I? Why does it feel like I'm a million miles from anywhere? Duang's voice echoed. Luang Nguyen, you've made a spirit bond with me. You've basically jumped past the whole physical body thing. Luang Nguyen was so shook he could barely talk. Adoptive father, D-Dad? Whoa, where are our legs? Duang Hai explained. Chill out, it's not a big deal. This is the soul space where your thoughts can literally become real. I've been leveling up with a bunch of new soul skills and artifacts, and that's how I found out this place even existed. Wait, so if you have a spirit bond with someone, you can share a soul space. A gem popped up on Luang Nguyen's forehead. He stared totally bug-eyed. Is this the spirit bond? Duang Hai replied. Yep, try to connect with the gemstone. Luang Nguyen closed his eyes to focus, saying, all right, I'm focusing now. And the gem on his forehead started to glow. A massive castle appeared out of nowhere behind him with Duang Hai chilling on one of 12 thrones. Luang Nguyen's jaw basically hit the floor. Duang Hai from his throne said, dude, what are you just standing there gawking at? Get over here! Luang Nguyen was blown away. Whoa, the judgment organization is on a whole other level. This place is like 100 times more epic than my family's company. This is sick. Duang Hai explained. Didn't I say I'd give you full member perks? This is the Cloudtop Palace. It's how our organization passes along intel. From now on, you and I can link up and swap info here. Luang Nguyen looked totally fired up and asked, so adoptive father, what's my move? What's my role in all this? Duang Hai just hummed for a second, then pointed to a throne way off in the distance. I told you about the member privileges. The tutu spot is open right now. You should... Luang Nguyen got hyped. Yes. So from now on, I'm the tutu. Duang Hai just flicked him on the forehead. He yelped. Luang Nguyen rubbed his head and looked at Duang Hai. Adoptive father, Duang Hai cut him off. Not so fast, kid. It's not my call to make you the tutu. He went on. My position and the tutus are on the same level in the organization. You trying to be my equal or something? Hearing that, Luang Nguyen backpedaled fast. Whoa, no, that's not what I meant at all. I just thought you said I was an official member. Duang Hai cleared his throat. Ahem, let me finish. I said the tutu spot is open and you can be one of the people in the running for it. Luang Nguyen was like, wait, what? Just in the running, but everyone knows about my dad. Duang Hai nodded. That's right. The heroic combat machine is also on the list of candidates. The final call will be made by the leader of the judgment organization. It suddenly clicked for Luang Nguyen. Adoptive father, that's so messed up. You're making me go head-to-head with my own dad. Duang Hai thought, hey, this kid catches on fast. He said to Luang Nguyen, my hands are tied. The judgment is an organization where power is everything. If you want a top spot, you gotta have the skills and the street cred to back it up. Luang Nguyen's voice was small. I get it, adoptive father. I'm not backing down from this. Just give me my next mission already. Kuhu. Duang Hai laid it out. Your father won't hand over the ice-piercing brave, so I need you to figure out a way to lead him into a trap and I'll handle him myself. Luang Nguyen snapped a salute. No problem. Consider it done. But adoptive father, I still have to ask one thing. Hearing him, Duang Hai said, if you've got something to say, spit it out. Luang Nguyen asked, his eyes all hopeful. If I actually become the tutu, can you introduce me to Sister Rabbit? Duang Hai was just like, huh. For Luang Nguyen, it was like getting hit by lightning. Total love at first sight. Ever since I saw her silhouette that one time, I can't get Sister Rabbit out of my head. If I can marry her, my whole life would be totally complete. Duang Hai just let out this super awkward laugh. He started sweating, thinking, this kid is so delusional. He's actually trying to make a move on my clone. Duang Hai then booted Luang Nguyen into the air, yelling, in your dreams, now get back to the real world. Luang Nguyen's screams just faded away. And just like that, it was pitch black outside. Dong Hai's villa was totally lit up. Inside, Duong Hai was just chilling, waiting for dinner and zoning out to the news. The announcer's voice boomed. The Knights of the Round Table. The Economic Corporation of Area 2 has officially put a price on the head of A-rank hero branch, also known as the Sword Seal. Anyone with a solid tip can bank 500,000 Yalam currency. And the reward for bringing her in alive, a whopping 5 million Yalam currency. Duong Hai gasped. Branch! Just then, Lam Tuyed's voice rang out. The roasted chicken is ready. Duong Hai looked over and saw her carrying a platter with a whole roasted chicken, and she was wearing nothing but a seriously cute apron. Duong Hai's face went bright red as he stammered, Tuye, Lam Tuye just set the chicken on the table and asked, What's the matter? Don't I look good? Duong Hai totally fumbled. No, that's not what I mean. I just mean, why are you... Lam Tuyet sat down with a little smile. I told you I had a surprise for you. And it's not just what's for dinner. But also... She got all shy and couldn't finish, so she just stuffed a chicken leg in Duong Hai's mouth, changing the subject. Never mind. Just hurry up and eat. Then Lam Tuye asked, So were you watching that story about Branch? Duong Hai literally choked on his food, coughing. Yeah, asterisk, cough, asterisk I was. What's her deal? Lam Tuyet filled him in. I heard from some other reporters that Branch, the A-rank hero, teamed up with some mysterious superpowered organization after she messed up a bunch of heroes in Area 2 and then she just, poof, disappeared. Duong Hai asked, totally confused. Why wasn't she like one of the good guys, a totally righteous hero? She's beautiful, and an A-rank hero on top of that. Lam Tuyet shrugged. I don't know. You seem really worried about her. Duong Hai thought to himself. It's because I've actually met her. The way she risked her own life to save people. She just doesn't seem like the type to do something messed up. He said to Lam Tuyet. A hero with her kind of charisma and unique powers, there has to be more to the story. I'm gonna check out the news on her tomorrow. Lam Tuyet raised an eyebrow. You are? Duong Hai quickly switched topics again. Tuye, your cooking is seriously next level. Every single thing you made is amazing. Lam Tuye put her chopsticks down hard. She stood up looking hurt and angry. You're right. I'm not as good as her. If I had superpowers and could help people, you'd pay more attention to me, wouldn't you? Duong Hai jumped up and grabbed Lam Tuye's shoulders. Tuyet. He leaned in and kissed her, then said, I'm looking into her, but it is not what you think. They pulled apart and Lam Tuyet blushed, whispering, Duong Hai. He pulled her into a hug, his voice soft. She's not even worthy of being compared to you. In my eyes, you're the most perfect person there is. Lam Tuye leaned against his chest and asked, You really meant it when you said, it's not what I think. Duong Hai replied, It's just my reporter brain kicking in. I just need to find out the truth, that's all it is, Lam Tuyet. Duong Hai insisted, reporters are just like that. You know I don't have any other feelings for her. I only like you. Lam Tuyet hugged Duong Hai super tight, laughing. Hey, you're so good to me. But Duong Hai was thinking, I'm so sorry, Tuyet, I'm just borrowing this power. One day, asterisk. I'll give your ability back to you and apologize for real. Back in his office, Duong Hai stared at his monitor and was like, Whoa, that was fast. A new message notification had popped up on the screen. The sender was Tien Dada. The message read, My dude Dodgy, I can't believe you're actually hitting me up first. Weren't you looking for some dark web intel from the Fanhai Merchant Guild I'll send? It to you right now. Duong Hai clicked his mouse and a dark web page loaded full of scrolling red code. Duong Hai muttered, Okay, you can't deny the dark web is crazy fast and efficient. Unlike some YouTubers I could name. All right, let's check the intel on the sour and spicy noodle man first. Duong Hai clicked the link. A QR code popped up with the words, Pay 100,000. Yalam currency to view the intel. He was surprised. 100,000 Yalam currency and I can see it all. The information appeared. Event, the guy who took out the one-eyed freak beast that invaded Liu Kang City. Show appearances run hero. Nimvui scores an own goal, and apparently he's also trying to get into movies. According to some solid sources, the show Hero Dad, Where Are We Going? Is trying to get the sour and spicy noodle man and his daughter on as guest stars. Strength analysis, A rank on standby. During the fight with the ranger in the research forest, he unlocked a new power, the ability to control his own size and transformation. The name and full power of the ability are still a mystery. There's a really high chance he's leveled up or might get promoted to A rank in the New Year's hero selection. After reading it, Duong Hai said thoughtfully, This dark web stuff is scarily reliable. It even has the time I possessed. The sour and spicy noodle man to teach that ranger a lesson in the woods. It's so specific, even saying he's researching a new ability. Who the hell is investigating and logging all this? He wondered. What about the ice-piercing brave? The dark web just showed no intel available at this time. Duong Hai guessed no info on him. He must be laying low on purpose. So what about Branch? He read the info that came up on the screen. There was a file on her. The price was 700,000 Yalam currency. The dark web flashed a message. Payment successful. And then all the information Duong Hai wanted appeared. Sword Seal. The real story of her betrayal of the Knights of the Round Table Hero Management Company. After a whole series of investigations, the Knights of the So Roundtable Company just confirmed that Branch totally teamed up with the Adjudicator organization to try and take out the masked wrestler to make her give up. The Roundtable Knights linked up with some special agents from the Hero Association to snag the Sword of Sealing, but she totally bounced. Branch has been spotted in places like Liu Kang City, and there's a rumor going around Zach Chow that Branch and Serpent from the Adjudicator crew are a thing. After reading that, Duang Hai was like, the masked wrestler. He's still a powered hero for the Roundtable Knights, he thought, super suspicious. Is it possible their company has no idea he's loyal to the Saint? Or is this whole company just shady? Duang Hai said, totally confused. And what's this about them being a couple? If Chu Tu yet sees this, she's gonna get jealous all over again. He kept scrolling the dark web and said, let's see what else is on here. The site popped up with, get the deets on Adjudicator members Duke, Serpent, and Mao. For just 30 million, you can learn all the secrets of these heavy hitters. Duang Hai's eyes went wide as he yelled, are you kidding me? They're selling my info for 30 million? He pushed up his glasses and said, okay, so Branch is a wanted man now. Is there like a huge chance I'm the reason for this cutscene? Over in another room, a furious Mong slammed the table and screamed, why, I'm your son! Why would you give the Bakwang spot to the ice-piercing brave? The armored war hero said in a low voice. Are you questioning my decision? A frustrated Maong went on a whole rant. You promised me that spot was mine. Both Violent Fist Maiden and I got into the Hero Association. Going to Bakshuang is a once-in-a-lifetime training opportunity, the armored war hero snapped. I know what I said. But I've changed my mind. You're not the best person for the job. Maong shouted back, full of resentment. Why is it because I lost to Duke that one time? The armored war hero slammed his hand on the table and roared. Don't you dare bring up Dookie again! What does this have to do with Honshu? Maong looked kinda taken aback. The armored war hero put a hand on Maong's shoulder and said, son, I have my reasons. You have no clue how dangerous Buang is. Not letting you go is to protect you. Maong shoved his hand off. He said, all ticked off, you always have an answer for everything. You totally looked down on me, your own son. So then Maong went to vent to his annoying little brother about the whole thing. He was like, dude, I'm so freaking pissed off right now. Dad is sending the ice-piercing brave to the Boxwang recruitment. Lu Win yelled, what doesn't Dad know that going to Bokwang is like hitting the jackpot? You can get a ton of super valuable materials from the abnormal beasts. Malong stormed out, but not before saying, I know right. Anyone would think Lu Sangduang is the armored war hero's actual favorite son. In the men's bathroom, Lu Nguyen thought to himself, Dad wants to send Lu Sangduang to the Bachwang recruitment plan. What in the world is he thinking? Lu Nguyen touched the gem on his forehead and thought, I've got to get to the Cloud Summit Palace like right now. I need to report this to my adoptive father. Lu Nguyen ran into the Cloud Summit Palace, but of course, he tripped and totally ate it with a yelp. Duang Hai, who'd been waiting there for who knows how long, sneered, wow, how pathetic. Lunwin scrambled to his feet and quickly reported, adoptive father. You gotta hear this. My dad wants to send the ice-piercing brave to the Bachwang plan. Duang Hai asked, oh yeah, what's he planning? Lunwen replied, I have no idea. My brother just got in a huge fight with him about it. I kind of feel like he just doesn't want to give the ice-piercing brave to you. Hearing this, Duan Hai said, if we make a move on the ice-piercing brave now, it'll probably cause a massive mess. I mean, the ice-piercing brave and that guy in the felt hat are super close. He added, it's fine though. Once he and your father both head to Boxwang, then whatever goes down in there won't seem weird at all. Lu Nguyen asked, so if that's true, adoptive father, does that mean my old man really has his own reasons for doing this? Duan Hai then gave Lun Wen his new mission. Your next assignment is to make sure your father's plan goes off smoothly. As long as he and the ice-piercing brave go into Bakwang at the same time, the rest will be a piece of cake. Lu Wen raised his hand and replied, you got it, adoptive father. Duang Hai got back home. He sat on his bed thinking, while Tutuyet is at work, I should probably level up my powers a bit. To get ready for Bachwang first, I'll boost the disguise and clone abilities to B rank. Duang Hai held out his hand, making little cubes appear. He upgraded both skills at the same time. The system showed B rank ability disguise, 0.01 of a second for an outfit change. Switch your fit anytime, anywhere. You can preset 3 out of 9 outfits. Can also change your body type, your face, and your voice within a certain range. You can even set a specific personality, and it'll give you acting support. Evaluation. Seriously, you sure you don't want to be a movie star? B rank ability clone. Creates one clone that has all of the main body's power for a total of 6 hours. Evaluation. Your ability to get away just got a major boost. Duang Hai kept issuing the upgrade command. Upgrade the Divine Dragon ability to A rank using Deep Sea Ghost and Raging Fire. The system screen popped up again. A rank ability Watermaster includes these skills. Slaughtering Rain. So check it, River Gods, Protection Water Iron Spear. The Eval God said, let there be rain, and bam, rain. An A rank ability Flame Lord. Comes with Summon Phoenix and Domain Control skills. Let's see the stats. You're like a total flame. Blazing red. Seriously burning me up. Duang Hai thought, Divine Dragon. That name is so sick. Maybe I'll make its personality just like Long Odin's. Then boom, the scene switches to a seaport. Branch's voice cut in. Here you go. Thanks for the help. The dude took the bag of cash and was like, all right, thanks, miss. But I'm just super curious. Why would a rich girl like you Need to sneak across the border? Branch scowled, totally annoyed. Curiosity killed the cat, dude. The less you know, the better. If anyone asks about me, you know nothing. The guy got a little scared and was like, okay, my lips are sealed. Night fell and Branch was walking down the street thinking, I can't stay in Zakchow any longer. It's only been a few days. And I've gone from a star hero to a wanted criminal. The people chasing me are all A-rank heroes, and I just have to keep running over and over. Branch, hiding in her cloak, thought about that masked Takin guy. He might have been a powered hero on paper, but low-key he was all about the saint. His death not something to lose sleep over. She stood in front of a huge villa, wondering angrily, why is the company hunting me down without even figuring out who's right or wrong? Branch crashed on a bench to rest, thinking about Duong Hai. Just then, Serpent appeared disguised as a clone of the masked Takin. Couldn't find any sign of him in Zakchow, so I guess I'll try my luck in Luke Kang. A creepy laugh echoed from right behind Branch. Hee, Branch. Did you really think you could slip through my fingers? Branch instantly jumped to her feet. The assassin tossed Banny's body right in front of her. She gasped. What, he's dead? Branch screamed, totally furious. Come after me. Why did you have to kill someone innocent? The assassin circled her, saying, Oh, I'm definitely targeting you. Everyone who helps you has to die. I remember you were the one supposed to deal with me at first, and look how far you've fallen. Branch whipped out her sword and said, If you want to fight, let's go. Take it somewhere else. Her attack almost hit the assassin. He just laughed his head off. Haha, still got some fire in you. I'll just use this little needle to put you to sleep. The second he said that, the assassin flicked a poison needle at Branch. She got hit and winced, crying out, I'm hit! The assassin strolled over and said, Branch, today's your last day. She clutched the wound on her chest in total agony. Lam Nu Yet popped up out of nowhere, asking with a worried voice, Miss, are you okay? Lam Nu Yet saw the wound on Branch's chest and asked, What happened to your chest? Branch struggled to speak. Hurry, get out of here. The assassin suddenly threw a poison needle at Lam Nu Yet. She squeezed her eyes shut and screamed for help. A crazy surge of power blasted in from nowhere. The poison needles shattered. Duong Hai stood protectively in front of the two of them, his tone dead serious. It's Tixa. Don't be scared. I'm here now. Hearing that, the assassin asked, Tixa, you're the Tixa from the Adjudicator. Organization who totally wrecked the Saint organization, right? Duong Hai replied, If you know who I am, then you'd better bounce. The assassin just burst out laughing. That's some big talk. I really didn't expect you to show up here. In that case, let's see what you've got. He launched an attack right at Duong Hai. Sunflower True Chi. Duong Hai shot back a counterattack, but his technique got completely steamrolled. His eyes went wide with shock. Duong Hai had to use his own body to block the hit, but the two girls behind him still got caught in the blast. They screamed in pain. Danith recognized the attack and quickly said, Sunflower True Chi, you're Vuong Tuktien. Vuong Tuktien stepped forward and said, Yo, you still remember me, Vuong Tukti? Danith was totally confused. 2 years ago I arrested you myself and you got a life sentence. How did you get out? Vuong Tuktien laughed and shot back. Let's just say a benefactor helped me out. I'm not that weak, Vuong Tuktien, anymore. I'm an S-class ability user now. Danith, drenched in sweat, could barely hold his sword. An S-class criminal. Then I'll risk my life to throw you back in there. Duong Hai checked out Vuong Tuktien and thought, his power is for sure above A-class. If we really throw down Lam Nu Yet, we'll probably get hurt. I can't start a fight now. I've got to bluff him. Duong Hai threatened. You're strong, but there are two of us. Not to mention the top S-class ability user from the Adjudicator organization is on his way. How much you want to bet you can win? Vuong Tuktien sneered. What if I just take you all out before he even gets here? Duong Hai created a magic orb and challenged, then feel free to try. Branch cut in. Don't you guys need to run? I'll hold him off. Lam Nu Yet, holding her phone, said, We're not just gonna ditch you and run. Hang on a little longer. I'm calling the Hero Association for help right now. Seeing this, Vuong Tuktien backed off, hopped onto a lamppost and said, I'll let you off today since you've got numbers. But I'll be back for you another day. And with that, he vanished. Lam Nu Yet let out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, did we really scare him away? Duong Hai asked. You didn't actually call the Hero Association, did you? Lam Nu Yet replied. I was just bluffing to scare him off just like you. Branch has a special status right now. Calling the association would just make things way more complicated. Branch spoke up. Tixa, I have something to ask you about the Adjudicator organization. Whoa, hold up, Duong Hai said, putting a hand out. You need to get that wound checked out like now. I'll hit you up once you're healed. And just like that, he was gone, leaving the other two behind. Lam Nitu was like totally floored. Do all you superpowered people just vanish like that? Branch just rolled her eyes. Nah, that's just him being extra. Total show-off move. Lam Nitu's eyes locked on Branch's wound and she gasped. OMG, you're poisoned. We gotta get you to a hospital. But Branch just shook her head. No way. I can't be around a ton of people. I need somewhere quiet. So I can use my powers to detox myself. Lam Nitu didn't even hesitate. Then crash at my place. Branch was stunned. Wait, what? Just then, Duang Hai, looking like his regular self again, jogged over. A little twit, you fall in or something. Then he put on this super fake shocked face. Whoa, no way, is that the infamous Branch? What are you doing here? Branch looked confused. He's... Lam Nitu nodded. And my boyfriend. We were just on a run and I had to, find a bathroom like ASAP. She quickly filled Duang Hai in on how she got jumped on the way back and that Branch was hurt, but her situation is kinda complicated. So can she maybe crash with us for a bit? Duang Hai didn't even blink. Yeah, for sure. I'll carry her. So Duang Hai gave Branch a piggyback ride home with Lam Nitu walking right behind them. Duang Hai was like, so Branch, you literally just got to Lokang City, and you've already got a welcoming committee trying to hunt you down. Branch shot back. Yep. So what were you guys doing at the port anyway? Lam Nitu pointed at Duang Hai. You're not gonna believe this, but we were just out on our nightly run and kinda stumbled on you getting ambushed. Hearing that, Branch looked at them. Seriously, thank you guys. But I'm basically public enemy #1 right now. Why would you help me? Lam Nitu just smiled. Because the Branch I know is the kind of person who puts her neck on the line for others. Back in Zakshao, you were the one leading the charge to save those kids. Duang Hai and I both know you're not a bad person. Branch sighed, sounding exhausted. I swear I didn't kill the masked boxer, and I'm not secretly working with that mysterious adjudicator organization. Duang Hai chimed in. Dude, I heard that masked boxer guy was just some goon for the Saint organization in Sasha. Honestly, even if you did take him out, he probably had it coming. Branch frowned. It's not about how he died. The point is, someone's using his death as an excuse to get rid of me. Duang Hai picked up right where she left off. And maybe they want to paint a huge target on the adjudicator organization's back. Branch looked surprised. You think so too? Duang Hai nodded. Totally. Because all this gossip and fake news isn't just about you. They're also saying you're in cahoots with the adjudicators. Lam Nitu jumped in. But the adjudicators are supposed to be the good guys. That mega-powerful rooster has saved Lokang City. Like a bunch of times. And Tixa literally just showed up and saved us. Branch shook her head. Yeah, you guys might not realize this, but lately ability users everywhere are getting seriously sketched out by the adjudicator organization. The word on the street is that the adjudicators are planning to take over Area 53 and basically rule all of Blue Star. Duang Hai's jaw just about hit the floor. Asterisk. What the heck asterisk, he thought. Branch kept going. This whole mess is how I figured out the people hunting me are ability users from all over. I mean, let's be real, the tiny bounty on my head is not enough to get people this hyped. So my guess is they're all here because of the rumors that I'm working with the adjudicators. Branch explained. Look in Area 53 on Blue Star. The number of ability users and how strong they are has to be balanced out between regions. It's the only way to stop one area from getting way too OP and causing drama. It's literally a rule in the peace treaty. Lam Nitu was like, wait for real, Branch nodded. Yep. It's also why the Hero Association is always sending ability users from different regions to go live in other places for a while. They just call it going on leave. Lam Nitu was totally mind-blown. So that's what's up. Regular people like us would never get all this behind-the-scenes stuff. Duang Hai got it, though, thinking to himself. So the Violent Fist Maiden wasn't even in Lokang City for a while. When the mutant beasts attacked, she said she was just back from leave, so she must have been stationed somewhere else. Branch went on. The adjudicator organization has way too many heavy hitters, especially that S-class user Rooster. When a crazy powerful force like that just pops up out of nowhere, it puts this insane pressure on ability users from other places. And someone's trying to use that fear to get a whole bunch of them together to go after the adjudicators. Duang Hai wondered, who could start this much chaos on such a massive scale just with rumors? Is this person trying to build their own private army of ability? Users using taking down the adjudicators as an excuse. Asterisk Lam Nitu freaked. Oh my god, this is like a planet-level crisis. Duang Hai was still thinking. That Crimson Jade Ring group is also crazy good at messing with people's heads. There's no way they're not involved in this. He thought, the age of abilities has only been a thing for like 100 years on Blue Star. Now we've got mutant beasts trying to tear us apart from the outside, and all this conspiracy drama is about to explode from the inside. And I still can't figure out this blue light thing on my body. This is seriously frustrating. Duang Hai looked at Branch. So did you come to Lokang City to help take down the adjudicators too? Branch shook her head. The exact opposite. I'm here to find out what's really going on and to help them. Duang Hai was totally shocked. Help the adjudicators, Branch said kinda bashfully. Look, I know Tixa from their organization. We've been through some real life or death stuff together, fighting side by side. He just randomly showed up to save me too. I trust the guy. So I need to figure out what the adjudicator organization is really up to. Duang Hai thought to himself, hold up. Randomly? I totally heard a fight and did a quick change to follow little Tuet. Lin Loyet asked, Hero Branch. Are you like really into Tixa or something? Branch totally freaked, no way. The scene cuts to the Anti-Sea Commerce Guild's base, which is decked out with tons of insane weapons. The guy in the chair getting a shoulder massage from Chianda was Chin Buhui. He said, I seriously never thought that outside the Four Great Seas some other crew as stacked and powerful as the Judgment Organization would just pop up. Dada, if you can get in with them, the Qian family's rep in the Commerce Guild will seriously level up. Qian Dada replied, Duh, I know. But even though I'm tight with that big shot rooster, he's never mentioned me joining. What if we give him some insane treasure to drop a hint? Yurang gushed. Dada, you're a genius. Qian Buhui started laughing. Haha, perfect. We'll throw a weapon showcase and invite him. We'll gift him that S-rank ability weapon to show the judgment organization the Qian family is legit and has serious power. A super hyped Qianada hugged Qian Buhui, saying, Okay, thanks, Grandpa, you're literally the best. Meanwhile, Yurang was just standing behind them, quiet and clenching her fists. Judgment. Lin Loyette was putting breakfast on the table when Dong Hai hugged her from behind. Linuette announced, Just got a text from my unit. They need me to come in early, so I can't eat with you guys. Dong Hai kissed her cheek. I'll take you. Lin Loyette was like, Nah, it's cool. Hurry up and brush your teeth or all the breakfast I made is gonna go to waste. Branch had to deal with a face full of their PDA first thing in the morning. Lin Loye took off her apron, setting it on the table. As she left, she said, All right, I'm heading out, Branch. You take it easy and get some rest, okay? Dong Hai and Branch were sitting at the table when Branch finally said, Hey, thanks for letting me crash last night, but I gotta go. Dong Hai was shocked. Why, dude? There are people everywhere trying to hunt you down. Branch replied, I've still got things I need to do, a mission I have to finish. It doesn't matter how dangerous it is, I've got to keep going. Don't trip. My injuries are way better. We'll see each other again if it's meant to be. As Dong Hai ate, he thought, I didn't secretly heal you last night just so you could go out and get yourself wrecked. He was totally shocked when he realized Branch had just vanished. Huh, where'd she go? The scene cuts to the massive open ocean. Dong Hai was standing on a cliff looking out and said, All right, let's test out this divine dragon skill. The ocean waves swelled up. Dong Hai, rocking the divine dragon suit in his dragon form, was riding a huge wave when he spotted something. Whoa, those two. They look kind of familiar. In the distance, Dong Hai saw this super fancy yacht just chilling on the water. Looked like everyone on board was having a blast. Qiandada and Yurang were there too, both rocking some seriously fire swimsuits. Qiandatada was yelling at someone, Get lost, nobody wants you here. Ji, wearing some fancy vest, said with a major attitude, You sure about that? If the Lefu Commerce Guild wasn't backing the Qian family, you wouldn't even have all those S-rank weapons. Standing next to him were the Fire Dragon Scepter and the Dark Swordsman. Qiandatada scowled and shot back, A few years ago you were just my little lapdog. You really think you can step to me, Qiandatada? Now. Johnny played with a lock of his hair and smirked. You can only blame the Qian family for falling off so hard. And hey, even if I am a dog, I can still walk all over you, Qiandada. Yurang warned, You're seriously shameless. Johnny ordered his crew, Oh, I'll show you, shameless. Go help Yurang out of that outfit for me. I want to see what the number 2 most beautiful girl in the 4 Great Sea regions really looks like. The Fire Dragon Scepter and the Dark Swordsman started creeping toward the girls. But then Duong Hai swooped in right on time. He was just chilling on a pillar of water, totally saving the day. Hey ladies, sorry to interrupt. I'm a little lost. How do I get to Luatkang City? Qianada totally recognized his look. Whoa, by your outfit. Are you with the big shot rooster? Duong Hai, playing a totally different character, was like, With him, that's a weird way to put it. I'm the divine dragon of the Judgment Organization. When they heard that, everyone immediately snapped to attention and started whispering. The Judgment Organization has another totem-level member. This is going to be huge news. From the sound of his voice, he sounds like he's just a teenager. I wonder how powerful he really is. Yurang begged him. Hey, Divine Dragon, we're friends with Rooster. Please, you gotta help us get out of this mess. Duong Hai replied, Sorry, can't do that. He then pointed at Gau's crew and said, Because they're the ones who should be leaving. Jean totally lost it and screamed, You little punk! How dare you mess with the LFU Commerce Guild? Get him! The Fire Dragon Scepter and the Dark Swordsman jumped into action. The Dark Swordsman lunged, but Duong Hai just sat there totally chill as everyone on the ship watched. Just stared at the sky, totally shook. Qianda yelled, What kind of power is that? A massive water figure formed behind Duong Hai. It was the River Guardian. Duong Hai just smirked. Heh, is that really all you've got? Well, guess it's my turn. The Dark Swordsman's sword was totally trapped by Duong Hai's River Guardian. He gritted his teeth, muttering, Dang it won't even budge. A single drop of water shot down from above, crazy fast, piercing right through the Dark Swordsman's shoulder. As he fell, he thought, Just one drop of water. He turned it into a razor-sharp blade to hurt someone. The power gap is just too huge. I don't stand a chance. The Fire Dragon Scepter guy raised his staff and shouted, I knew you were a water element user, your power gets a massive boost on the ocean, he smirked. But some power gaps can't be closed just cause you have home field advantage. The Fire Dragon Scepter created a few fire dragons, boasting, Time for my fire dragons to teach you some manners. Duong Hai shot back, totally unimpressed. I'll talk. Whoever told you I was just a water element user? As the fire dragons flew straight for Duong Hai, he quickly planned his move, activating Lord's consciousness, thinking, I can control any fire that's on a lower level than mine. The system notification popped up, Lord's consciousness. Standing on the water pillar, Duong Hai pointed right at the Fire Dragon Scepter and said, Today you're gonna see how it feels. The two fire dragons that were after him suddenly spun around and charged the fire dragon scepter instead. He yelled in total shock. What? He scrambled to escape, shouting as he ran. This kid is a dual element user. Get out of here! The people filming were totally amazed. He's so young and he's already a dual user of ice and fire. The Judgment Organization's power is actually terrifying. With so many top-tier ability users all together, are they gearing up for some kind of big move? Duang Hai stepped onto the yacht. He glanced at the group and said, That crew runs pretty fast. Weren't you guys just talking big about taking me on? Yuran quickly thanked Duang. Hey, thank you so much, Qiandada pleaded with Duang Hai. Divine Dragon, since you're also part of the Judgment Organization, could you maybe help us find Uncle Rooster? We want to invite Rooster to the beast weapon auction that the Anti-Sea Commerce Guild is hosting. Duang Hai replied. I actually have a way for you to contact Big Bro Rooster. You can talk to him directly. Qiandada asked, What's the way? Duang Hai took out 2 gems and said, Sign the spiritual contract and become external members of the Judgment Organization. Qiandada's eyes lit up as she said with total joy, That's all it takes to become an external member of the Judgment Organization, Duang Hai added. To be honest, I came here on Rooster's orders. He's hoping that you can become external members and keep helping the organization process all the spoils from its battles. To himself, he thought, This world is so much bigger than I realized. I'm going after the 4 great sea regions. And the Qian family is going to be my strongest ally. Qiandada didn't even hesitate. I'll join. Yurang also agreed, saying, As long as it doesn't hurt the Commerce Guild's interests, I want to join too. The 2 gems were then placed on Qiandada's and Yurang's foreheads. Meanwhile, over at Maung's place, the TV was showing the news about the Divine Dragon. Maung had a look of complete and total shock on his face as he watched. He instantly threw his dumbbell to the ground and rushed out. Back at the Anti-Sea Commerce Guild's beast weapon auction, people were gossiping, Oh my gosh, isn't that Rooster? He's gotten super famous lately. I heard he's backed by a crazy powerful organization that's loaded with S-rank experts. Didn't everyone say the Xian family was washed up? How are they still connected with an organization like that? Qian Buhui smiled and welcomed Duang Hai. Your Excellency, Rooster. I've heard so much about you. Duang Hai replied. The feeling's mutual. I'm finally getting to meet Elder Qian today. Qian Buhui gestured with his hand. Please have a seat. The auction is just about to start. Jenny spoke up. Hang on a minute. Behind him, his guys were carrying something. Jenny looked at Duang Hai with a smug look and said, A pretty important guest just got here. Why are you in such a hurry to start? Hearing this, Duang Hai thought to himself. Looks like this guy came looking for trouble today. This auction is not going to go down easy. Janai held up his invitation and said, What's the issue? Am I not welcome here? I have an invitation. Qiandada put her hands on her hips and said loudly, Don't think for a second I don't know what you're up to. Nobody brings their own beast weapons to sell at someone else's auction. Jenny sneered. It seems the Qian family situation is even worse than I heard. You must be pretty desperate to find a backer, he continued. The Qian family's beast weapons are top-notch for sure, but their prices are also sky-high. Thinking about the rumors he'd been hearing, I brought a few beast weapons to the auction. I hope that's not too out of line. Hyodong said angrily. He's publicly questioning the quality of our Qian family's weapons. Qian Buhui raised a hand to stop him and said, No rush. Yang Shi went up to Gene and asked, You're the young master of the Uruk clan. Gene shot back, What of it? Yang Shi placed a hand on Gene's shoulder and said, Your father and I, we have a bit of a history. Gene shook hands with Yang Shi, trying to feel him out. I'm curious which elder from our Uruk clan is an old friend of Senior Rooster. Yang Shi thought to himself. Like I would know I'm totally winging this. Looking at his face, he'll totally call my bluff if I lie. So to handle this, I'm just gonna have to use, Yang Shi thought. The old answer a question with another question strategy. He totally dodged the question. Just go ask your family when you get back to the Uruk clan. Yang Shi whipped the black cloth off the green sword he was holding. Ga was like, Mr. Rooster, do you know my aunt? Yang Shi just blew him off and said, This stuff you brought is seriously legit. Yang Shi totally cut Ga off before he could say anything else. Take a seat. Jean was feeling kinda awkward. Mr. Rooster! Yang Shi slid into a seat next to Qian Bukui. The auctioneer kicked things off. He pointed at some blue armor and was like, What's up, everyone? Welcome to the Fanheim Merchant Guild's Beast Weapon Auction. First up, we've got this blue centipede-looking armor. It can block 1 major hit from a B-rank Esper. Bidding starts at 3 million. And just like that, everyone started going for it. 3,600,000, 4 million, 6 million. Jay just chilled, sipping his tea and thinking, What a bunch of idiots. This thing's a total ripoff if it goes over 5 million. The Chan family is just playing them. Don't they have a single Emperor-grade beast weapon? The auctioneer kept it moving. Alright, you guys probably know this next one. It's one of Old Man Xian's signature pieces. The Gloves of Light. We're starting at 200 million. Janie's jaw literally hit the floor. No way that old dude is actually selling something this insane. The Fire Dragon Scepter knew exactly what those gauntlets were. Whoa, that's 2-star gear from an S-rank beast. Even the Dark Swordmaster was impressed. An A-rank body enhancer wearing those would basically be as strong as an S-ranker. Hai Dong was totally blown away. It's already up to 300 million. Chiandata felt kinda bad for her grandpa. The gloves of light were his absolute favorite thing he collected, but they were out of options. Qianbuki leaned in. Hey, Mr. Rooster, if you're into it, you should totally throw down a bid. Hearing that, Yang Shi was thinking, dude, the entire bankroll of the Arbiter organization is only 200 million. How the heck am I supposed to bid on this? It was like Qianbuki read his mind because he took his hand and said, please let this be a sign that we're for real. Yang Zi just nodded back. Well, I guess I can't say no to that. Qianbuki was totally stoked, promising Mr. Rooster for real, just bid whatever you want. The Qian family's money has got your back. Guinea called out, 310 million. The auctioneer was like, 310 million. Anyone else going once at 310 million, going twice 310 million? Then Yang Shi jumped in, 315 million. Janine gave him a totally shocked look. The Fire Dragon Scepter asked, should we go higher? Janine was like, nah, let him have it. The real drama hasn't even started yet, the auctioneer announced. Congrats to Mr. Rooster for snagging this awesome pair of gloves. Then he moved on. Next up, item number 3, an S-rank beast weapon, the Black Jade Shield. This thing was made from... Janine just strolled onto the stage with his sword, cutting him off like, hold up a sec. Janine swung his sword around and said, before you sell it, we should probably get to test drive the goods. Yang Shi watched it all go down thinking, welp, looks like he finally snapped. Huang frowned, all worried, and warned, even though the Black Jade Shield is from an S-rank beast, it's only good against elemental stuff. But its physical defense is a total joke. With him holding that thing, I'm worried. Hearing that, Chianda whipped around and yelled at Yang Shi, Mr. Rooster, can I borrow your gloves of light for a sec? I want to break that stupid sword in half. Yang Shi suddenly reached out and patted Chianda on the head, which totally caught her off guard. He gave her a soft look and said, don't even trip. Just chill and watch the show. With a loud asterisk, clang asterisk, the green sword came crashing down on the beast weapon. The young Uruk master saw it and his face just crumpled in shock, yelling, no way, that's impossible. While everyone was staring completely stunned, he swung the sword again with everything he had about to hit the beast weapon. There was another loud asterisk, clang asterisk, but this time, the green sword in his hand exploded into a million pieces. The crowd started whispering to each other like, isn't that the Uruk clan's young master? Why the heck is he using a fake? I can't believe it's a knockoff! How embarrassing to bring a fake here to flex. Without even looking back, Chiandata said to Yang Shi, Mr. Rooster, you knew that sword was busted the whole time. Didn't you? Yang Shi remembered how he'd used his plunder power to switch it with the Uruk kid's sword. The young master of the Uruk clan was just holding his head, totally bugging out, like he couldn't even process what he was seeing. He screamed, how is this even happening? The guy behind him leaned in and whispered, young Master Rooster touched our beast weapon a minute ago. The second he touched it, the weapon went dead. Now the big green sword is snapped in two. When she heard that, Chianata got super mad and yelled, defending Yang Shi, quit making stuff up. Your thing is an S-rank beast weapon. How could it just break from a little touch? That guy just smirked and shot back. His Esper ability is S-rank. It's totally possible that he could have messed with the metal inside. When they heard that, the crowd started murmuring, yeah, that actually makes sense. Rooster did touch that beast weapon before. If someone's playing games, I'd bet it's old man Xian's alchemy tricks. The Uruk kid spoke up. Well, if we're doing this, then let's just test the other two beast weapons and find out for real. Yang Shi just crossed his arms and said, all cool. You read my mind. The Uruk young master slapped on a mask, then blew this horn that shot out a crazy golden light. And wherever that golden light touched, people were grabbing their heads and screaming like, my head is killing me. Okay, enough, the Uruk kid said, pulling off his mask and finally quitting it with the horn. He sounded totally impressed. The attack and defense on these S-rank beast weapons are totally legit. Chiandata stomped over, completely furious, got right in his face and yelled, haven't you caused enough trouble already? First you come in and wreck the place, then you start giving our guest a hard time. How can you even show your face around here? The Uruk kid was totally speechless after that. His buddy stepped up and whispered something to him. Yo boss, this whole thing feels super sketchy. I bet there's a mole in the clan. The Uruk kid yelled, we're out! Then turned and bounced with his two guys. Watching them leave, Yang Shi was secretly so relieved. Phew, lucky he interrupted me right when I was about to suck the energy out of the other beast weapons. Yang Shi remembered what the Uruk kid had said earlier. Mr. Rooster, you probably don't know my aunt, do you? Yang Shi, who was just about to mess with his beast weapon, totally froze. As soon as he heard that, Hyodong looked at him and was like, so you talked to him on purpose just now? What was your goal? Qianbuki came over to Yang Shi, gestured and said, Your Excellency. Rooster, I'd also like to know if you pulled some kind of trick on that giant green sword. Please, let's chat in the VIP room. Meanwhile, over in Lukang City, some shadowy person in a black cloak was walking all alone in the dark. Brunch, looking super worried, suddenly realized something. Up in the tree branches and on the building in front of her, there were people waiting to ambush her. It was the Elemental 5. One of the girls was twirling her hair, and she looked down at Brunch with a smirk. Hey, little sis, has nobody ever told you that girls shouldn't be walking around alone at night? Hearing that, Brunch got seriously ticked off. She scowled, gritting her teeth and giving the girl a death stare. Nobody has ever talked to me, Brunch, like that before. You're the first. Then some bald dude with metal knuckles raised his fist and sneered. Sword of Sealing, huh? Guess it's your unlucky day running into us, the Elemental 5. Today's the day you bite the dust. Back in the meeting room, Hyodong and Qian Bukui stood facing Yang Shi. Qian Bukui looked at him and said, Mr. Rooster, there's no one else here. I hope you can be straight with me. The Esper Core was getting pulled into the giant green sword, Yang Shi explained. Doesn't matter if it's a beast or an Esper, they all have one. And I kinda accidentally found out that beast weapons have Esper Cores too. Hyodong looked at him and asked, An Esper Core. So is that basically what we call activity in alchemy? Qian Bukui, still eyeing Yang Shi, curiously said, But crafters like us can only sense that activity with our spiritual power. We have no way to actually refine it. So I'm curious how your organization manages it. Yang Shi held up his hand, showing off a green ring, and explained, To be precise, we don't refine it, we collect it. These essence absorbers are the tools we use to gather Esper Cores. Chandada looked at him, totally amazed, and asked, You can collect Esper Cores just with those? That's totally wild. Qian Bukui closed his eyes, thinking for a second, then said, In the entire world of alchemy, I, Qian Bukui, am considered pretty experienced, but I've seriously never heard of anyone collecting ability cores. Qian Bukui then handed Yang Shi a wolf hairbrush, saying, This wolf hairbrush is a D-grade piece of supernatural beast gear. It speeds up healing. If you're cool with it, sir, how about you take this as payment? Yang Shi held the brush, thinking, It only has 30 dark energy points. It's honestly better in its original form. Then he used his extraction power on the brush. Yang Shi handed it back to Qian Bukui and said, I'd like you to check it again, Elder Qian, and see for yourself if I'm lying. Qian Bukui's mind was blown. The active essence in alchemy can actually be collected. This is a complete game changer, Yurong asked, looking concerned. So what do you do with the supernatural abilities after you collect them? Yang Shi thought to himself. Finally, they asked. Telling the Qian family about ability potions will definitely power them up. That way, when the war with the 4 great sea regions finally kicks off, I won't have to fight it all by myself, Yang Shi answered casually. To make ability potions. That's the reason every single member of our Judgment Society rocks 2 or more supernatural abilities. Chiandata gasped. Wait, if ability cores can be put into supernatural beast weapons, does that mean a 7-grade supernatural beast weapon could actually be created? She was already seeing major dollar signs. But before she could even get hyped, Yang Shi's next words totally crushed her dream. Yeah, sorry, that's not gonna happen. He then walked up to Qian Bukui and said, Actually, Elder Qian, I've always had a question for you. Qian Bukui just smiled at Yang Shi and replied, Go ahead, ask away. He just had to ask. Okay, wait. So a supernatural beast weapon comes from just one tiny part of the creature. How can that little piece hold like 1/3 of its entire active essence? Pointing to a rhino with a horn that was literally glowing. Qian Bukui explained, So after a supernatural beast dies, this wild thing happens that us alchemists call active essence convergence. The essence basically just rushes into certain special organs. Once all the rhino's active essence zips into its horn, that's what we forge into a war horn. He went on, We take that juiced up organ and you use alchemy and the formation to basically craft it into a weapon with powers. Qian Bukui started to walk off, tossing over his shoulder, Hey, if you're actually into this whole alchemy thing, I'd totally be down to share all the alchemy secrets I've picked up over the years. Yang Shi watched him go and was like, Dude, that would be awesome. Outside, it was already dark. Over in Lugang City, this huge aircraft was cruising by, blasting an announcement to the people on the ground. Listen up, people. We've got almost 10 ability users gathering on Chang'an Street right now. Some guy looked up at the aircraft and scoffed like, What's with all the racket? Then his eyes went wide. A crew of 3 ability users was walking right up to him. The guy in charge gave him this greedy look and said, You really think you can touch what's mine? Hearing that, the man got super nervous and was like, Lord Molong, we're the ones who found the sealed sword. The Elemental 5. You can't just swoop in and take it? That's messed up, right? Molong's dark purple aura just exploded out of him as he said, So Blanche really is a traitor. But you guys, the Elemental 5 are just a bunch of posers in the Hero Association. You seriously thought I was gonna let you walk? The second he finished talking, Molong just blinked out of existence, and Hong Su Yan was totally floored. Then bam, he was back hitting Hong Su Yan with a sneak attack. The announcer's voice boomed, totally hyped. Just like that, Molong takes down Hong Su Yan. Can the shady crew of the Elemental 5 actually get away from Molong? The chat was blowing up. Molong is a beast. He's totally getting a pentakill today. Yeah, but I think Hong Lian is kinda sick too. And her body is killer. For real. Yo, dude above, have you got like 0 morals? How can you simp for a villain who does so much messed up stuff? Mind your own business. I like him, deal with it. So Molong was cornered 3-on-1. One dude summoned these ice fangs, another an earth bear, and the last was some kind of tree monster. They all rushed him at the same time. After dropping Hong Su Yan, Molong said, That makes 4. Seeing that, Yurong started freaking out and backing up. She turned and booked it, thinking, The power difference is insane. I'm not trying to die. I just gotta get out of here. If I can just escape, I can fight another day. Then suddenly a spray of red splattered across Yurong's face. How the heck did Molong get behind her? He just laughed and said, You're not going anywhere. He looked over at Blanche. You're next. Blanche just stared Molong down, silent. Meanwhile, UND gave Liu Yuan, who was glued to the monitor, totally stressing, a chill smile. Dude, relax. Blanche isn't at 100% right now. There's no way she can beat your brother. Liu Yuan looked away from the screen and kinda laughed. Yeah, you're right. I'm not worried about him one bit. But he kept staring at the screen thinking, what I'm actually freaking out about is what if this Blanche chick is for real, one of our people from the Judgment Society, and my bonehead brother actually offs her? How am I supposed to explain that to my adoptive dad? Yuan Dai, totally clueless, kept teasing him. You say you don't care, but it's written all over your face. You two are super tight, huh? Liu Yuan just gave this weak smile and was like, yeah, whatever. You keep watching, I'm just gonna hit the bathroom. And with that he bounced thinking, this is bad. I gotta tell my adoptive father about this, like right now. Yuandi just watched him go totally confused. By the next morning, Yang Shi was asking Liu Yuan, what's the big emergency? Why'd you have to track me down? Liu Yuan was all worked up. It's that freaking punk Molong. He took out Hong Su Yan today and now he's going after Blanche. Then he got all sneaky, leaning into Yang Shi and whispering, adoptive father, is that Blanche girl actually on our team? Cause I saw some crazy rumors online that she's the secret girlfriend of the great Master Pasha. Yang Shi shot that down. Don't listen to that garbage. Do you have any idea how old Pasha is? Liu Yuan rubbed his chin, frowning, and thought, an old dude and a young girl. Oh, I get it. Blanche has to be great Master Pasha's secret daughter. Then he shook his head like, nah, forget it. With this kind of inside drama, it's probably best if I just play dumb. I can't be making problems for my adoptive dad. Yang Shi's voice cut through his thoughts. I get the picture. I'll send some backup. Liu Yuan was stoked, heading out and calling back, don't you worry, adoptive father, I'll keep an eye on things and let you know the second anything goes down. Yang Shi just said go. Then he pulled out these two mysterious green orbs. Perfect. 2 more elemental powers for Shenlong. Just then the system screen popped up. One orb held the Elder Earth ability. Description. Lets you feel massive quakes and control the earth element to attack. Skill 1 weight increase. Skill 2 Earth's might. Rating. A grade. The other green orb was the Shenluo ability. Description. Command the wind and the spirits will fight for you. Skill 1 compressed storm. Skill 2 wind rider flight. Skill 3 wind scythe. Rating A grade. A figure in front of Yang Shi then zipped away. Back at the fight, Molong walked up to Blanche saying, I'll give you a minute to call for your boy. You know, I really don't want to do this. We go way back to our school days. Blanche just gave him a cold look. Cut the crap. If you want a piece of me, then let's go. Totally pissed, Molong charged at her, yelling, fine, you asked for it? But Blanche was too quick, dodging his attack like it was nothing. He missed completely. From behind her back, Blanche whipped out a golden sword. She spun around and Molong's eyes just bugged out. The sword zipped toward him at like lightning speed. It sliced right through Molong, who totally screamed. With that glowing sword in hand, Blanche dove down to attack while Molong scrambled to defend himself from below. Blanche winced and coughed a couple of times. The aircraft way up high was even getting rocked by their insane fight. The announcer looked stressed, shouting, this is so not good. Our live transmitter just got caught in the crossfire. The feed is bugging out, but don't sweat it, everyone. Our field reporters are booking it to the scene right now to keep the stream going for y'all. Molong got right in Blanche's face and threatened, if you don't call him, you're toast. Clutching her chest, Blanche shot back defiantly, save the drama! Molong lunged at her to attack. Blanche, still on the ground, just pointed her sword at him, and this golden force field instantly popped up around her. Molong looked at her, his eyes totally lit with excitement, yelling, this is just the warm-up, baby! Cracks started to snake across Blanche's shield. She gritted her teeth, just taking his hits. The reporter was now live on the scene. We're live on Ching Chang Street, she said. It's absolute chaos out here. Molong and Blanche are in the middle of a seriously nasty fight. Molong was holding Blanche up by her throat, threatening, I'm gonna ask you one last time. Are you calling him or not? Blood dripped from her mouth as Blanche frowned, gritting her teeth through the pain. She just let out a huge scream with no words coming out. Hearing that, Molong totally lost it and threw her into the back wall, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. As the smoke started to clear, you could see Blanche just lying there, not moving at all. The host kept on talking, saying that after a hit, that huge Blanche was probably not getting back up. The comments were blowing up. OMG, what a shame! That's not enough, right? Molong is being way too savage. I don't even know what to say. This is intense. She's a traitor. She deserves to get wrecked. Does the person who posted that have a heart? Did you all just forget when she literally put her life on the line for us? Molong started walking toward where Blanche was. His 2 teammates, figuring out what he was about to do, immediately tried to stop him. Molong, that's enough, man. Get a grip. If you keep going, even if Blanche doesn't check out, she'll be seriously messed up. Molong turned and glared at them, saying, are you seriously defending a traitor? Just then, Blanche called out to him, hey! She staggered out of the dust, clutching her arm as she asked, you guys done with the chit-chat? Blanche looked at them and smirked. If you're all done talking, let's get back to it. A reporter on the scene immediately jumped in. Blanche has risked it all for humanity's safety so many times. That kind of willpower deserves some serious respect. Molong charged at Blanche to attack, shouting, you all heard that Blanche totally asked for this. Molong was completely shocked when his attack was blocked by a giant wall of water. In front of him stood a massive, terrifying water golem. Blanche was lifted up in the giant water golem's hand. A mysterious masked person said to her, sorry, Blanche, the organization is a little late to the party. The online comments kept rolling in. Blanche is a traitor, so it was for real. That's insane. Totally didn't see that coming. Blanche angrily shouted, "Why would you tell them I'm part of your organization?" The person looked at her and asked, "If you want to stay alive, you got any better ideas?" Hearing this, Blanche went dead silent with nothing to say back. A footstep got closer. Then Long walked up to Molong and started questioning him. "All right, so you gonna tell me why you were messing with our girl Blanche?" Molong didn't answer and just asked back, "Why didn't Daoka show up?" Then Long crossed his arms, looked Molong over and said, "What's the problem?" Looking down on Than Long, he said, "Beat me and then maybe someone stronger will show." Under Than Long's control, the giant water golem's hands slammed together, trapping Molong. Molong yelled, using all his power to stop the hands from crushing him. Watching this, Than Long was like, "Is that all you got? Try this on for size?" After he spoke, he clenched his fist. The two water hands around Molong just vanished, leaving him completely stunned. When he looked up, a giant water fist was about to slam down on his head. With a massive boom, dust and smoke went everywhere. Under the night sky, a glass tower was all lit up with warm light from its windows, making it look super mysterious and dreamlike. Duang Hai dipped out after a quick talk with Old Master Tin. A minute later, he glanced over his shoulder, carefully checking his surroundings. Once he was sure nobody was following him, he quickly ducked behind a big tree nearby. He gently reached into his coat and carefully pulled out an old brown notebook. Memories of his chat with the old man when he got the notebook came flooding back. The old man had smiled and said, "These are some notes on alchemy from the alchemist Diamond, plus a few pages from his diary." The old man watched him hold the notebook, totally zoned in, saying, "It's all super valuable stuff." While he was reading, a page suddenly started shimmering like it was magic, which totally surprised him. Then he snapped it shut, which made the old man go, "Oh hey, Dao K, if you like it, you can borrow it for a bit." He nodded and gave a small smile. "My bad. This stuff was so interesting I totally lost track. In that case, thanks." Back in the present, Duang Hai mumbled to himself as he read, "The secret in this notebook is a conversation that only someone with spiritual power can see. This old Master Tin dude doesn't even seem that old." After a sec of searching, he totally found the page and pointed. "This is it!" Just like that, hidden text popped up. "I'm from the super far-off continent on the Odisha plane part of the Ananso family. I kinda crash-landed on this ancient magic plane not too long ago." An image of Earth flashed in his mind, the words from the notebook echoing in his head. "I found the legendary Philosopher's Stone. It's just radiating this insane mystical energy. The Philosopher's Stone. Even a total nobody like me with zero magic or talent could use this to get crazy powerful just by figuring out the secrets inside this thing." The book kept spitting out more text. "Once I absorbed like more than half of the Philosopher's Stone, I blew past every Alfonso family ancestor. I actually broke through to the 4th stage, becoming this legit powerhouse on the lesser planes. Time to bounce. Oh, and those bright things in the sky, that was me. Before I dipped, I secretly helped some of the humans figure out how to open a massive gate to the other world. Bahwang. This mystery dude has hidden the stone for some lost soul to find, to discover the legacy written in this journal. Go find the Philosopher's Stone, it's somewhere on Lam-Tin. This is the treasure and I'm leaving so humanity doesn't get enslaved." And just like that, the text was gone. Then bam, a beam of light shot straight into Duang Hai's head. He shut his eyes, trying to get a feel for the energy. It was a white light, a key to finding the Philosopher's Stone. A second later, he whipped up an iron board, hopped on, and mumbled to himself. "Whoa, so the beast world has a civilization that's even older than Wayman's. This place still has so many secrets for me to uncover." With that, he just turned and took off, leaving the old master's place behind. Night fell, and the stars started popping out. Meanwhile, Nuet was live streaming from behind a thick cloud of dust. Ma Long was still trapped under all the rubble, and no one knew how bad he was hurt. "This organization's new guy seems like a decent kid, but his power is unreal. Seriously, this group's strength is terrifying." Out of nowhere, Then Long appeared right in front of her, making the freaked-out woman jump. Seeing how scared she was, he tried to calm her down. "Hey, don't worry." Then he glanced up at the drone, gave a little wave, and introduced himself. "The name's Than Long, and I'm also a herald for the Judgment Organization. Our Judgment Organization thinks of everything." The camera zoomed in on his face. He flashed a wicked smirk and said, "So nobody needs to be afraid." All of a sudden, a massive explosion went off behind him, making him jump. It was Ma Long, his eyes blood red, lifting the huge chunk of ice. He chucked it aside and roared, "Phase 3 transformation." Seeing the change, he warned her, "This guy's Phase 3 form. It looks like he's lost his mind completely. This is super dangerous. You need to get back like now and stay safe." Then he launched himself right at him, leaving Nuet just staring after him. Over on Throng Street, Than Long whipped up an ice statue behind himself, while he perched on a stone pillar just waiting for Ma Long to make a move. He created a giant stone hand and blasted it forward. Then he bit down hard on the stone hand with his own teeth, hauling it high into the air, while his tail whipped around and shattered the glass of a nearby building. Meanwhile, over at the Kolan Management Company, Viendep and Loi Nguyen were watching the whole thing go down. The boy totally geeked out.